A nervous gulp escapes his throat as sweat trickles down his neck, his heart racing with anticipation. The truth is, I really like manga too, she confesses, her heart pounding fast as she looks up with blushing cheeks. Can you really say that right now? She asks with a bright, teasing smile, gently holding his hand as her heart beats with excitement. How is it? She asks softly, looking up with wide, hopeful eyes as she grips her kimono. With her arms confidently crossed and a bright, energetic grin on her face, the blue-haired girl stands proudly. With a sudden, dramatic motion, a hand points forward with absolute conviction. He rests his hand on his forehead, panting heavily as he tries to catch his breath. How did things turn out this way? In the dim light, his eyes slowly flutter open as a voice calls out. Doctor! Doctor, Yusung opened his eyes, someone cries out in relief as the boy weakly asks, Where am I? The doctor leans in close, asking, Student, can you hear me? Do you know who you are? Do you remember what happened before the accident? Weakly, he replies, I can hear you. Me? I'm just an ordinary graduate student. There was a fire in the lab and I was trying to save the hard drive with my research. I couldn't get out in time and lost consciousness. Wait, where is this? Is this a hospital, he wonders, slowly looking around the quiet room? Huh? He gasps, his eyes widening in sudden shock. This, he mutters, staring in disbelief at the unfamiliar face reflected before him. This isn't my face, he realizes, panic setting in. As the car drives down the street, he begins to piece together the unbelievable truth. It seems that He looks at the reflection of the body's previous owner, a quiet boy with long bangs covering his eyes. The owner of this body, Kim Yusung, is an ordinary middle schooler preparing for high school entrance exams. At the hospital reception desk, the nurse asks Risei-san, only for his mother to gently correct her, it's Kim Yusung. Born to a Korean father who immigrated to Japan and a Korean mother, he is a second-generation Zainichi Korean. He was in a car accident over the weekend and apparently had been unconscious for several days. The original me died in the fire and I've possessed the body of the unconscious Kim Yusung? He thinks, trying to comprehend his situation. Wait, does this mean I'm finally free from the absolute hellscape of grad school? He gasps, a glimmer of joy sparking in his mind. Still, I shouldn't jump to conclusions, he tells himself, taking a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts. The car pulls up in front of a modest, modern two-story house, arriving at his new home. Get some rest, his mother calls out warmly from the bottom of the stairs, and he replies, Okay, Mom, as he makes his way up. My body is moving like it already knows the way, he notes in surprise as he stands right in front of his room's door. Excuse me, he murmurs, cautiously peeking inside his own bedroom. The moment he looks inside, his face turns pale and his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated horror. What is this? He screams internally. Rows upon rows of brightly colored books and manga volumes line the shelves, packing his room to the brim. On the wall hangs a vibrant poster of a cute, blonde-haired magical girl striking a pose. Several detailed anime figurines are proudly displayed on shelves, standing in classic, cute poses. But he's a total geek, he mutters in sheer disbelief, surrounded by anime posters and merchandise. Oh man, seriously? He sighs, feeling a massive headache coming on. Suddenly, a lone strand of hair pops straight up on his head, adding to his ridiculous situation. He collapses onto the floor with a heavy sigh, completely overwhelmed by his new reality. He looks at a cheerleader figurine with long purple twin tails, smiling brightly with pom-poms raised. Huh? What's that? He mutters, noticing a poster of a boy doing a cool finger gun pose. The poster features a boy with an edgy haircut, flashing a confident smirk while pointing a finger gun. Realizing something shocking, he leaps back in astonishment, his heart skipping a beat. Kim Yusung, you're a hardcore otaku? He exclaims in disbelief, sweating profusely as he realizes, damn, he's cosplaying 24/7. He's got it bad. If that's the case, he must have acted just like the characters in these manga, he thinks, frantic. He scans the shelves, noting fighting manga, action fantasy, cooking, rom-com. He's into everything. Let's see, is it this one? What's with this cringy Chunibyo cover? He mutters, sweating as he stares at the embarrassing artwork. He opens another volume, sweat dropping as he prepares himself for whatever ridiculous story lies inside. He pulls out a romance manga titled Scramble Love Volume 2, featuring a classic harem setup. In the manga panels, characters frolic at the beach as the dialogue reads, "Wow, it's the ocean!" And a flustered girl stammers, "Who would never like a guy like?" While another asks, "Are you falling for her?" The final pages show a beautiful wedding scene with banners reading, "Congratulations on the finale, be happy, Ryuji," as the narrator begins to describe the unexpected childhood romance. The ending of the manga with the childhood friend set the entire fandom ablaze, sparking endless angry rants and debates in the online community forums. Sitting cross-legged on his bedroom floor, Yusung quietly flips through the pages of the manga, his expression thoughtful. He stares wide-eyed as sweat drips down his face, completely gripped by a shocking realization he can't seem to push away. Downstairs, he opens his mouth wide with a giant yawn, still trying to wake up fully. Sitting alone at a wooden table in a restaurant, he takes a bite of the food and realizes with surprise that it is actually pretty good. His mother, wearing an apron, stands nearby holding up her smartphone to show him something on the screen. Internally, his inner geek makes a dramatic, Chunibyo-style response before he simply replies out loud, "Yes, mother." Putting on his restaurant apron, he realizes that being the son of a barbecue restaurant owner is actually a huge benefit for his protein intake, just as the entrance bell rings and he welcomes a customer. He turns his head slightly, his eyes widening in complete shock at who just walked into the restaurant. A handsome blonde boy tries to pull away as a cute girl with blonde pigtails happily clings to his arm, saying everyone will just assume they are close siblings. The blonde girl looks up with sparkling eyes and a cheerful, beaming smile on her face. When she eagerly calls out to him, the blonde boy scratches his head awkwardly, feeling incredibly put on the spot. Hearing that name, Yusung's face turns pale as he mutters, "G? Wait, could it be?" He looks closely at the boy, realizing in shock that he is looking at the actual Sakamoto Ryuji, the main protagonist of the manga. Sakamoto and the girl stare back at him with confused expressions, wondering why the restaurant worker is suddenly looking so completely stunned. Sweat trickles down Yusong's face as the overwhelming gravity of the situation completely hits him. He screams in his mind, realizing the terrifying truth: he has been possessed into a manga. He recalls his past life as an ordinary graduate student who lost consciousness in a laboratory fire, only to wake up in this bizarre world. He pieces together that the original Kim Yusung was nothing more than an insignificant background extra who only appeared once in the manga Scramble Love. He remembers all the typical fantasy stories where a person gets transported into a novel and uses secret knowledge to become incredibly powerful. But there is a huge problem. He has never actually read Scramble Love and only knows a few basic spoilers he happened to see online. Since he doesn't know the full story, he doesn't have any of the standard advantages that reborn protagonists usually possess to overcome crises. As he watches Yuika eagerly chatter away to Sakamoto, he tries to reassure himself that since this is just a slice-of-life rom-com, the world is not in danger of ending. He decides that his best course of action is to completely avoid getting involved with the main character, Sakamoto Ryuji, at all costs. If he can just stay out of the spotlight, he will be able to live a peaceful, perfectly normal life as a background extra. Taking control of his destiny, he studies diligently, cuts his long hair, applies to a private high school far away, and easily enters as the top student with a full scholarship before joining the student council. Wearing his clean-cut high school uniform, he focuses on his paperwork in the student council room while a female student sits across from him with a sharp expression. Leaning back in his chair, he lets out a quiet sigh, resolving that he truly needs to adapt to his new everyday life. He starts jotting down plans for college and investments in Samex or Pineapple stocks, only to realize he doesn't have nearly enough cash to get started. He reminds himself that physical strength is a vital part of life and that stamina is true power. He starts running diligently on a treadmill, thinking that even in a rom-com, it's always better to be in peak physical shape just in case. He struggles through push-ups on his mat, his muscles trembling with exertion, while a muscular bald man in red shorts looks on in surprise. He strains as he bench presses a barbell, gritting his teeth as he pushes his physical limits. He sweats heavily, his face flushed red as he pushes himself to the absolute limit during his intense workout session. The bald trainer gives him a proud thumbs up as Yusung flexes his newly developed muscles in his workout gloves. Under the bright blue sky, cherry blossom petals gently drift around the high school building as the new school semester begins. A female student blushes as she walks past, while a pair of legs walks confidently in the foreground. Other students steal glances at the tall, striking figure walking through the cherry blossoms. The handsome student stands with his back to the camera, carrying a leather briefcase over his shoulder as he looks up at the class placement board. A close-up shows a confident, charming smile playing on his lips amidst the falling pink petals. He turns his head with a bright smile, calling out to someone he recognizes. He calls out happily, "Yusung, which class did you get?" revealing himself to be a shockingly tall and muscular young man. The camera pans up to reveal his exceptionally sharp jawline, handsome features, and intense masculine gaze. Looking remarkably mature, the tall student notes with a serious expression that he is already a sophomore. He stands confidently under the cherry blossoms, his incredibly built physique making him look far more like a seasoned warrior than a regular high school student. He reveals that over the past few months, he has dedicated himself to pulling off an absolutely insane physical bulk-up. He looks forward with a fierce, burning determination in his eyes, having built this massive physique entirely to protect himself. He knows that in the crazy world of rom-com manga, encountering aliens, ghosts, or yakuza is just a regular Tuesday, so he has to be prepared for anything. The intense red background emphasizes his conviction that all this physical preparation is absolutely necessary to face an uncertain future. He confidently declares that it is definitely not just because he is obsessed with muscles, though he instantly sweat drops, worrying that telling such a lie might actually cause muscle loss. Carrying his school bag over his shoulder, Kim Yusung walks confidently into the high school building as cherry blossom petals drift around him. Right outside the classroom door for Class 2B, a bright voice rings out, wishing everyone an energetic good morning. A cheerful girl with short brown hair and green eyes smiles brightly as she is introduced as Yaguchi Mai, the main heroine of the original manga. Sitting at his desk, the blonde-haired protagonist, Sakamoto Ryuji, turns around with a startled look on his face. Seeing Sakamoto in the same classroom, Yusung is absolutely devastated, realizing his peaceful school life is already in serious jeopardy. Yusung clenches his teeth in frustration, remembering that he chose a distant school specifically to avoid Sakamoto and escape any crazy main character drama. While Sakamoto chats with a classmate, Yusung watches them closely from his desk, desperately hoping to stay unnoticed. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes Yusung like a bolt of lightning as he remembers Sakamoto's chaotic encounter from that morning. Seeing the teacher walk in, Mai calls out to grab the attention of her classmates as they prepare for homeroom to begin. Holding a blue clipboard, the handsome teacher smiles and asks the students to listen up for an important announcement. Hearing about the announcement, the students whisper in curiosity while Sakamoto rests his chin on his hand, looking slightly bored. The teacher looks toward the door with a bright smile, calling out to the hallway that the new student can come inside. A beautiful blonde girl with a ponytail and fangs enters the classroom, instantly captivating the entire class with her bright aura. The classroom immediately erupts into excited whispers, with students wondering if the striking new transfer student is a foreigner. Stepping up to the podium, the teacher warmly instructs the blonde girl to go ahead and introduce herself to the class. Placing a hand gently over her chest, the girl smiles radiantly, preparing to address her new classmates. Watching from his desk, Yusung groans internally, realizing that being in the protagonist class practically guaranteed a main heroine would transfer in. Even though he never read the original manga Scramble Love, Yusung recalls seeing images of the main character's massive female harem. Sakamoto looks up at the podium, his eyes widening in pure shock as he recognizes the familiar face of the transfer student. Overwhelmed by surprise, Sakamoto points directly at her, turning the attention of his classmates toward his sudden outburst. Blinking in confusion, Sakamoto mutters to himself as he tries to process the bizarre coincidence. Sakamoto's face pales in panic as he realizes she is the exact same violent girl he had a terrible run-in with earlier that morning. Seeing him point at her, the blonde girl gasps in anger, immediately pointing her finger back at Sakamoto with a fierce glare. She loudly accuses him of being the annoying guy from this morning, remembering how they dramatically crashed into each other in the corridor. The teacher completely misinterprets their shouting match, smiling warmly as he notes it is great that they already know each other. Walking angrily toward her new desk, she mutters about her terrible luck, while Sakamoto retorts that he is the one who should be complaining. Sitting down directly next to Sakamoto, she shoots him a sharp, threatening glare, causing him to flinch in alarm. Turning her head away with an aggressive huff, she crosses her arms, determined to completely ignore Sakamoto. Feeling thoroughly exhausted by the immediate drama, Sakamoto lets out a heavy sigh and slumps forward. The tension between the two remains incredibly thick as they sit side by side, refusing to acknowledge each other's presence. Sitting right behind them, Yusung looks incredibly stressed, realizing he has a front row seat to all the main character conflicts. A classmate breaks the tension by asking to borrow Yusung's manga magazine, which Yusung calmly hands over. Yusung puts on a calm, handsome smile, determined to stay composed and blend into the background as an extra. He reminds himself that to stay safe, he must diligently read the latest magazines to keep track of any upcoming plot events. He notes that tracking these romantic tropes is absolutely essential to avoid getting caught up in any dangerous situations. Suddenly, Sakamoto grabs the blonde girl's wrists in a serious manner, urgently telling her that they need to talk somewhere in private. Glaring at him with a fierce and skeptical expression, she reluctantly agrees to step outside with him for just a brief moment. As the two walk out of the classroom together, the rest of the students watch them in curious silence. Yusung asks his classmate if something's going on between those two, but his friend simply replies that he is going to the restroom. Clutching his chest, Yusung feels his muscular frame straining against his tight uniform as he decides to follow them. Stepping out into the hallway, Yusung carries himself with an incredibly cool, brooding, and intimidating posture. The students in the hallway instantly freeze in terror, sweating profusely as they watch him walk past. Terrified whispers quickly spread through the crowd as the students recognize his name, Kim Yusung. The students gossip frantically, sharing rumors that he is the successor to a legendary assassination art and an elite yakuza favored by a powerful boss. Watching the crowd part before him like the Red Sea, Yusung's sweat drops, realizing his bulk up has made him look incredibly terrifying to normal students. He sighs at the ridiculous rumors, though he admits that having everyone fear him at least makes walking through the busy hallway much easier. To increase his predictive accuracy regarding the protagonist's actions, Yusung visualizes the cute chibi transfer girl. Resting his chin on his hand, he thoughtfully analyzes where the two main characters could have gone to have a private conversation. With a sharp, intense look in his eyes, he confidently deduces that there is only one logical place they would choose to talk. True to his deduction, Sakamoto and the blonde transfer student stand together in a secluded, cherry blossom-lined pathway behind the school. Sakamoto Ryuji bows deeply with clasped hands, pleading, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Peeking from behind the bushes, Yusung is stunned to see him performing the dramatic, apologetic palm press. Yusung continues to observe Ryuji bowing to Rika in the courtyard, thinking that Ryuji truly behaves like a classic rom-com protagonist. Rika stands before Ryuji with her arms crossed, looking down at him with a skeptical and silent gaze. Suddenly, Rika bursts into a cheerful laugh, completely catching Ryuji off guard as he remains in his pleading posture. Rika smiles playfully at him, her bright green eyes crinkling and a cute little feint showing. Rika reassures him that she is not fragile, asking if what happened that morning was just an accident, while Ryuji asks why she was acting so angry earlier. From his hiding spot, Yusung watches as Rika cheekily confesses that she only wanted to tease him because his shocked face was so amusing. Rika walks away happily as she continues to tease Ryuji, who is introduced as Kishimoto Rika, a popular girl with a cheerful personality. Yusung notes from behind the leaves that this scene marks Rika's first meeting event with the male lead. Watching them walk away, Yusung realizes this is the textbook beginning of a classic rom-com, unaware of someone approaching him from behind. A beautiful girl with long dark hair holding a red fan looks down at Yusung, questioning what the secretary of the Great Student Council is doing crouching in the bushes. Red roses frame Kumiko as she unfolds her red fan, beginning to speak to Yusung. Kumiko peers over her red paper fan, her sharp and elegant gaze fixed directly on Yusung. Kumiko stands elegantly in her dark uniform and black stockings, holding her fan close. A cute chibi depiction shows Yusung looking flustered while Kumiko proudly fans herself. Kumiko keeps her face partially hidden behind her fan as she speaks to him. Standing up confidently, Yusung holds up a leafy branch and excuses his behavior by claiming he was evaluating it for the student council room to blend in as a normal extra. Kumiko stares at the branch, blushing slightly behind her fan as she processes his explanation. A close-up shows Kumiko's large brown eye glancing sideways as she blushes behind her red fan. Kumiko slowly reaches out her hand to take the green branch from Yusung's hand. Yusung looks down at her in surprise as she accepts his random branch. Kumiko holds the leafy branch close to her chest, blushing brightly as she looks away shyly. Yusung breathes a sigh of relief, thanking her while privately expressing surprise that she actually believed a silly excuse. Kumiko looks up at Yusung, asking what brings him to this spot and noting that he has been hard to find since the new semester started. Kumiko smiles brightly behind her red fan as they chat. Kumiko happily twirls around with her fan in the branch, walking beside an incredibly broad-shouldered and muscular Yusung. Kumiko suddenly freezes mid-step as she recalls something. She glances back over her shoulder at Yusung with a knowing, mischievous smile. Kumiko boasts that the spicy pork rice bowl she had at his family's restaurant was quite decent, claiming she understands the lives of commoners. Yusung looks slightly exasperated, imagining her eating a luxury meal and noting that she usually only eats premium Wagyu steak in the student council room. Yusung calmly corrects her, pointing out that the school cafeteria doesn't actually serve spicy pork rice bowls. Kumiko looks completely shocked, demanding to know what they serve instead, to which Yusung replies that they have gyudon. Kumiko gets flustered, muttering to herself that the name gyudon sounds vulgar and like junk food. As Kumiko fumes with embarrassment, Yusung dryly reminds her that she just bragged about not being like other benighted commoners. Yusung turns around in surprise as another student approaches them. Akagi Shinjiro, the student council vice president and Kumiko's loyal subordinate, adjusts his glasses and tells Kumiko that her steak is getting cold. Kumiko and Yusung both turn in surprise as Akagi catches them together. Akagi adjusts his glasses with a knowing look, misinterpreting the situation. Akagi points accusingly at Yusung, shouting that he lacks any sense of duty to the student council, leaving Yusung completely baffled. Kumiko's face turns bright red with absolute embarrassment at Akagi's dramatic outburst. Yusung tilts his head in confusion, wondering why they are talking about skipping meals and being poor. Standing defensively in front of Yusung, Kumiko blushes furiously and shouts at Akagi that she never said she was sad. Kumiko continues to yell in embarrassment, insisting that things are not what they seem. Desperate to escape the awkward situation, Kumiko grabs Akagi by the arm and drags him away rapidly. As he is dragged away, Akagi apologetically tells Kumiko they can have their meal another time while Yusung watches them go in disbelief. Left all alone in the schoolyard, Yusung sweat drops, completely bewildered by the chaotic interaction. Under a bright blue sky, pink cherry blossom petals gently drift around the traditional rooftops of the school. The scene transitions to the busy entrance of a subway station after school. Drawing startled and intimidated glances from the commuters around him, a massive and muscular Yusung stands confidently on the crowded subway platform. Kim Yusung looks off to the side with a serious, focused expression, his sharp features highlighted against a blue background. A classmate cheerfully holds up a thick manga book, asking Yusung if he wants to read a manga magazine together, while Yusung notes that as long as he stays quiet, he won't get involved with the protagonist, Ryuji. Flexing his fist confidently, Yusung is glad he worked out since size is king in both Korea and Japan, even as a passing student wonders in terror if he's actually a mobster instead of a high schooler. Checking the electronic display screen on the platform, Yusung notes that there are still 10 minutes left until his train arrives. With a heavy clunk, a cold can of orange soda drops into the retrieval slot of a vending machine. Taking a moment to relax, Yusung smoothly cracks open the cold beverage, ready to enjoy a refreshing drink. Suddenly, a girl's hand gently and smoothly reaches out to tug on his sleeve, catching him completely off guard. He turns in shock to see the transfer student, Kishimoto Rika, standing there with a beaming smile and a playful expression. Yusung freezes in absolute shock and panic, cold sweat pouring down his face as he processes her sudden appearance. His mind races in utter disbelief as he screams internally, wondering why on earth she is here of all places. Clasping her phone tightly, Rika beams with relief and joy, telling him how glad she is to have run into him after being so worried about what to do. Rika enthusiastically holds out her phone toward him, while Yusung points to himself in pure bewilderment, wondering what she could possibly want. Standing right in front of him, Rika looks incredibly small compared to Yusung's towering muscular stature as he stares down at her in nervous silence. Rika flashes a sweet, teasing smile, raising a finger as she speaks to him in an incredibly cute and engaging manner. Looking down at her by the vending machine, Yusung suddenly realizes she knows his name from the name tag on his uniform, realizing he hadn't even thought of that. Looking up at him with bright, admiring eyes, Rika cheerfully declares that she knew she was right about him and asks if he really is a good person. Yusung stares back blankly, completely stunned and confused by her unexpected praise as he wonders why she would think he is a good person. Confused by her sudden friendly attitude, he desperately tries to figure out what she is talking about. With large question marks floating around his head, Yusung sweats nervously, completely unable to comprehend her logic. His mind remains completely blank, filled only with endless confusion and unanswered questions. Noticing his confused expression, Rika playfully reiterates that he is exactly the kind of person she thought he would be. Looking highly defensive with a dark aura around him, Yusung demands if she is seriously asking him that, to which Rika replies that his incredibly intense and strange vibe in class made it impossible not to notice him. She mentions the weird rumors about him being scouted by the Yakuza, admitting that seeing how serious he is in class only made her more curious about what he is really like. Rika lets out a bright, cheerful laugh, showing off her adorable little fangs as she genuinely enjoys talking with him. Looking at her in profile, Yusung silently reflects on Rika Kishimoto, amazed by how quickly she has managed to approach him. Realizing his massive oversight, Yusung panics internally over completely forgetting that school name tags existed, terrified that he is already deeply entangled with one of the main heroines. He recalls that Rika Kishimoto is the #1 most popular character in the original series Scramble Love, wondering if she is just naturally nice to everyone despite his terrifying reputation, and debates whether he should just flex to scare her off. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise as he comes to a sudden realization. Rika pouts and crosses her arms in adorable frustration, while Yusung quickly stammers out a nervous apology. Yusung looks at her with a steady, quiet gaze, trying to maintain his composure while planning his next move. The two stand together in front of the subway vending machine, presenting a stark contrast between her petite figure and his imposing physique. Rika looks up at him with a dazzling, radiant smile, ready to propose her next idea. Staring down at her, Yusung remains silent, his expression turning sharp and calculating as he makes a firm decision. In a cute chibi fantasy, Rika with adorable cat ears peeks curiously at Yusung, who holds a miniature nun figurine in surprise as she asks who the character is. He realizes that with her incredibly friendly personality, it doesn't matter if he looks like a mobster or a normal student, concluding that crossing paths was inevitable and that he should just go with the flow for now. Determined to stick to his act as an ordinary extra, Yusung suddenly looms over her with a terrifyingly dark, glowing gaze, telling her with an incredibly menacing aura that he is looking forward to it as well. Completely unaffected by his terrifying aura, Rika simply lets out a cute, innocent giggle, smiling warmly up at him. Believing his intimidating act actually worked, Yusung is completely delusional, unaware of how non-threatening she finds him. Showing him her phone, a teary-eyed Rika explains that she just moved to the area and is completely lost because the train lines are so confusing, while Yusung looks closely at her screen in surprise. Looking at the screen, Yusung sees a wealthy residential neighborhood with luxurious modern villas, wondering if Rika has some secret rich girl backstory he never knew about. Pointing to the location, Rika excitedly pumps her fists and beams, telling him that it's right near her place and suggesting they take the same train together. Showing her his train ticket, Yusung points out that she needs to go to Chitosa Funabashi Station, which is only 2 stops away from Seijo. Rika clasps her hands in excitement, declaring it must be absolute fate, while a sweating Yusung quickly tells her that is a bit of an exaggeration since her actual fated partner is supposed to be the protagonist. As the situation takes an unexpected turn, Yusung begins to panic, trying to figure out how to handle this development. Suddenly, a sharp spark of inspiration flashes across his eyes as he formulates a brand new plan to salvage the storyline. Despite preparing so much to survive in this world, Yusung remembers a fatal problem. He has never actually read the original manga, Scramble Love. He recalls that in the original story, the real Kim Yusung was just a quiet background character who sat at his desk reading, completely uninvolved with Ryuji and Rika's interactions. He reasons that the best way is to become friends with Rika to gather information, imagining a hilarious scenario where he menacingly cracks his knuckles to threaten the protagonist into dating Rika if things ever go south. With a sly smirk, Yusung consoles himself that getting help from a classmate is a standard rom-com trope anyway, and a minor adjustment like this shouldn't affect the main plot too much. With his decision firmly made, Yusung stands tall and composed, looking down at Rika as they prepare to head to the train platform. Holding a cold beverage from the vending machine, Rika tells Yusung to think of it as a small token of thanks for being her friend. With great enthusiasm, Rika throws her head back and drinks the cold can of cola in large, satisfying gulps. Letting out a highly refreshed sigh, a beaming Rika happily declares that nothing in the world beats a cold soda. Observing her enthusiastic reaction, Yusung remarks that she must really like Coke, while Rika simply laughs happily in response. Rika flashes a playful, teasing smile, asking him if he is watching his figure by choosing something else. With a dramatic flourish, Rika holds up her phone to proudly show off a glamorous fashion photo of herself posing in a trendy outfit. Rika enthusiastically shares the photo with Yusung, who simply stares blankly and quietly at the screen, processing her completely different look. Yusung bluntly notes that she looks completely different in person and wonders if it's because of the makeup, causing Rika to yell back in furious denial. Spotting their train arriving, Yusung quickly walks toward the platform and tells her they need to go, leaving an annoyed Rika yelling at him for changing the subject. With a loud screech, the bright green subway train arrives at the station, ready to take the commuters to their destinations. As they board the train, Yusung stands tall and imposing, drawing nervous glances and hushed whispers from the intimidated commuters around them. Noticing his nervous sweat, Rika giggles playfully and whispers to Yusung about the perks of being so tall and intimidating. Looking closely at the subway map, a finger points out the exact route they need to take. Yusung confidently points forward and guides her straight ahead, while a dizzy and completely lost Rika panics as she tries to memorize the confusing route. Standing by the train doors, Yusung dryly tells her to hurry up or he will leave her behind, prompting a frantic Rika to whine about how mean he is. Yusung glances back over his shoulder in surprise as Rika calls out his name from behind. Standing right inside the train doors, Rika flashes a dazzling, warm smile and cheerful wave, completely lighting up the atmosphere. As the train speeds away into the tunnel, Yusung stands alone on the empty platform, quietly wondering if she will show up again tomorrow. Under the bright station lights, Yusung stands tall and composed, his thoughts drifting as he reflects on his chaotic encounter with the bubbly heroine. Overwhelmed by his internal thoughts, a giant question mark of pure disbelief and confusion flashes in his mind as he asks himself why things are turning out this way. Sitting alone in a quiet gazebo in the schoolyard, Yusung looks up at the sky and realizes with dread that he left his lunchbox at home. With a soft click, a wooden bento box is opened, revealing a beautiful arrangement of freshly made K-gimbap rolls. Just as Yusung lifts a piece of gimbap with his chopsticks to take a bite, a voice suddenly calls out to him. Startled in the middle of his meal, Yusung turns his head with a sharp, alert look to see who is interrupting him. He turns to see Rika standing in front of him, trembling with nervousness as she tightly clutches her heart-patterned lunch bag. With tears welling up in her large green eyes, Rika looks incredibly distressed and sad as she prepares to speak. Yusung explains that he prefers eating outside because he can feel his classmates getting uncomfortable when he eats in the classroom, though Rika quickly tries to protest. Yusung reassures her that eating alone is more comfortable for him, reminding her of her own words that someday his classmates will eventually see the real him. Looking up at him with a deep blush and emotional eyes, Rika softly tells him that she doesn't think he is truly alone anymore. Resting on his lap is the neatly packed wooden box filled with delicious K-gimbap rolls, a comfort food from home. Spotting his lunch, Rika's sadness instantly evaporates, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she realizes he is eating authentic K-gimbap. Completely dumbfounded by how incredibly fast she stopped crying, Yusung's sweat drops as he hesitatingly offers her a piece. Overjoyed by his offer, Rika flashes a bright, happy smile, surrounded by floating hearts of absolute joy. When Yusung apologetically tells her that he can't bring gimbap for her every day, Rika transforms into a cute, angry cat girl and yells that she isn't just hanging out with him for the food. As he enjoys his lunch, Yusung reflects on how surprisingly close he has gotten with Rika, realizing why her bright and cheerful charm made her the most popular character in the original series. With a satisfying bite, Rika happily chews on a delicious piece of gimbap, enjoying every single flavor. The moment she tastes it, Rika's face lights up with absolute bliss and pure delight, completely blown away by how delicious the gimbap is. Yusung modestly downplays the meal, thanking her for enjoying it, while an enthusiastic Rika tells him to make sure to let his mother know how much she loved it. Sitting side by side under the warm sky, Rika turns to Yusung with a sweet, friendly smile, enjoying their peaceful moment together. Rika generously offers him one of her own homemade rolled omelets, revealing a beautifully prepared and colorful Japanese lunchbox. Taking up her offer, Yusung picks up a piece of the rolled omelet and eats it, chewing thoughtfully. Instantly, Yusung's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock as a dramatic realization hits him. Yusung recalls a saying that half of life is sugar, but even with that philosophy, this experience completely redefines sweetness for him. He imagines a chef dramatically sprinkling massive amounts of sugar over food, proclaiming that everything tastes infinitely better with extra sweetness. Yusung screams internally in sheer panic, completely overwhelmed by how intensely sweet the omelet is and wondering if she dumped an entire bag of sugar into it. Trying to maintain his composure, Yusung's sweat drops as he cautiously asks Rika exactly how much sugar she put in the omelet, leaving her completely confused. Backed by roaring flames of absolute determination, Yusung declares that he cannot stand by and watch her ruin her health, promising to teach her how to make a proper, zero-sugar Korean rolled omelet next time. When Yusung explains that he seasons his rolled omelets with salt, Rika recoils in sheer horror, asking if he seriously puts salty salt in it and questioning his taste and savory flavors. As Rika laughs off his concern, Yusung's sweat drops heavily, desperately wondering if her sense of taste is completely paralyzed and warning her that she is heading straight toward diabetes. Suddenly, a sharp, loud whistle pierces through the peaceful air of the courtyard, catching both Yusung and Rika completely off guard as they look up in surprise. Standing in the school courtyard, a stern student council member with red hair bows and long black hair forcefully blows a silver whistle with an angry blush on her face. Holding a pair of chopsticks with a piece of food, a chibi cat girl version of Rika continues to chew happily while a sweat-dropping Yusung turns around to see who interrupted them. The student council member trembles with intense rage as she dramatically declares that while heaven might forgive improper heterosexual relationships on school grounds, she absolutely will not. With roaring determination, she points her red folded fan directly at them and commands them to explain their suspicious behavior. Staring blankly at her with extreme confusion, Yusung sweat drops and repeats her words, wondering what on earth she means by an improper relationship. A pair of polished black school shoes takes firm, heavy steps forward as another student approaches the scene. A neat-looking male student with short brown hair and square-framed glasses stares forward with a serious and dignified expression. Yusung sighs deeply, explaining that there is no improper relationship going on and that he isn't trying to make excuses, before dryly asking why they have been running into each other so often lately. Happily chewing her lunch, a cheerful Rika looks at the student council member and innocently points out how strange it is to bump into her during every single lunch break. Catching her off guard, the student council member hides her face behind her red fan and glares at Rika, demanding to know who she is. With a bright, cheerful smile, Rika excitedly points her finger at her and loudly declares that she finally remembers her nickname, the Dark Student Council President. Shocked and completely flustered, the girl lowers her fan slightly as her face flushes a deep red, stuttering in disbelief at the embarrassing title. Unbothered by her reaction, Rika simply beams with a bright, innocent smile, holding her chopsticks ready to eat more. Pointing her red fan at Rika in a flustered rage, the black-haired girl loudly protests, insisting that her traditional outfit is strictly meant to demonstrate the absolute dignity of the student council. Blushing furiously behind her red fan, she reacts with shock as Rika gently reassures her that even though everyone teases her for cosplaying, it's perfectly fine as long as she has confidence in herself. As the black-haired girl trembles in silent, boiling frustration, a bubbly chibi Rika happily holds up a piece of rolled omelet with her chopsticks, offering her a bite. Rika blinks in surprise as the student council member suddenly points her fan toward her in defiance. Turning away dramatically, the flustered black-haired girl points her fan at them one last time, loudly declaring that she will retreat for the day but will surely return for her revenge. Covering her blushing face with her red fan, she runs away in embarrassment, while her loyal, eyeglasses-wearing assistant panics and asks where she is going so suddenly. Running frantically to catch up with his lady, the assistant yells for her to wait, leaving a completely stunned Rika and Yusung standing alone in the courtyard. Back inside the classroom, the atmosphere is lively as students chat in groups, while Yusung sits alone at his desk with his arms crossed, maintaining his solitary presence. Sitting quietly, Yusung perks up and glances toward the classroom door as he senses someone approaching. Rika walks into the classroom with a warm, energetic smile, happily holding her school bag as she approaches Yusung's desk. Rika explains that during her freshman year, she was too busy with her student council duties to join any clubs, but now that she has some free time, she is looking through the Ichijo Academy Club Guide to find one. With sparkling eyes and a cheerful smile, Rika asks Yusung if he would like to join her in visiting some club trials. Yusung looks away thoughtfully, silently considering her proposal with a serious expression. Standing up from his desk, Yusung agrees that trying out the clubs in person is the best way to decide and suggests they head out immediately to see them. As they prepare to leave, Yusung turns back to a startled Rika and casually mentions that he plans to visit every single sports club in the school. A terrifying, menacing smirk spreads across Yusung's face as his eyes glow with a dark purple intensity, revealing his hidden motives. Enveloped in a powerful, crackling purple aura, Yusung cracks his knuckles menacingly, admitting that he is incredibly curious to test the limits of his physical strength. On the school's soccer field, a player unleashes an incredibly powerful kick, sending the soccer ball flying forward at a blistering speed. A blonde student with an undercut stands with his hands in his pockets while his gray-haired friend smugly mocks him, asking how he managed to miss all 5 of his shots. Standing on the field, the regular soccer club members look highly irritated at the intruders, muttering angrily about how they were there first. A regular player in a white soccer jersey steps forward to confront the troublemakers. The smug duo turns around with aggressive, irritated expressions, demanding to know who is brave enough to address the notorious Bone Crusher duo. Their smug attitude instantly evaporates into pure shock as a massive, intimidating player wearing the number 10 jersey stands towering over them. Looking down at them with a cold, piercing gaze, the tall player sternly tells them that his team needs the field and asks them to move out of the way. Trembling with absolute terror, the duo swallows hard as they realize they are facing 0 to 100 Ryohei, the legendary third-year football captain known for his superhuman speed. Sweating profusely, the gray-haired thug scratches his head with an awkward, submissive smile as he and his blonde partner quickly back away from the captain. Watching the two troublemakers scurry away, a teammate happily remarks that it serves them right, while Ryohei stands calmly. Turning to his teammate, Ryohei sighs and explains that the club is currently suffering from a severe lack of standout talent, making his dream of winning the national championship look bleak. Walking away along the running track, the blonde thug fumes with anger, complaining bitterly about the encounter. Stomping ahead, the blonde thug aggressively tells his gray-haired partner that they should have settled it with their fists instead of backing down. Lost in his angry rant, the blonde thug suddenly bumps hard against a massive, solid shoulder. Turning around with a vicious snarl, the blonde thug angrily commands the person to watch where they are going, only to freeze in sudden shock. Looking down with an incredibly dark and terrifyingly intense glare, Yusung stands like an immovable wall, radiating a chilling pressure. Narrowing his eyes with cold, murderous intent, Yusung quietly asks the thug if he would mind repeating what he just said. Screaming in absolute terror, the two thugs scramble to run away as fast as they can, terrified of Yusung's fearsome reputation as the monstrous successor of the assassination arts. Standing on the track, a sweat-dropping Yusung looks completely bewildered by their dramatic reaction, repeating the bizarre title in confusion, while Rika stands next to him holding the club guide. As Yusung walks past, a group of students watches in deep awe and whispers about how he managed to terrify the school's toughest thugs with nothing but a single chilling glare. Looking annoyed, Rika crosses her arms and explains to Yusung that she only looked at the guys because they initiated the conversation with her. On the school soccer field, a regular player wearing jersey number 5 casually picks up soccer balls near the goalpost. A loud, panicked gasp echoes across the field as a student recognizes the fearsome newcomer and screams his name in shock. As Yusung and Rika approach the field, the soccer club members watch them in absolute terror, trembling as they worry if he is there to seek revenge for the thugs he beat up earlier. A firm, heavy hand suddenly rests on the shoulder of a sweat-dropping soccer player. The player gasps in surprise as he turns around to find their tall captain, wearing the number 10 jersey, standing right behind him. The student council member's sweat drops heavily, looking nervous and flustered. Staring at Yusung's massive frame, the captain is deeply intimidated, realizing that with such an overwhelming physique, Yusung is already a national-level powerhouse who must have a hidden motive. Crossing his arms with dignity, the captain welcomes them, introducing himself as Ryohei, the captain of the football club. Ryohei steps right in front of Yusung, causing the young man to flinch slightly at the sudden confrontation. Up close, Ryohei breaks into a cold sweat and trembles, shocked by the fact that even though there's barely a 10-centimeter height difference, Yusung's presence makes him feel like a total dwarf. Staring at Yusung's chest, Ryohei is completely overwhelmed by how his bulging muscles are barely contained by his clothes. Lost in thought, Ryohei begins to contemplate what would happen if Yusung actually decided to join his club. He vividly imagines a glorious future where he and Yusung stand side by side under a shower of confetti, triumphantly holding up the national championship trophy. Ryohei stares intensely at Yusung with a serious expression, completely captivated by the newcomer's limitless potential. Yusung cautiously sweat drops and apologizes, while Ryohei blinks in confusion, wondering what could possibly be wrong with him. A soccer ball rests quietly on the white line of the field, waiting for the trial kick. Yusung stands alone before the massive soccer goal, preparing himself as he is told to make his single shot count. Taking a deep breath, Yusung exhales a puff of air as he prepares to unleash his true strength. Radiating a powerful purple aura, Yusung clenches his fists and decides to go completely all out, channeling the massive force of a 300-kilogram squat. With his eye glowing with intense energy, Yusung grits his teeth, unleashing an incredible physical pressure. Swinging his leg back in a dramatic high-flying motion, Yusung prepares to execute an extraordinarily powerful kick. With a devastating force, Yusung's foot makes direct impact with the soccer ball. A massive shockwave erupts from the kick, tearing through the air with a deafening blast as Yusung releases his power. The soccer club members stand completely frozen, their eyes wide in absolute horror and disbelief at the sheer force of the shot. Staring blankly at the goal, Ryohei and his teammate mutter in shock, admitting that the shot was so fast they couldn't even see the ball fly past. A gust of wind and dust swirls around the completely empty soccer goal. Ryohei's face pales as he trembles in pure terror at what just transpired. Pointing at the deflated, completely popped soccer ball on the ground, Ryohei screams in absolute disbelief, questioning if a regular human is even capable of destroying a soccer ball like that. Completely unbothered, Yusung sighs and walks away, concluding that football isn't the right fit and asking Rika what other sports clubs they can check out. Running happily after him, Rika playfully suggests dojo crushing, leaving a stunned Ryohei to watch them leave in absolute dread. Watching the scene unfold, a pair of students excitedly run to follow them, while a mysterious black-haired girl watches silently from the shadow of the hallway. Framed by elegant camellia flowers, the long-haired girl stares intensely, wondering if Kim Yusung has finally started making his move. Moving on to the basketball club, Yusung leaps high into the air and unleashes a ferocious, earth-shattering slam dunk. After completely shattering the basketball backboard, Yusung visits the baseball club, swinging the bat with such terrifying speed that the players scream in terror and dive for cover. At the tennis club, the members sweat profusely as they stare at a massive smoking crater in the middle of the court, desperately asking Yusung how he could possibly be so strong. Holding her notebook, Rika happily cheers bingo while Yusung walks calmly beside her. Walking through the school hallway, Yusung looks at Rika and asks her exactly how many sports clubs are left on their list. A highly mischievous, fanged smirk spreads across Rika's face as she hides her expression behind her notebook. With a dramatic flourish, Rika tosses a pair of red-rimmed glasses high into the air. Striking a confident pose, Rika puts on the glasses and presents herself with a proud theatrical flair. In a cute chibi fantasy, Rika easily outruns her struggling classmates on the running track, showing off her natural athletic prowess. Wearing a pink swim cap and goggles, chibi Rika splashes happily through the pool, cheering excitedly as she swims. Dressed in a kendo uniform, chibi catgirl Rika playfully thwacks a sweat-dropping teammate on the head with a wooden training sword. Confidently pushing up her glasses, Rika holds her notebook and proudly concludes that there are exactly 3 sports clubs left where he can enroll. Beaming with pride, Rika asks if her presentation was perfect, leaving a sweat-dropping Yusung to dryly thank her while wondering where on earth she got those glasses. Staring at her thoughtfully, Yusung asks if she has started taking acting classes alongside her modeling work, sending a flustered Rika into a sudden panic. As Yusung praises her talent before telling her to forget he said anything, Rika stands frozen with an incredibly red, blushing face. Shivering with embarrassment, a deeply blushing Rika looks away shyly, completely overwhelmed by his sudden compliment. Sweating nervously, Yusung looks at her in panic, desperately hoping that her embarrassment doesn't stem from anything that would violate censorship guidelines. Looking thoughtfully at Yusung, Rika ponders that since he has a backstory like that, it would probably be better to know his character backstory to understand the original story, wondering if she should just ask him. Walking down the hallway, Rika holds Yusung's arm and playfully smiles, while Yusung remains stoic and quiet. Yusung decides not to ask her about it today, noting how flustered she looks and thinking it would be bad if things got awkward between them. As they walk away, Yusung suggests heading to the kendo club first, and Rika cheerfully replies to just trust her and follow her lead. Outside the kendo club room, a large crowd of nervous students is gathered in anticipation. A tense, dramatic atmosphere surrounds Yusung as a text box proclaims that Kim Yusung has finally showed up at the kendo club. Walking past the whispering crowd, Rika looks incredibly smug and confident while Yusung remains completely calm. One nervous schoolgirl with a microphone hesitates, saying she is too scared to interview Kim Yusung, while her classmate tries to encourage her. In a cute chibi illustration, Rika puts on her red glasses and confidently prepares to handle the situation. A dramatic bubble appears, declaring, "So you finally made it here." A long-haired girl steps forward with determined steps, stating that he might have somehow beaten the other clubs, but things will be different here. Yusung looks on calmly as a wooden kendo training sword is pointed straight at him. The girl is revealed as Fuma Yukika, the third-year kendo club president, standing tall with her wooden sword. The surrounding crowd cheers enthusiastically, calling her brave and declaring how much they love her for not being intimidated by Yusung at all. Unbothered by the noise, Yusung explains that he is just there because he is interested in the kendo club, asking how to enroll in the trials. Yukika glares at him with a cold, serious look. Yukika slides her kendo sword onto her shoulder with a sharp motion. Yukika confidently states the rule: the first one to land a valid strike wins. A student in the crowd gets incredibly hyped, shouting that the match between the human weapon and the kendo captain is finally starting. Other students join in, saying they would pay to see a match like this and cheering for the captain to take him down. Standing beside Yusung, Rika playfully points out with a smirk that everyone is treating him like a complete villain. With a powerful echoing shout, Yukika commands the noisy crowd to be silent. The students instantly freeze in shock, completely silenced by their captain's authoritative voice. Yukika stares intensely ahead with a stern expression. A speech bubble warns that if he still insists on coming in, Yukika's eye glows with a piercing purple intensity, radiating a terrifying pressure. The onlookers watch in deep suspense and anticipation. Standing beside Yusung, Rika looks up and asks if he's ready, to which he calmly replies, "Yeah." When asked about her pressure, Yusung looks calmly focused, while behind Yukika, a massive glowing blue snake manifests as a symbol of her intense aura. Yusung tells Rika to wait there and that he will be right back, while Rika nervously replies that she feels like she'd get scolded if she went in, wishing him good luck. Inside the kendo club training hall, rows of wooden swords and protective armor are neatly arranged. Yukika stands in her kendo stance, holding her wooden sword in front of her. Yusung and Yukika stand facing each other on the wooden floor of the spacious dojo. Yusung holds his wooden sword loosely, warning Yukika not to blame him if she gets hurt. Yukika raises her wooden sword with a sharp, disciplined stance. A narrative bubble declares that he unfortunately won't be able to touch a single strand of her hair. Yukika focuses her piercing gaze on him and tells Kim Yusung to get ready. With a sudden burst of speed, Yukika lunges forward and strikes, her sword clashing sharply against Yusung's block. They exchange rapid, blinding blows that echo loudly throughout the dojo. As she moves, Yukika acknowledges his skill, admitting that he is pretty good for a rumored thug. However, she confidently points out that in the end, he is just a civilian who has worked out a bit, which won't work against a trained martial artist. Yusung calmly parries her swift attack with effortless precision. He sweeps his sword in a wide, powerful arc to redirect her momentum. Spotting a momentary vulnerability, Yukika's eyes widen as she mentally notes an opening. With a swift, coordinated grip, Yukika prepares to execute her decisive strike. In a sudden twist, Yusung's sword is knocked high into the air, flying completely out of his hand. Yusung looks up blankly, watching his sword spin through the air with a neutral, unimpressed expression. Confident in her victory, Yukika smirks and calls him a fool, mocking him for not seeing through such a simple feint. Declaring that the match is over, Yukika swings her sword down to land the final winning blow. In an incredible display of reflexes, Yusung casually raises his hand to catch his spinning wooden sword right out of the air. A terrifyingly sinister grin spreads across Yusung's face, radiating a dark and overwhelming pressure that leaves Yukika frozen in sheer terror. With absolute ease, Yusung stands tall and holds his wooden sword high in the air, while Yukika is forced to scramble back to regain her footing. Gripping her wooden sword tightly, Yukika glares ahead, focusing all her concentration as she prepares for the next exchange. Yusung calmly analyzes her movements, wondering if she backed off to lure him into a counterattack or if she's simply taking it easy on him, noting that a second's delay could have ended the match. Realizing the immense pressure she is under, Yukika sweat drops and swallows hard, knowing that she will be the one in danger if the match drags on any longer. Stealing her resolve, Yukika decides to put everything she has into finishing the fight with the very next strike. Channeling her ultimate aura, a massive, terrifying blue serpent manifests behind Yukika as she charges forward with a ferocious lunge. With a powerful shout, Yukika unleashes her decisive blow, declaring that it is finally over for Kim Yusung. As the strike descends, Yusung remains completely motionless, calmly bracing for the impact. Yukika's sword makes direct, explosive impact right against Yusung's chest, releasing a brilliant burst of energy. Despite the devastating force of the strike, Yusung barely even flinches, letting out a quiet grunt as the energy disperses harmlessly against his body. Yukika confidently boasts, asking him how he likes the devastating power of the Fuma clan's secret technique. A smug smile plays on Yukika's lips as she declares that no one has ever survived that strike, even in training, telling him his villainy ends right here. But her triumph is instantly cut short as she gasps in confusion, suddenly taking a devastating, explosive blow directly to her chest that sends her reeling. Blown backward by the sheer force, Yukika desperately wonders what kind of attack she was just hit with, questioning if he used a hidden weapon. She quickly dismisses the thought of a hidden weapon, realizing that she didn't sense any external object or weapon at all. In midair, a sudden, terrifying realization flashes across her mind as she pieces together what actually happened. Horrified, she silently begs that her sudden suspicion isn't true. Yukika realizes that Yusung's sheer physical defense was so absurdly high that her sword simply broke against his muscular chest, a feat of pure muscle armor that sent the shockwave back at her. The next day at school, the classroom is filled with excited whispers as students eagerly gossip about the unbelievable match. Yusung sits silently at his desk with his arms crossed, completely unbothered by the rumors swirling around him. He quietly notes to himself how incredibly fast the rumors about his victory over the kendo captain are spreading. Yusung sweats nervously, realizing he only wanted to check out the school clubs and had no idea he was this strong, wondering if this is some kind of ridiculous rom-com plot armor. Nearby, Ryuji Sakamoto, the main protagonist, chats with a classmate, with Yusung observing that as the protagonist, Ryuji likely won't stray far from the main storyline. Walking into the classroom with a bright smile, Rika enthusiastically greets Yusung, who calmly welcomes her back. Suddenly, the classroom door is violently slammed open with a loud, echoing crash. A furious, red-haired girl stands in the doorway, screaming at the top of her lungs for Sakamoto Ryuji to get out there right this second. The entire classroom instantly goes quiet, staring in complete shock at the angry girl who just barged in. Ryuji sweats profusely, looking incredibly awkward and nervous as he realizes he's the target of her intense anger. Marching straight up to Ryuji, the girl stands right in front of him, glaring up intensely with an irritated scowl. She angrily accuses Ryuji of beating up her club juniors and now playing dumb about it, while Yusung and Rika watch the dramatic confrontation with complete confusion. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl named Mai steps forward defensively, shouting at the red-haired intruder to ask who on earth she thinks she is. The two girls stand nose to nose, glaring daggers at each other as they prepare for a massive argument. The red-haired girl is momentarily taken aback as Mai explains that she was terrified and didn't know what to do, and that Ryuji was actually the one who saved her. Mai furiously demands to know if she still thinks Ryuji is at fault now that she knows the actual truth, leaving the red-haired girl completely speechless and stammering. Crossing her arms with a smug, victorious huff, Mai turns away as the red-haired girl stares at her in silence. Mai glances back with a raised eyebrow, wondering what the red-haired girl is going to do next. Suddenly, the red-haired girl yells out with determination, deciding to make a drastic move. In a sudden, explosive burst of emotion, she screams out her true feelings at the top of her lungs. Blushing furiously, the red-haired girl points a finger directly at Ryuji and boldly demands that he become her man. Ryuji stands frozen, his eyes wide in absolute shock and disbelief at the sudden and bizarre confession. Mai stands completely dumbfounded with blank, hollow eyes, her mind entirely blanking out as she processes the ridiculous turn of events. Boldly grabbing Ryuji's arm, the red-haired girl pulls him close, leaving a sweat-dropping Mai to watch in absolute disbelief. Bursting into tears of pure frustration and jealousy, Mai screams at the top of her lungs, declaring that there is absolutely no way she will allow this. Watching the dramatic chaos unfold, Yusung sweats in sheer horror, thinking to himself how terrifying the world of rom-coms is, and noting that the fierce war between the female leads has officially begun. Rika clutches her cheeks with a deeply blushing, sparkling expression, completely thrilled and overjoyed by the dramatic romance unfolding right in front of her. Looking up with a bright, blushing smile, the red-haired girl gazes at Ryuji with genuine affection. The surrounding classmates immediately gather in excited groups, eagerly debating who they think Ryuji will ultimately choose. One classmate confidently argues that Yaguchi is definitely the better choice, shallowly pointing out that she is friendly and has a great figure. Another classmate passionately counters, arguing that you can't beat a girlfriend who acts like a fierce guard dog to others but becomes a sweet, loyal puppy just for her boyfriend. Yusung sweats nervously as he watches the intense argument, thinking about how terrifyingly fast rom-com plots move after dropping such an unbelievable bombshell. In class, Rika cheerfully turns to Yusung and says, "Hey!" Yusung, slightly startled, looks back and responds, Rika leans in close with a smug, adorable, fang-like grin, her eyes sparkling as she prepares to say something teasing. Yusung crosses his arms and calmly replies, "Well, I'm not really sure," which prompts a disappointed Rika to stretch out her arms and complain, "What? You're no fun." Yusung smiles knowingly as he thinks about the original storyline, imagining Ryuji ending up happily with his childhood friend, Mai, amidst a shower of romantic red roses. Suddenly, Yusung's eyes widen in sheer shock as a sudden, startling realization flashes across his mind. Rika winks playfully and puts a finger to her lips, speaking with a devious, sparkling grin. Rika confidently boasts about her counseling abilities, while behind her, Yusung is enveloped in a dark, sweaty aura, completely exhausted by her dramatic self-praise. Yusung comments, "Relationship? You seem pretty confident in your counseling skills," to which Rika proudly puffs out her chest and replies, "Of course I am." Rika continues to boast with closed eyes and a dazzling, sparkling backdrop, while Yusung sweat drops, looking entirely unimpressed as he groans, "Ugh." Rika clenches her fists in dramatic frustration, complaining, "That's the problem. I know I could help her if she'd just ask," while Yusung looks at her sweat dropping, thinking, "She's such a busybody. Why is she getting so worked up over this?" Clasping her hands together with big, sparkling eyes, Rika prays, "Please, I really hope she comes to me for advice," leaving Yusung to stare at her with question marks floating above his head. Suddenly, a hand violently slides open the classroom door with a loud, dramatic whoosh. Yusung turns his head in surprise, staring intently at the door as he thinks, "Wait, is that?" Standing by the doorway, Yusung looks into the classroom and spots the red-haired girl, Karen Tojo, sitting on a desk with her arms crossed and looking incredibly brooding. He mutters, "Tojo?" A classmate approaches Yusung to greet him with a morning and whispers, "Oh, her? Looks like she's pestering Sakamoto to hang out this weekend. She said she wants to treat him to a meal as an apology or something." Hearing this, Yusung sweat drops and exclaims in disbelief, "A meal together on the weekend? Isn't that just a date?" To which the classmate whispers back, "Exactly." Yusung looks incredibly serious, narrowing his eyes as he repeats the classmate's description, asking, "Powerful?" The classmate explains, apparently Karen Tojo is the daughter of the boss of the Dongsung clan, revealing her terrifying background as her red eyes glare alongside her father's imposing figure. Yusung asks in shock, the Dongsung clan? The Yakuza? While an image of Karen walking with her father and their suited subordinates flashes in his mind. The classmate confirms, right. Yusung deadpans. Wow, that's surprising, which completely catches the classmate off guard, leaving him sweating at Yusung's ridiculously calm reaction. The classmate's sweat drops and sighs, well, I guess so. Even if it's true, she hasn't done anything to us, so it's not a problem. Man. The classmate suddenly blushes, looking at Yusung with sparkling, starry eyes as he says, I seriously want to start calling you Hyung now, to which Yusung deadpans back with a dark shadow. Don't, it's creepy. A close-up of Yusung's eyes shows him suddenly putting the pieces together as he thinks, wait, now that I think about it? Meanwhile, Karen Tojo lunges forward with a fierce, dramatic kick, shouting Sakamoto at the top of her lungs. Karen aggressively corners Ryuji in the hallway, yelling, have you still not accepted my invitation for the weekend? I must give you a proper apology. While Ryuji sweats nervously and stammers, no, well, as Mai watches anxiously in the background. Mai steps in defensively, shouting, please stop, you're making him uncomfortable. But Karen barks back fiercely, this is none of your business. In the classroom, a group of male classmates weep tears of pure jealousy, crying, why is it always Sakamoto? I wish girls like me too. While in the background, Yusung sweat drops at his desk, thinking, I don't know, is it really that great? Karen violently slides open the classroom door during a lesson and yells, Sakamoto, hurry up and accept the invitation, while the angry teacher slams his hands on the podium, screaming, class isn't over yet. Karen then bursts into the boys' locker room, screaming, is he in here? Shocking a half-dressed Ryuji and sending the other boys scrambling in panic to cover themselves. Cornering Ryuji in the hallway again, Karen points a finger and aggressively declares, you're having a meal with me this weekend, leaving Ryuji completely startled and sweating. Ryuji weeps tears of absolute exhaustion, crying, please give it a rest, as Karen's voice echoes in the background, calling his name. Later, Yusung and Rika carry their lunch trays through the cafeteria, chatting comfortably as they look for a place to sit. As they get their food, Yusung mentions, during Golden Week, I don't really have any plans. I was thinking of helping out at the restaurant. Sitting across from him, Rika brightly asks, hey, if you have some spare time, do you want to come over to my place? Which catches Yusung completely off guard as he blinks and mutters, your house? Yusung looks at her in surprise, blinking as he asks, oh, really? Just how many? Rika holds up a finger and boasts about her massive walk-in closet, showing a chibi thought bubble of herself standing in a giant wardrobe. Yusung looks stunned, asking, whoa, your father did? A close-up of Yusung's eye shows him looking surprised and curious as he processes her words. Rika happily munches on her rice ball, while Yusung notes, come to think of it, Rika, you're so thin, but you eat a lot. Rika tilts her head in confusion and asks, do I? A close-up shows a delicious slice of fried pork cutlet dripping with sauce being lifted from a bowl of hot udon. Rika smiles proudly, gesturing towards her chest with a smug, teasing expression. Rika confidently declares, goes straight to my chest, which leaves a shocked Yusung completely frozen with wide eyes, his mind screaming, your chest? Rika immediately crosses her arms and playfully pouts, screaming, eek, pervert, where do you think you're looking? While a shadow-faced Yusung grinds his teeth in annoyance, thinking, you brat, it was a trap. Rika giggles mischievously as she walks through the cafeteria, while Karen Tojo carries her lunch tray nearby in the foreground. Rika's eyes suddenly widen in surprise as she notices someone nearby. The name Tojo flashes in a dramatic, jagged bubble over a blurred cafeteria background. Rika stands frozen in complete shock, her eyes wide and mouth agape as Karen Tojo approaches their table with her tray, leaving Yusung looking equally startled. Rika leaps back in a dramatic panic, screaming in alarm, while Yusung frantically tries to calm her down, waving his hands and stammering, hey! Karen Tojo looks over at them with a blank, slightly confused expression, a question mark floating near her head as she wonders what they're doing. Standing by their table, Karen holds her lunch tray and looks down at them, while Yusung and Rika look back, tense and surprised by her sudden presence. Rika leans in closer to Yusung with a bright, curious smile, her gaze shifting over to the red-haired girl, Karen, who looks completely taken aback by her sudden proximity. Karen blushes, stuttering in confusion as Rika playfully asks about a relationship, prompting Yusung to stare in absolute bewilderment at their bizarre interaction. Blushing furiously, Karen closes her eyes and shouts defensively to hide her embarrassment. Karen turns her head in surprise, her eyes wide with shock as Rika stares at her with a blank, curious expression. Reacting in a sudden panic, Yusung aggressively covers Rika's mouth and frantically hushes her, warning her to be quiet because everyone in the hallway can hear them. Rika is completely silenced, her eyes wide in shock as Yusung keeps his hand firmly clamped over her mouth. Blushing slightly, Karen turns around with a flustered expression, looking extremely embarrassed by the sudden commotion. As the sun sets, Yusung walks home alone on a quiet city bridge, thinking about how Kishimoto seems to be having way too much fun with the dramatic events unfolding around them. A vibrant pink background with floating hearts frames a cheerful announcement declaring that they will all meet after school tomorrow for a group hangout. Rika pumps her fists in pure excitement, celebrating the plan, while a sweat-dropping Yusung asks in disbelief if he is included in this arrangement, and Karen looks on with a nervous, blushing smile. Yusung looks back at a massive body fitness gym building against the evening sky, thinking to himself that in the original story, those two girls were supposed to be love rivals for Sakamoto. A textured background highlights Yusung's inner thoughts, reflecting on how strange it is that Rika is being so proactive about helping Karen. Opening the gym door with a quiet slide, Yusung steps inside, letting out a soft sigh as he prepares for his workout. Upon entering, Yusung is greeted by the intense sounds of heavy breathing and weights clanking as muscular gym members vigorously perform push-ups and bench presses. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, prompting a surprised Yusung to turn around and spot a familiar girl in athletic wear standing behind him. Yusung's eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes her, completely unexpected to run into her in a place like this. Standing confidently in her gym attire, Fuma Yukika, an athletic girl with long blue hair tied in a high ponytail, stares back at him with an intense, focused gaze. Turning around fully, Yusung stares at Fuma in surprise, repeating her name in disbelief. A close-up shows Fuma looking slightly caught off guard, a subtle blush on her cheeks as she makes eye contact with Yusung. Sweat-dropping, Yusung looks over at the muscular gym members who are passionately training and shouting in the background, thinking to himself that it makes perfect sense to see her here. Standing confidently in her gym gear, Fuma looks down thoughtfully, wondering what exercise she should start with. Yusung mentions that he didn't know Fuma lived around here, to which she quietly responds that she recently moved. Hearing this, Yusung's eyes light up with a surprised expression as his mind processes the perfect opportunity of her moving nearby. Suddenly, a cheerful, muscular elderly man with a gray mustache bursts into a wide, bright grin. The muscular trainer loudly declares that from now on, Yusung can show Fuma the ropes and guide her through her workouts. Throwing his arm around Yusung's shoulder with a big laugh, the trainer gives Fuma a thumbs up, leaving Yusung completely startled by the sudden arrangement. Leaning in close, the trainer whispers deviously to Yusung, saying that Fuma definitely came to this gym because she likes him and wishes him good luck. Sweating nervously, Yusung scratches his head in embarrassment as the trainer walks away chuckling, leaving him alone with a quiet, waiting Fuma. Standing in front of a heavy barbell rack, Yusung, Fuma, and the trainer prepare for a demonstration, with an imposing atmosphere filling the room. Fuma's eyes widen in absolute shock and disbelief as she gasps, questioning if they are seriously starting with a massive weight of 220 kilograms? Standing calmly in front of the heavy barbell, Yusung prepares himself, his expression serious and focused. Clenching his fists, Yusung grips the bar tightly, centering his balance as he prepares to lift. With a confident grin from the trainer watching in the background, Yusung takes a deep breath and performs a perfect overhead squat with the massive barbell, leaving Fuma completely dumbfounded and gasping in sheer awe. Turning to Yusung with a bright smile, the trainer cheerfully suggests raising the weight to 270 kilograms, to which a calm Yusung simply replies, "Got it." After effortlessly completing 5 whole sets, Yusung lets out a relaxed breath, while behind him, the trainer laughs proudly and Fuma stands completely frozen in absolute terror and disbelief at his monstrous strength. The trainer winks and gives a thumbs up, laughing, while Fuma sweats nervously, her mind reeling as she processes what she just witnessed. Staring intently at Yusung, Fuma's eyes tremble in shock as she thinks to herself that his physique is definitely not that of a normal high school sophomore, calling him a literal monster. Enveloped in a terrifyingly powerful purple aura, Yusung stands tall as Fuma realizes that he possesses the legendary anomaly she has only heard rumors about, the extreme yang physique. A dramatic close-up of Yusung's eyes, shadowed in darkness, emphasizes his overwhelming, menacing pressure. Narration boxes explain that this legendary constitution is born with the exceptional vitality of 100 men. The narration continues, showing historical illustrations of legendary heroes and mythical figures battling wild beasts, all of whom possess this same legendary extreme yang physique. Remembering their past combat encounter, Fuma narrows her eyes seriously, realizing that Yusong's overwhelming power is definitely not something anyone could achieve just by ordinary working out. A traditional Japanese estate stands serene and beautiful under the bright morning sun. As they step inside, a group of suited subordinates loudly welcome Karen home, while Karen casually walks in with Yusung and Rika, leaving Yusung sweat dropping at the intimidating reception. Looking incredibly serious, Yusung narrows his eyes in deep thought, wondering if Karen's family is truly the Yakuza and why Rika didn't seem surprised at all. Continuing his inner monologue, Yusung thinks about how, as someone who was recently isekai'd into this world, he will never get used to these bizarre and terrifying situations. Suddenly, an older, scarred man with a mustache gasps in absolute shock, his eyes wide as he spots Yusung. Enveloped in a dark, terrifying purple aura, Yusung looks down silently, prompting the scarred man to sweat in pure terror at his massive size and menacing presence. Pointing an accusing finger, the scarred man fiercely yells at Yusung, accusing him of being a spy from a rival organization, while Karen yells back in frustration and a startled Yusung looks on in confusion. Karen aggressively steps in front of Yusung to defend him, while the scarred man shouts in disbelief, pointing out Yusung's terrifying size, intense bloodlust, and arguing that there is absolutely no way his face belongs to a high schooler. Shadowed in dark lines, Yusung has a deadpan expression on his face as he mutters, "I didn't even do anything." In a neat, sunlit traditional kitchen, a speech bubble reads, "My men were out of line." Sweating nervously and scratching his head, Yusung sheepishly responds, "No, it's fine. I'm used to being misunderstood," as Karen bows deeply before him in apology. Scratching the back of his neck, Yusung stands awkwardly in his apron as he tells Karen and Rika, "Look, thanks for the invite, but I don't think I'll be much help with relationship advice." Holding up a raw onion with a nervous blush, Karen wonders, can I really win Sakamoto's heart with cooking? Beside a cheerful Rika who confidently claims, nothing beats a handmade meal when you're trying to express your feelings. A pink star-patterned background frames a dramatic narration bubble declaring, "The love expert, Kishimoto Rika." Rika stands proudly and makes a peace sign, winking as she refers to herself as the love expert, while a heavily shadowed, sweat-dropping Yusung shivers in cringe, thinking to himself, isn't she embarrassed to say that herself? "All right, if you're ready, let's start cooking." Energetic screen flashes with dialogue bubbles. "All right, if you're ready, let's start cooking," followed by an enthusiastic, "Okay." The three of them join hands in a lively high five, with a bubble saying, "Yes." A wall clock shows the time passing, ticking away past 5 o'clock as a bubble sighs, "Pew!" A vibrant burst of light frames a speech bubble triumphantly declaring, "Wow, it's done." Karen closes her eyes tightly and blushes, shouting out with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Karen proudly presents her completed handmade bento box, filled with fluffy white rice, delicious meatballs, sliced onions, and adorable sausage octopuses with little eyes. Karen proudly holds her bento box high in the air in triumph, while Rika enthusiastically claps her hands in support and cheers her on. Panels show the chaotic cooking process, with Yusung frantically warning Karen about the high heat, followed by her accidentally burning the food into a green, twisted nether karage with tiny ghosts floating above it, leaving Yusung thinking, even for a first-timer, that was a rough road. So this is what rom-com cooking is like. Standing in the kitchen with his apron, Yusung looks over at Karen and Rika, asking, "Then should I whip up something quick for dinner?" Which prompts a surprised Rika to ask, "You, Kim?" With a confident and serious gaze, Yusung replies, "Yeah, leave it to me." Turning up the heat, Yusung skillfully tosses ingredients in a fiery wok like a professional chef, leaving Karen and Rika watching in complete awe with sparkling eyes. A plate of beautiful prepared golden brown fried rice is served, prompting an excited exclamation, "Whoa, this looks delicious!" Sitting at the dining table, Karen and Rika eagerly scoop up mouthfuls of the fried rice, their faces lighting up with joy as they exclaim in pure delight, "This is amazing!" Chewing happily, Rika turns to Yusung in surprise and asks, "Ryu-chan, since when were you so good at cooking?" Yusung scratches his cheek and explains, "I don't know, maybe around the second semester of freshman year when I started making my own bento?" A warm, nostalgic memory shows Yusung's mother preparing food in the kitchen early in the morning, as Yusung recalls that during his first semester, she would wake up at dawn to make his meals, making him feel terribly guilty whenever he saw how exhausted she looked. Deep in his thoughts, Yusung stands calmly over the stove, carefully stirring a hot pan with chopsticks as he cooks. Sitting back at the table, Rika raises her hand high with a teasing, cheerful smile, playfully asking, so you're a filial daughter with unfilial tendencies?" While Karen continues happily eating her food. Rika suddenly gasps in shock as a dramatic lightning bolt flashes, remembering something important as she declares, "Gasp! That's right! Now that I think about it, Kishimoto Rika has something for Tojo-chan," which leaves Karen looking completely startled. Against a sparkling pink background, a hand presents a neatly folded brown paper gift bag adorned with a beautiful pink ribbon. Handing the gift bag over to a blushing, startled Karen, Rika smiles warmly and tells her that she bought it for her. Walking alongside Karen, Rika raises her finger in excitement and suggests, "Go clothes shopping together," while Yusung sits in the background eating his fried rice, as Karen nervously asks, "Do I have to buy clothes too?" Holding her gift bag, a flustered Karen looks down nervously as Rika's voice points out that her current style is a bit... Rika's sweat drops but smiles cheekily as she bluntly finishes her sentence, describing Karen's current fashion as being like an old man's, like wearing a gym jersey over your school uniform, which leaves a shocked Karen screaming in comedic despair. Sweat dropping with a dry smile, Yusung observes their comical exchange and thinks to himself that Kishimoto is surprisingly blunt. Clapping her hands together, Rika beams with a bright, innocent grin, fully satisfied with her fashion assessment. Standing opposite Rika, Yusung points to himself in confusion, asking, I'm just supposed to wait here by myself? Pushing Karen forward, a cheerful Rika calls out, "Let's go, Tojo-chan," while Karen stammers nervously in response, and Yusung watches them leave, sitting alone with his arms crossed. As the night sky settles over the bustling city streets, the glowing streetlights illuminate the crowds of people walking home, with the speech bubble sighing, "Phew, that was actually pretty fun." Walking side by side under the night sky, Rika stretches her arms back with a big yawn and a smile, while Yusung looks up thoughtfully, thinking, "I really hope Tojo succeeds in getting that date." Suddenly, Yusung stops in his tracks as he spots a bright neon sign in the distance, letting out a quiet, "Ah." Pointing towards the brightly lit storefront, Yusung asks, "Mind if we stop by a convenience store? I need to pick up this week's manga magazine." A close-up shows Yusung holding a colorful manga magazine featuring cute chibi animal characters and a smiling boy on the cover. Inside the convenience store, Rika stands by the magazine rack, smiling brightly as she holds a copy and asks, "You buy it every week too, Ryu-chan?" Flipping through their respective books, Rika giggles cheerfully, saying, "Exactly," while Yusung looks over at her with a slightly surprised expression. Looking at her with a soft, warm smile, Yusung thoughtfully remarks, "Yeah, you are definitely a good person," which leaves Rika completely stunned with wide eyes and a blush on her cheeks. Standing side by side in the aisle, Rika clutches her book tightly in complete silence, while Yusung continues flipping through his manga, unaware of the sudden tension. A close-up of Rika's face shows her blushing furiously, her heart racing as Yusung's kind words echo in her mind. Clenching her book to her chest, a deeply flustered Rika stammers in a mechanical wooden panic as Yusung looks down at her in confusion, wondering what is wrong. Unable to handle her embarrassment, Rika suddenly bolts out of the convenience store at full speed, leaving a bewildered Yusung calling out, "Oh, okay, good." Left standing alone in the store, Yusung watches her run away, sweating nervously as he wonders, "Rika, don't tell me." The bright morning sun shines over the white facade of the high school building. In the school hallway, two male students look over with surprised, blushing faces as a sudden commotion catches their attention. Walking slowly down the hallway with her head bowed and eyes hidden in shadow, Karen Tojo catches everyone's eye as she clutches her notebook tightly to her chest. Karen looks down in profile, her face slightly flushed with a mix of serious determination and subtle embarrassment. Karen stands before Yusung's desk in the classroom, nervously handing him a stylish brown envelope as a surprised Yusung asks if it is a challenge letter. Blushing furiously, Karen looks away and touches her face in embarrassment, yelling out, "What are you looking at?" A bright, sunny morning shines over the modern storefronts of a bustling downtown shopping district. Rika energetically drags Karen along as they walk through the mall, with Yusung carrying a bag and following behind as they look for clothes. Yusung stands quietly with a blank, deadpan expression as Rika enthusiastically chatters and laughs right next to him. Feeling completely out of his element in the ladies' boutique, Yusung sweats nervously and thinks to himself that he has absolutely no reason to be in a place like this. Yusung sweat drops and asks if he really needs to come along, but a chibi Rika points at him and asserts that he is a vital part of the team. Rika's eyes sparkle with excitement as she spots a trendy boutique named Marionette with elegant dresses displayed in the window. Grabbing a startled Karen by the hand, Rika enthusiastically pulls her towards the store, shouting, "Hurry, let's go try them on." Rika playfully dumps a large pile of clothes into a startled Karen's arms, while a sweat-dropping Yusung watches them in mild surprise. Laughing with pure joy, Rika pushes a thoroughly confused and protesting Karen into the fitting room. Rika turns back to Yusung, flashing a mischievous, glowing-eyed grin that leaves him sweating nervously. Inside the fitting room, Rika leans in close to Karen with a playful smirk, while Karen blushes and panics at her touch. Outside the fitting room, Yusung blushes and sweats in pure confusion as he overhears Karen shouting, "Wait, that's a sensitive spot, be gentle." Karen shyly steps out of the changing room, dressed in an adorable white blouse with a black ruffled skirt and thigh-high socks, while Rika stands behind her with a proud grin. Rika proudly asks, "What do you think?" while a smiling Yusung warmly compliments Karen, telling her that the outfit looks really good on her. Shyly touching her hair, Karen looks down with a deep blush as Yusung marvels at her incredible transformation, thinking that clothes truly make the woman. The bright afternoon sun shines over the traditional tiled rooftops of the imposing Dongsung-ho mansion. Inside a dimly lit boardroom, a group of suited subordinates stand in a tense silence around their seated leader. Clasping his hands solemnly, the formidable sixth chairman of the Dongsung-ho, Tojo Naoto, stares forward with a scarred, stern expression. Looking incredibly grim, the chairman mutters in a dark, ominous voice, "It seems Karen." Slamming a kitchen knife violently onto the table, the chairman furiously declares that his daughter has finally found a boy she likes. The suited subordinates sweat in pure terror and shock, frantically wondering who could possibly dare to court their young lady Karen. Pointing forward, the angry chairman calls out to his secretary Sento, firmly declaring that he won't just give his daughter away to anyone. Adjusting his glasses with a serious face, the loyal secretary Sento prepares to deliver his detailed report on the boy. A dramatic lightning bolt flashes behind a text bubble displaying the target's name, Sakamoto Ryuji. Sento plays a recording on a screen showing Ryuji explaining that he attends the prestigious Ichijo Private Academy alongside Karen. Sento reports that Karen recently expressed a desire to visit a hair salon, leading him to personally escort her there. Sento presents a smartphone screen displaying bank transaction alerts for several high-end department store purchases. Against a dark, crackling background, Sento reveals the shocking news that Karen is planning a date with Ryuji this weekend. Enraged, the chairman brandishes his knife and screams Ryuji's name in absolute fury while his terrified men desperately try to restrain him. With veins popping on his forehead, the furious chairman growls, "Everyone with free time this weekend, assemble." Holding his knife high, the chairman commands his men to shadow Karen's date and ensure that Ryuji doesn't try anything funny. Raising their fists in determination, the top executives shout in unison, "Yes, sir," as they prepare to go all out under the chairman's orders. Inside a fast food restaurant, a bright overhead sign proudly reads, "Trip to find delicious burger." Trays of delicious shrimp burgers, crispy French fries, and cold sodas are neatly prepared for the group. Sitting across the table, Karen watches with a sweat drop as Rika and Yusung happily munch on French fries. Digging into their food, Rika cheerfully explains that helping out is exactly what friends are for. Karen smiles warmly and gratefully at Rika, who happily chatters away while holding a fry. Taking a large bite of his burger, Yusung sweat drops and explains that he is fine because he had a big lunch, adding that he prefers rice over bread. Looking at her burger with a soft smile, Karen gently says that buying them lunch is the least she can do after all their help. Chewing his burger, Yusung observes Karen and realizes that despite her delinquent reputation, she's actually incredibly sweet and thoughtful. Yusung looks at Karen with a gentle gaze as he continues to reflect on how kind-hearted she truly is. Deep in thought, Yusung smiles slightly to himself, realizing that one really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Karen notices Yusung's gaze and blushes nervously, stammering to ask if there is something on her face. Chuckling, Yusung teasingly tells her he was just joking, prompting a flustered Karen to hide her blushing face while Rika happily eats. Sitting up straight, Karen raises a finger and explains her plan to take Ryuji to a movie for their date. Screaming in comical disbelief, Rika points a dramatic accusing finger at Karen, completely shocked by her basic date idea. Slamming her hands on the table, Rika holds up her phone and passionately declares, "You can't win someone's heart by just doing what everyone else does. So instead of a movie, how about this place?" A close-up of Rika's hand holding a smartphone, displaying a vibrant photo of a large aquarium filled with shimmering blue water, coral reefs, a majestic manta ray, and schools of colorful fish. In a series of dreamlike panels, Rika enthusiastically describes her ideal date spot, highlighting the beautifully shimmering waves, peacefully dancing fish and coral reefs, and the perfectly romantic dim indoor lighting as a silhouetted couple stands close together in front of a giant aquarium tank. While chibi versions of Rika and Karen celebrate their absolute trust in the plan and decide to go to the aquarium, a sweat-dropping Yusung looks on with a dark, weary expression, silently pleading, "Not again, that romance expert nonsense." The warm, golden rays of the afternoon sun illuminate the towering modern office buildings of a bustling downtown district. Walking side by side along the sidewalk, Rika smiles brightly and stretches out her arm, waving goodbye to Karen, while Yusung walks next to her with a warm, relaxed smile. Waving cheerfully from a wide-angle perspective, Rika calls out bye as a beautifully dressed Karen walks off down the sunlit, tree-lined downtown promenade to meet her date. After seeing Karen off, Rika continues to wave with a sweet, content smile, while Yusung waves with a slightly perplexed, sweat-dropping expression. Turning to Yusung with an excited and eager expression, Rika asks him, "Ryu-chan, what are you doing tomorrow?" leaving him completely startled and sweat-dropping. Throwing her fists up in sheer excitement, Rika declares that they are going to tail Karen on her date, prompting a horrified Yusung to yell in protest, "What? Don't I have the right to enjoy my own weekend?" With flames of absolute determination burning in her eyes, a fiercely passionate Rika pumps her fists, leaving a defeated Yusung to cover his face in pure exhaustion. Slapping her hand against his in an enthusiastic high five, a cheerful Rika exclaims, "That's my Ryu-chan," while Yusung sweat drops, resigned to his fate. The bright evening sky glows with fiery shades of orange and red over the city's towering high-rise buildings. On the crowded city street, passers-by whisper in concern and glance back with startled, sweating faces as a menacing presence walks through the crowd. Walking through the downtown area, other pedestrians gulp nervously and look back in sheer terror as a dark, heavy atmosphere fills the air. As a little girl points in confusion and asks her mother about a mister with weird hair, her panicked mother frantically tells her to look away from Tojo Naoto, the towering, scar-faced sixth chairman, who is marching forward in a long trench coat and sunglasses, flanked by his intimidating subordinates. Against a dark, textured background, an ominous red-bordered text bubble declares, "The place where my daughter, Karen, will have her first date." Standing on the promenade in her lovely ruffed date outfit and clutching a wrapped purple gift box, Karen looks over in surprise as her date, Sakamoto, runs up to her waving, calling out, "Tojo!" Running up with a bright, friendly smile, Sakamoto blushes slightly as he greets Karen warmly. Seeing Sakamoto, Karen smiles brightly with a deep, happy blush, shyly touching her short red hair. Sakamoto stands before Karen with a gentle, appreciative gaze, leaving her staring up at him in nervous, blushing silence. A close-up of Karen shows her looking up at Sakamoto, her heart pounding with a loud, sweet thump as she takes in his kind face. Walking side by side down the sidewalk, Karen stammers a shy, blushing, "thank you," while Sakamoto chuckles warmly and rubs the back of his neck. A close-up of their feet walking in step on the paved street highlights their cute coordination as they walk together. From a distance, a disguised Rika and Yusung spy on the young couple as Sakamoto smiles and offers, "I'll carry this for you," and Karen cheerfully replies, "All right, let's go, just follow my lead today." Peeking out from behind a concrete pillar in their disguises, a wearing glasses Rika whispers, "Disguises are perfect, and the mood between Karen and Sakamoto is great," while a sweating Yusung sighs behind her thinking, "Is this the result of yesterday's special training?" Instantly dashing forward at full speed, Rika bolts after the couple, leaving a startled Yusung running to keep up while calling out, "Hey, wait for me!" As Karen and Sakamoto walk happily in front of a cafe, they are completely unaware that the giant chairman and Sento are closely shadowing them in hilarious trench coat and sunglasses disguises. An extreme close-up of the chairman's clenched jaw shows him grinding his teeth and trembling in absolute overprotective fury. Exploding in rage, the towering chairman pumps his fist and screams, "How dare he make my daughter wait for 5 whole minutes?" while a weeping Sento desperately clings to his leg, pleading, "Please calm down, chairman." Adjusting his glasses nervously, Sento whispers, "Chairman, that's not the problem right now. People are starting to look at us suspiciously," leaving the shocked chairman to wonder how their perfect disguises could possibly stand out. A speech bubble explains the glaring issue. "It's likely because the 9 of us are swarming around together. We're standing out too much, 9 people in total." A chibi Sento uses a pointer to present a detailed tactical diagram on a blackboard, suggesting, "Since there are 8 of us besides the chairman, how about we split into pairs to tail them?" Pointing forward with authority, the chairman commands his men to split up in pairs, prompting the top executives to salute and shout, "Yes, sir!" Inside a bright and modern bookstore cafe, a stylish overhead sign proudly welcomes customers to Book Cafe. A close-up displays a massive, mouth-watering jumbo strawberry parfait, overflowing with whipped cream, strawberries, chocolate brownies, ice cream, and Pocky sticks. Clad in her hat and glasses, Chibi Rika eagerly snaps multiple photos of the delicious treat with her smartphone, happily thinking, "Glad I ordered the special jumbo strawberry parfait." Clinking her phone down with a cheerful smile, Rika suddenly blinks and turns her head in mild confusion, uttering a quiet, "Huh?" Looking around the cafe, Rika's sweat drops and remarks, "But something about this place, as she notices a bizarre, chilling silence filling the area around them. Walking stiffly through the calf aisle, two of the chairman's massive, suited underlings try to look casual while wearing cartoonish fake mustaches and sunglasses. Sweating profusely under his blue hood, Yusung gulps nervously and thinks they're so suspicious. Glancing over at the chairman sitting silently at a nearby table in a trench coat, dark sunglasses, and a ridiculously bright orange-red wig, Yusung sweat drops and reflects, especially that guy. He's wearing a weird wig, but he looks just like Tojo. From beneath his hood, Yusung stares deadpan at the bizarrely disguised gang, completely dumbfounded by their lack of subtlety. Sitting across from each other at their cafe table, Karen raises a finger and excitedly suggests, "Let's make sure to see the dolphins first," to which a smiling Sakamoto warmly replies, "Sure, let's do." A close-up of Karen shows her laughing with pure, bubbly joy, completely relaxed and having the time of her life. Glancing over at Karen's radiant, happy smile, a deeply stunned Yusung feels a sudden, profound shock of realization. Looking over at the calf scene where Karen and Sakamoto laugh happily amidst bright, bubbly sound effects, while the terrifyingly disguised chairman and his underlings cast a dark, menacing shadow over the surrounding tables, Yusung sweat drops and reflects, "I think your date is going to be a rough one, Tojo." A bright exterior shot shows the entrance of Shibuya Station, with a blue sign clearly displaying JR Shibuya ST. Inside a tightly packed, crowded subway train, a squished Sakamoto sweats as he holds onto a strap, while Karen looks completely dizzy and squeezed with spiral eyes, and Rika and Yusung struggle to stand behind them. As the train doors close and the crowd shifts violently, Yusung quickly braces himself against the wall, protectively shielding a deeply blushing Rika in his arms as he looks down in surprise, asking, "Huh?" Pressed tightly against Yusung's chest, a deeply flustered Rika blushes furiously and looks up at him with wide, sparkly eyes, completely ignoring the surrounding crowd complaining about the tight squeeze and pushing. Shielding Rika from the dense crowd on the subway train, Yusung holds his arm against the wall as a flustered Rika thinks in surprise, "I didn't know it would be this crowded." Squeezed tightly together, Rika's face is incredibly close to Yusung's chest, leaving her utterly flustered as she looks up and thinks, "Huh?" Looking down at her with a gentle but worried expression, Yusung takes Rika's hand to keep her safe, prompting her to blush furiously amidst a shower of sparkly, romantic light. As the crowded train jostles and passengers push past, a startled Rika lets out a sharp eek while struggling to stay on her feet. Grabbing her hand securely to keep her from being swept away by the crowd, Yusung urgently calls out, "We're gonna lose them, take my hand." Leading the way through the bustling station, Yusung runs forward while pulling a flustered, glasses-wearing Rika behind him, calling out, "This way." High above the city streets, the bright morning sun shines down on the modern glass facade of the Ikebukuro station building. Breathing heavily as they finally burst out of the crowded station onto the sidewalk, a panting Yusung sighs in relief. "We finally made it out." Blushing deeply, Rika shyly gestures to their still intertwined hands and says, "My hand, please," prompting a startled Yusung to quickly let go and stammer, "Oh, sorry." A close-up of their hands highlights the cute, lingering tension as their fingers gently slip apart and they release their grip. Clutching her hands to her chest, Rika looks away with a deep, happy blush as her heart beats with a loud, sweet thump. Looking at her with a soft, blushing face, Yusung smiles gently and whispers, "Sure," as sparkly bubbles float around them. Suddenly looking ahead, Yusung gasps in dismay. We missed the light! As Karen and Sakamoto cross the street far ahead, leaving Rika to sweat drop and wail, "We lost them! What should we do?" Staring determinedly ahead, Yusung reassures her, "They're heading to the aquarium, so let's just go there," while Rika looks up in surprise. As Yusung walks past, he sweat drops in sheer disbelief at the sight of two of Tojo's massive underlings standing nearby, panting heavily in ridiculous cartoonish disguises. Looking back at the suspiciously disguised trio, Yusung sweat drops and thinks, "These guys," as the underlings complain loudly about the heavy weekend crowd. Pulling his hood low over his face to avoid detection, Yusung sweat drops nervously and reflects, "Those are definitely the men I saw at Tojo's mansion." Stealthily walking away with Rika, Yusung cautiously thinks to himself, "I'd better be careful. They might recognize me." Peering over his glasses with a sharp, calculating gaze, the long-haired Sento narrows his eyes as he spots Yusung walking away. Watching their retreating figures cross the street, Sento notes to himself, "And that should be Miss Kishimoto next to him." Remembering the massive underling's description of Yusung's impressive build, Sento touches his chin and reflects, "I see. No wonder it looked like they were following my Karen. He's so well built, I thought he was a hitman from another family." Adjusting his dark sunglasses with a serious look, Sento stands on the street corner, deeply lost in thought. Sento turns back to address his two sweat-dropping, ridiculously disguised subordinates who wait for his orders. Adjusting his glasses and coat, Sento confidently strides forward with his subordinates, commandingly declaring, "All right, let's move." Standing before the entrance of the Grand Aquarium, Karen gasps in pure wonder. Whoa! While Sakamoto chuckles warmly at her adorable excitement. As Sakamoto happily leads her inside, Karen beams with joy, completely unaware of two heavily bandaged thugs staring at Sakamoto in shocked, vengeful anger from the sidewalk. His nose bandaged and his neck locked in a thick brace, the lead thug gapes in sheer disbelief, muttering a stunned, "Huh? What's?" Gritting his teeth as his eyes widen in recognition, the injured thug realizes exactly who just walked past, thinking, "That guy walking in just now." Watching Sakamoto walk away with Karen, the thug's anger flares as he confirms, "Isn't that Sakamoto?" Scowling with absolute malice, the thug in the neck brace sneers to his partner, "Right? That piece of trash." Looking on with burning resentment, the thugs simmer with rage, thinking, and then has the nerve to enjoy a date with some girl? Veins popping on his forehead as a dark, murderous aura surrounds his face, the thug growls with absolute fury. "This time, I'm really..." Set against a dark, textured background, an ominous pink-bordered bubble declares their deadly intent, "Gonna kill him." A narration box explains, "Rika and I followed Tojo and Sakamoto into the aquarium as Yusung and Rika peek out from behind a display tank to spy on the happy couple." As Karen and Sakamoto share a warm, bubbly laugh in front of a glowing exhibit, the narration notes, "The lighting was too dim to see their expressions clearly, but..." A close-up of Yusung's eye shows him watching the young couple with a surprisingly soft, gentle, and understanding gaze. Karen looks up at her date, laughing with pure, radiant happiness that lights up her entire face. Watching the sweet scene from the shadows, both Yusung and Rika smile warmly and contentedly, happy to see Karen having the time of her life. Under a bright, sunny sky, families and couples enjoy a peaceful afternoon lounging on the lush green lawns of a beautiful downtown park. Unveiling a beautifully packed picnic lunch filled with K-gimbap, neatly rolled inari sushi, and side dishes, Rika happily exclaims, "Whoa, this looks delicious! K-gimbap and inari sushi!" Drooling with absolute delight, Chibi Rika sparkles and cheers, "Yu-chan, you're amazing!" While a proud Chibi Yusung explains, "I put in some effort. We need a full stomach if we're going to tail them. Now let's keep an eye on their date while we eat." Champing down happily on a piece of sushi, Rika closes her eyes in absolute bliss, savoring the delicious flavor. Sitting on a checkered blanket nearby, Sakamoto laughs. "The aquarium was fun, wasn't it?" Prompting a shyly blushing Karen to reply, "Yeah, it was nice seeing all the pretty fish," while Yusung and Rika watch them closely from a wooden picnic table. Trembling with intense nervousness and spiral eyes, a sweat-dropping Karen musters her courage and stammers, well, then let's eat the lunchbox I made." Eating quietly at the picnic table, Yusung looks over at the young couple with a sweat-dropping, slightly worried expression. Karen's smartphone screen displays a past chat history with Sakamoto, showing her sharing photos of her bento practice and Sakamoto warmly offering helpful tips and encouragement. Blushing furiously and hiding her face, Karen nervously opens her multi-tiered picnic box with a click, leaving a surprised Sakamoto staring in anticipation. Inside the box rests a perfectly prepared feast of cute triangular onigiri, neatly rolled egg tamagoyaki, red octopus sausages, and crispy fried chicken, prompting a dazzling burst of excitement. "This is amazing!" Beaming with joy as he picks up one of the beautifully made onigiri, a delighted Sakamoto praises her, while Karen looks on with a deeply blushing, anxious face, hoping he likes it. Taking a big, satisfying bite of the homemade onigiri, Sakamoto's face lights up as a shower of happy sparkles fills the air, proving her hard work paid off perfectly. Karen swallows hard, looking extremely tense and nervous. Sakamoto looks pleasantly surprised as he holds the onigiri Karen made for him. Karen's eyes light up with pure, sparkling joy at his happy reaction. Brimming with excitement, Karen feeds Sakamoto a piece of fried chicken, catching him completely off guard. Sakamoto blushes slightly, completely flustered by her sudden affection. Karen maintains a deadpan, serious expression, determined to see his reaction to her cooking. Feeding him eagerly, Karen asks with sparkling eyes, "How is it?" Sakamoto happily gives a thumbs up and exclaims, "This is delicious too." To her surprise, Sakamoto feeds her a piece back, leaving her to chew happily as her face turns bright red. Overcome with embarrassment and joy, Karen quickly swallows and covers her blushing face. Watching them from their picnic table, Rika agrees while Yusung starts to feel a sense of unease. Yusung grows increasingly anxious, remembering the original ending of the story and wondering what disastrous event is about to unfold. Rika cheerfully chatters on, completely oblivious to Yusung's internal panic. Yusung glares at her suspiciously and asks, "Didn't you keep calling yourself a love expert?" Rika cheekily confesses, "Actually, I've never done it myself. I learned everything from manga," leaving a sweat-dropping Yusung to grumble, "So you've been acting all high and mighty with nothing but manga knowledge?" Yusung sighs in exasperation. Good grief, they're packing up, so let's just keep following them. Rika throws a childish tantrum, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as Yusung walks ahead. Looking back at her antics, Yusung can't help but chuckle softly to himself. Ahead of them, Karen and Sakamoto stroll peacefully through the park, enjoying each other's company. Yusung and Rika stealthily peek out from behind a tree, keeping a close eye on the date. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as a purple gift box drops to the ground, causing Yusung to gasp in surprise. From the shadows, Yusung and Rika watch in shock as two heavily injured thugs confront Karen and Sakamoto. Smirking maliciously, the thugs sneer, "Took us long enough to find you, you pretty boy punk." A tense shockwave ripples through the park as both couples realize they've been cornered by trouble. The thugs mockingly laugh, "And now you're out with a new one?" Rika gasps in fear behind the tree, while Yusung's expression turns deadly serious. Sakamoto barks, "You guys, how dare you show your faces here?" Only for the thugs to mockingly retort, "Whoa, scary. You gonna hit us again? This time I'll make sure you're in the hospital for a month." Yusung narrows his eyes in anger, thinking, "Those punks, I know who they are." Yusung remembers, they're the freshmen who got expelled from the kendo club. Yesterday, some guys from the kendo club approached me. They tried to force me into... Yusung recalls the incident, reflecting, "I was so scared, but Ryuji was the one who saved me." Yusung continues to piece it together. They picked a fight with Sakamoto and got wrecked 2-on-1. It's them. The thug in the neck brace rages, "Expelled from the kendo club we worked so hard to join? Do you have any idea how much it hurts to never see Fuma-senpai's killer body again?" Veins popping on her forehead, Karen screams in absolute fury, "You idiots!" Karen points a furious finger and shouts, "Don't you realize that trashy attitude is exactly why you were expelled?" Leaving the thugs stunned as one gasps, "Wait, isn't this Tojo-senpai? I didn't recognize you with all that." Karen glares at them with absolute disgust, her patience wearing paper thin. The thug sneers confidently, completely unfazed by her anger. The thug scoffs, "It doesn't suit you at all, especially since you're usually busy beating people with a bamboo sword. Stop acting out of character and just go home." Sakamoto steps in front of Karen defensively, shouting, "Shut your mouth. Tojo isn't someone you can just insult like that." Suddenly, a massive, intimidating figure looms behind them as the thugs mockingly jeer, "Oh, trying to play the hero of justice again? Too bad for you. We didn't come alone today." The two punks cheer in excitement, calling out, "Big brother, help us out." The towering man smirks confidently, asking, "Is it you, the one who dared to lay a hand on my brothers?" The thugs boast proudly, "Our Hayashi-hyung used to be a pro boxer. If he hadn't beaten someone up at a bar, he'd still be in the ring today." Sakamoto pleads with Karen, insisting, "I can't do that. How can I leave you here alone like this?" Hayashi chuckles smugly, sneering, "Get a load of these two." With lightning speed, Hayashi reaches out and violently grabs Karen by her wrist. Karen screams in terror as Hayashi pulls her close, smirking, "Hey, sweetheart." Seeing her in danger, Sakamoto yells in a panic, "Tojo!" Sakamoto charges forward, shouting, "Get lost!" but is instantly countered by Hayashi's devastating punch, leaving him coughing on the ground. Gritting his teeth as absolute fury takes over, Yusung commands, "Rika, wait here," prompting a panicked Rika to cry out, "Huh? Ryu-chan, where are you going?" Holding a desperately struggling Karen in his grasp, Hayashi smirks as she screams in anguish, "Sakamoto!" Desperately struggling against Hayashi's powerful grip, Karen screams, "Let me go," while Sakamoto lies on the ground coughing in pain and the thugs look on with mocking amusement. Hayashi smirks maliciously at Sakamoto, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take real good care of her for you," completely unaware of the dark shadow looming directly behind him. Hayashi gasps, "Huh? Who the hell are you?" as Yusung suddenly grabs his arm with a crushing grip, making him scream in agony. With an overwhelming display of strength, Yusung flings the heavy boxer backward onto the pavement, leaving the stunned thugs to cry out, "But boss!" A dark, cold aura surrounds Yusung as he warns, "I won't say it twice, with those filthy hands of yours. Don't you dare touch my friend." set against a blazing, terrifying background. He repeats his warning to take their filthy hands off her. Yusung stares down at them with a look of pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes burning with intense anger. Getting back on his feet, Hayashi's sweat drops and stammers in confusion. What? Where the hell did he come from? While his lackeys nervously check on him and cry, "Hyungnim!" Veins popping on his forehead, Hayashi roars in absolute fury. "You coward! You think you're tough just because you caught us off guard? I hope you're ready to face us." Standing tall and calm, Yusung unleashes a terrifying dark purple aura that completely dominates the atmosphere. Staring at Yusung's massive, muscular frame, Hayashi grows nervous, thinking, what kind of training did this guy do to get a build like that? Trying to reassure himself, Hayashi grits his teeth and reasons, "No, we only struggled because it was a surprise attack. He's just a big civilian, that's all. I'm sure he just knows a few moves." From the nearby bushes, a red-haired man wearing sunglasses watches the confrontation with a stern and serious expression. The red-haired man breaks into a cold sweat as his eyes widen in realization behind his sunglasses. An afro-haired man with glasses pants in exhaustion as he looks around, asking, "Where did those kids go?" Adjusting his glasses in a panic, the subordinate explains, "They were just eating their bentos in the park a second ago. I looked away for one moment and, before suddenly pointing and shouting, 'Ah, Chairman, over there!' In the clearing, Karen struggles desperately in Hayashi's grasp, crying out, 'Let go of me!' Seeing his precious daughter being handled so roughly, the red-haired chairman storms out of the bushes in a towering rage, shouting, 'Why that little punk? How dare ye? Who do you think you're grabbing?' As a bodyguard eagerly asks, 'Chairman, should we grab our weapons?' The chairman suddenly stops and commands, 'Wait!' The chairman lowers his head, calmly advising, 'There's no need for us to get involved in a kid scuffle. Besides, look at that boy.' Looking at the young man standing before the thugs, the chairman is completely transfixed, thinking, 'This overwhelming aura.' Trembling as memories flood back, the chairman mutters to himself, 'I've definitely felt this before.' He recalls the legendary boss of the Russian Red Mafia, a man who commanded absolute fear wherever he went. Ivan, the god of destruction. It's the same sensation I felt when I happened to encounter him one-on-one in Japan, that primal instinct. He remembers the chilling, primal terror one feels when standing before an overwhelmingly powerful predator. But as he looks at the high school student, he wonders in disbelief, but how can a student like Kim Yusung exude the same aura as Ivan, the legend of the underworld? Mesmerized by the boy's immense potential, the chairman thinks with absolute greed, "I truly want him." Meanwhile, a furious Yusung abandons all caution, thinking, "To hell with intervening in the original story. I don't care about that anymore. From now on, I'm taking out the trash in front of me," Yusung declares internally as Hayashi sneers, "You're dead, you bastard." Turning his head back slightly, Yusung commands, "Tojo, leave this to me and get out of here with Sakamoto." A worried Karen protests, but only for Yusung to confidently reassure her, "I won't lose to guys like this." Feeling completely insulted, Hayashi charges forward with a furious roar, shouting, "You bastard, don't you dare ignore me!" Hayashi rushes forward, his feet slamming heavily against the pavement as he closes the distance. Hayashi unleashes a rapid, blinding flurry of professional boxing punches right at Yusung, prompting his brothers to cheer, "That's our Hayashi Hyungnim!" The thugs watch in awe and excitement, exclaiming, "His fists are just a blur!" Connecting a heavy blow straight to Yusung's face, Hayashi grins triumphantly, shouting, "You couldn't even dodge." But his triumph instantly turns to confusion and sweat as he gasps, "Wait," realizing something is very wrong. Despite taking a direct hit from a professional boxer, Yusung stands completely unfazed, his piercing glare locking onto Hayashi. Hayashi's mind races in absolute shock, thinking, he took all those hits and didn't even flinch. What kind of durability is this? Refusing to back down, a panicked Hayashi throws another powerful punch, yelling, "Damn it, then try this!" The devastating punch lands cleanly on Yusung's cheek, releasing a bright flash of impact. Watching the brutal fight from a distance, Rika gasps in horror and screams, "Ryu-chan!" Karen's face pales in terror as she cries out in fear, "Kim Yusung!" A thin trail of blood trickles down Yusung's face from the heavy impact, but his expression remains dangerously calm. Hayashi sweats profusely and backs away in utter disbelief, stammering as he looks up at the monster standing before him. Staring down at his opponent with a cold, murderous glare, Yusung quietly declares, "From here on, it's self-defense." Hayashi barely has time to gasp, "What?" as Yusung's massive fist comes hurtling directly toward his face with terrifying speed. With a devastating, explosive blow, Yusung's fist smashes directly into Hayashi's face, completely crushing any hope of resistance. Close-up of Hayashi's face as Yusung's fist lands a devastating blow. The text box at the bottom reads, "Is just one hit." Hayashi is sent flying backward onto the pavement from the immense impact, while his stunned lackeys yell out in terror, "But boss!" The lackeys panic over their unconscious leader, shouting, "Boss, wake up!" and "Boss!" while Yusung stands menacingly behind them with a dark purple aura, as the narration states that, and it becomes excessive force. A dark, intense transition frame with narration boxes reading, "That's why I put everything into one shot." How disappointing. The two lackeys scream, "Eek!" in pure terror as they look up at the monster standing before them. A dark red, ominous speech bubble appears against a rainy, static background, declaring, "You dared to touch my friends." Yusung stares down at them with cold, bloodshot eyes, a trail of blood on his cheek, as he chillingly warns, "I hope you're prepared." Terrified, the red-haired lackey points a finger and desperately threatens, "If you touch me, I'll call the police. My dad knows people at the police agency. My father's a high-ranking officer. You know what'll happen if you lay a hand on me?" Yusung ignores the threats and grabs both of their heads in a vice grip, declaring, "I'll fix those rotten attitudes of yours," causing them to gasp, hic, and eek in panic. Smiling darkly, Yusung violently squeezes their heads as they scream in agony, "Arg, arg, it hurts, I'm gonna die." The lackeys beg for mercy in desperation, crying out, "Please spare me, please, I'm sorry." Yusung flings both of them to the ground as they let out a painful gah upon landing. Towering over them, Yusung looks down as the two thugs bow repeatedly on the ground, whimpering, "Eek, please spare me, please." Yusung turns his back on them and coldly orders, "Get lost. Never show your faces to Tojo or Sakamoto again," prompting them to quickly reply, "Yes, sir, of course." Spotting Yusung from a distance, Rika runs toward him in a panic, crying out, "Ah, run, hurry, Ryu-chan." Rika frantically examines his forehead, exclaiming, "Are you okay? Your forehead is bleeding," while a surprised Yusung touches the wound and mutters, "Oh." Yusung casually tries to brush it off, saying, "I'm fine. A little spit will fix this right up." But Rika explodes in a fiery rage, shouting, "Don't be ridiculous. Let's get to a pharmacy, now!" Sweat dropping nervously, Yusung quickly agrees, "Okay, while thinking to himself, "I've never seen Kishimoto this angry before." The sun begins to set as Yusung and Rika walk quietly through the park under the warm, golden evening light. Turning a corner, they spot Sakamoto and Tojo sitting quietly together on a park bench. Rika watches them with an awkward expression as the two sit side by side in a tense, silent atmosphere. A close-up of Karen blushing deeply under the warm sunset, looking nervous and sweating. Sakamoto looks equally flustered, sweat dropping and blushing as he struggles to say something. Karen finally musters up the courage, turning to him and saying, "Sakamoto." A tense close-up shows Karen gulping nervously as she prepares to confess her feelings. Karen looks up at him with wide, shining red eyes filled with hope and vulnerability. Sakamoto stares back at her, his face flushed red as he awaits her next words. From behind the bushes, Yusung and Rika watch the scene unfold in wide-eyed shock and anticipation. A romantic pink speech bubble frames the beginning of her confession, "I want you to go out." Under the beautiful sunset, Karen and Sakamoto sit closely on the bench as she finishes her confession, asking him to date her. Karen looks at him with complete sincerity, hoping for a positive answer. Sakamoto looks down, sweat running down his face as a heavy, conflicted expression takes over. A close-up of Sakamoto's face as he remains silently hesitant, unable to immediately respond. Karen looks at him anxiously, her profile highlighted by the sunset as she waits for his reply. Sakamoto looks at her with a heavy heart, quietly declining her confession by saying, "I don't think I can." Shocked and heartbroken, Karen stands up and pleads, "Why? If it's because I'm such a tomboy, I can change, starting now." While a panicked Sakamoto waves his hands, replying, "It's not that. You're more than I deserve, Tojo, but I have my reasons." Karen's eyes widen in confusion and sadness as she asks, "Reasons?" Sakamoto looks away sadly and admits, "At least until I meet her again, I don't want to date anyone else." Karen looks down, completely devastated by the realization that his heart belongs to someone else. Hurting but needing to know the truth, Karen looks at him and asks softly, "Do you still like her that much?" "I'm not." Sakamoto keeps his head lowered as Karen quietly asks, "Was she your first love?" Sakamoto looks at her with a gentle, sad expression and softly confesses, "She was my—" The screen fades to a warm, emotional sunset bubble reading, "First Love." Gasping in shock, Karen quickly stands up from the bench, clutching her purse strap tight. Forcing a bright, tearful smile, Karen waves and says, "See you at school? I had a great time today," while Sakamoto waves back weakly, replying, "Yeah." Karen runs away as fast as she can, tears streaming down her face as she flees the park in heartbreak. Watching her run off, Yusung turns to Rika and says, "Kishimoto, go on home without me. I'm going to check on Tojo." Rika looks back at him in surprise, asking, "Huh? Ryu-chan by yourself?" Rika sighs softly, feeling worried and sympathetic as she watches him go. Yusung runs off into the sunset to find Karen, leaving Rika to wonder, "Ryu-chan, why does he suddenly look so sad?" An outdoor bus stop sign showing bus routes 11, 899, and 1300 under a shelter, beautifully lit by the warm glow of the setting sun. Karen Tojo sits alone and dejectedly on a wooden bench inside the quiet bus shelter, bathed in the sunset light. A close-up of a dark shoe stepping onto the platform near Karen, startling her as she sits lost in her thoughts. Yusung approaches with a concerned and sweating face, asking, "Tojo, are you okay?" Tears stream down Karen's face as she looks up with a deeply pained, trembling expression. Yusung let out a soft sigh and hands a handkerchief to Karen, who sniffles and wipes her tears, deeply touched by his presence. Karen covers her face with the handkerchief as Yusung clumsily but gently helps wipe away her tears with a worried expression. Karen continues to dry her eyes as Yusung reassures her, saying, "We're friends, it's fine." Staring at him blankly with a soft blush, Karen quietly murmurs to herself, "Friends, huh?" Karen looks at Yusung and admits, "I knew you and Rika were tailing me," catching him completely off guard as he sweat drops and nervously asks, "Oh, really? Since when?" She explains, "Since about halfway through. I guess you guys just didn't trust me to handle it." Sweating profusely, Yusung panics internally, thinking, "Wait, isn't it an unwritten rule in rom-coms that you never get caught tailing someone?" Yusung tries to find an excuse, stammering, "No, that's not what we meant," while Karen smiles gently, knowing they were worried enough to watch her all day. Karen looks down sadly and confesses, "I'm sorry I failed in the end. I thought if I changed, I could win Sakamoto over." A flashback of Sakamoto standing in his school uniform as a nervous Karen, dressed in a track jacket and skirt, looks up at him with a hopeful blush. Clenching her fist tightly against her chest, Karen looks down with a tearful expression and admits, "But there's nothing I can do about it." With a bittersweet expression, Karen says, "I've never felt like this in my entire life," while Yusung watches her in silent sympathy. Tears stream down Karen's face as she trembles, starting to choke out, Unable to hold it in any longer, Karen breaks down completely and cries out, "I really loved him." Watching her weep, Yusung thinks to himself, "It's strange. At first I just thought of her as a character in the manga Scramble Love." He recalls a memory of a blonde girl smiling brightly against a soft background with the narration box reading, Looking at the pages of a manga, Yusung reflects, "In my heart, I had drawn a clear line between us, because, unlike me, they were nothing more than manga characters." He gazes at the crying Karen and asks himself, "But can I really call someone who feels such vivid pain just a character in a manga?" Breaking the heavy silence, Yusung steps forward and firmly commands, "Tojo, get up." Pointing his finger with an exaggerated, exhausted face, Yusung warns her, "If you keep shouting like that in public, someone will make a police report for disturbing the peace." Karen blinks in utter confusion, her tears stopping as she stares at him blankly. Surprised by his blunt and unexpected reaction, Karen can't help but let out a soft giggle. Looking at her amused reaction, Yusung smiles gently and says, "Yeah, that's better. Just laugh. It suits you more." Yusung says, "Come on, let's go," as he begins to pull off his dark blue hoodie, exposing his back. Handing over his hoodie, Yusung says, "Put this on," leaving a bewildered Karen to ask, "Where are we going?" only for him to reply, "We're going to karaoke." Placing the oversized hoodie over her head, Yusung tells her, "Go there and vent all your frustrations." As he gently adjusts the hood over her head, he adds, "Maybe then you'll finally be able to accept that you got dumped." Flustered by his direct but kind gesture, Karen calls out, "Hey, wait a second," as Yusung walks ahead, completely unfazed. Karen stands frozen under the large hood, looking completely taken aback and blushing. "Yeah, it's simple," the narration reads as Yusung quickly takes Karen's hand and runs down the street under the glowing city lights. Running alongside him, Karen looks up at Yusung's smiling face with a newfound warmth in her heart. Dressed in his oversized hoodie, Karen lets out a bright, joyful laugh, her sorrow completely melting away. From a distance, a man in a suit wipes sweat from his face with a handkerchief as he watches them walk away. Karen's butler and other staff spy on them from behind a wall, weeping with joy as the butler says, "I'm glad the young lady has a friend." Running his hand through his long red hair with a proud smile, the butler watches the young teenagers. The butler watches Yusung walk away with Karen, noting, "He's a rare breed." A close-up of the elegant butler with red hair wearing sunglasses, smiling approvingly. Looking at the departing Yusung, the butler thinks, "I hope we meet again." A transition bubble appears, reading "Young Man." Inside the karaoke room, a completely exhausted Yusung thinks to himself, "It's been 3 hours. Doesn't Tojo ever get tired?" Meanwhile, at home, Rika looks at her tablet in worry, thinking, "I haven't heard from them in hours. Are those two going to be okay?" The scene shifts back as Rika smiles with a mischievous, sharp-toothed grin. Rika enters a room and exclaims in wonder, "So this is a boy's room," while Yusung stands behind her, looking nervous with the hand behind his neck. Looking around the spacious room filled with weightlifting equipment, Rika asks, "Do all boys have this much workout gear? It's like a gym in here." Yusung sweat drops and replies, "No, not every guy's room is like." A close-up of Rika's sock-clad foot on the wooden floor next to some heavy black dumbbells scattered on the floor. Inside Yusung's room, Rika struggles to lift one of his heavy dumbbells, crying out in pain, "Gah, I can't lift it! Is this even meant for humans to lift?" While a panicked Yusung tries to warn her. Yusung sweat drops and explains, "Of course you can't lift it. That thing probably weighs half as much as you do," leaving Rika completely shocked to learn that just one dumbbell is that heavy. Later, the two walk down the street together as Rika cheerfully chatters about Karen. Suddenly, a loud growling sound echoes from Rika's stomach, catching her completely off guard. Rika blushes in embarrassment while Yusung looks at her with a sweat drop, both standing in stunned silence. Trying to ease the tension, Yusung asks, "Want to grab a bite at my family's restaurant?" prompting Rika to excitedly realize that his family runs a diner. Smiling gently, Yusung thinks to himself, "Well, it's just one meal. What's the harm?" They arrive at the cozy 2-story restaurant named Yoshikoya, beautifully lit by the warm afternoon sun. A close-up shows Rika happily taking her first bite of the delicious home-cooked food. Rika eagerly scarfs down her meal and chugs a soda as a worried Yusung advises, "Slow down, you'll get indigestion." With a bright, satisfied smile, Rika enjoys her refreshing can of cola. Giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, Rika praises, "Ma'am, this food is so delicious, it's the best," which delights Yusung's mother, who warmly replies, "Oh my, it's wonderful to see you enjoying it so much." Rika beams and thanks her as Yusung's mother kindly tells her, "Eat your fill. I'll make more if it's not enough." Taking a sip of water, Yusung thinks to himself, "I didn't think she'd like chungu-jung this much. Looks like my mom really took a liking to her too." After finishing her meal, Rika suddenly slaps Yusung on the back and chirps, "Okay, Ryu-chan, let's go," causing him to spit out his drink in shock. Wiping his mouth, a flustered Yusung asks, "Where are we going all of a sudden?" Rika turns back with a playful wink and asks, "Where else?" Back at his apartment, Yusung carries a tray of iced drinks, thinking to himself, "I never thought she'd actually ask to come to my room." As he opens the door saying, "Let's drink this while he is surprised to see Rika already looking around. Sitting in his desk chair, Rika holds up one of his manga volumes and asks with a smirk, "Richan, you like these kinds of manga?" While a sweating Yusung nervously stammers. Rika teases, "I'm surprised, Ryu-chan. You're a bit of a closet pervert, aren't you?" While a sweating Yusung internally panics, knowing she won't listen even if he tries to explain that it's just for rom-com research. Rika walks over to his bookshelf and says, "I know you like shonen manga. Wait, what?" as she notices his collection. A close-up of the shelf reveals a pristine collection of Golden Samurai volumes 1 through 5, prompting Rika to ask, "Ryu-chan, do you like this manga?" Yusung proudly replies, "Yeah, it's my favorite series," making Rika gasp in absolute delight. He shows her a volume and explains, "Of course, I still read it from the beginning whenever I think of it," leaving Rika in awe as she gasps, "Whoa, these are first editions. These are so hard to find." A close-up shows Yusung blushing and smiling warmly as he holds his favorite book. Rika looks back at him with wide, shining green eyes full of pure excitement. Swept up in his passion, Yusung gushes, "The psychological depth of the characters is brilliant, and the direction and foreshadowing are just," while an amazed Rika listens intently. Rika lets out a bright, joyful laugh as she holds the manga. With a proud smile, Rika reveals, "My papa is a manga artist, the one who created Golden Samurai," leaving Yusung utterly frozen in shock. Sweat pouring down his face, Yusung panics internally, screaming, "What? Rika is the daughter of the manga god?" Staring blankly, he pieces it together in his mind. "Now that I think about it, it's a common surname, but it's the same as Musashi's." Rika looks at him with a cute, puzzled expression, wondering why he has gone completely silent. Shaking with intense excitement, Yusung's face darkens with determination as Rika nervously asks, Ryu-chan? Yusung suddenly grabs her shoulders and yells, Kishimoto, do you think I could get an autograph from your father during Golden Week? Yusung cries tears of overwhelming joy and excitement, feeling incredibly lucky to have made such a connection. Calm once more, Yusung asks, oh, by the way, I'm curious about something, to which a cheerful Rika raises her hand and replies, yeah, what is it? Rika wonders, Musashi-sensei has so many other hit works, so why is Golden Samurai your favorite too? As Yusung quietly reflects, Rika smiles and adds, really? I guess that makes sense. It is a masterpiece, after all. Rika looks at him with a soft, warm smile as she holds the volume. The scene transitions to a beautiful illustration of the protagonist of Golden Samurai by Musashi Kishimoto. Yusung recalls a dramatic, dark memory of himself looking intensely angry as he says, with those filthy hands. He remembers punching a bully in a heroic moment, warning him, don't you dare touch my friend. Returning to the present, a close-up shows Yusung smiling gently under a warm, glowing light. Clenching the manga tightly to her chest, Rika smiles happily, realizing how much the story means to him. The next day at school, the sun shines brightly over the main building under a clear blue sky. A beautiful, elegant, black-haired girl looks at Yusung with a serious expression and says, you heard me correctly. I said I'll need your help that day. Yusung stands by her desk looking worried and asks, what exactly do you need me to do, while sweating over the fact that he was supposed to meet Musashi-sensei that day. Yusung looks surprised as he clarifies, so you're asking me to help you pick out a gift? The black-haired girl's face immediately brightens up with a beautiful, happy smile. Yusung agrees to help the excited black-haired girl, suggesting April 29th, the first day of break, while secretly thinking that he doesn't really have a choice. Flustered by her instant and energetic reply, Yusung's sweat drops while the black-haired girl giggles playfully behind her hand fan. Looking around the busy classroom, classmates whisper to each other about how the place they are discussing is either a great spot for a date or the trendiest spot right now. Yusung looks away with a slight sigh, thinking to himself that he should ask Rika if he can visit her on the 30th instead. One of Yusung's classmates turns to him with a bright smile and asks, you hear the news? Prompting a curious Yusung to ask, what news? The classmate brings up the famous delinquent duo from the first year who got expelled from the kendo club for causing trouble, while Yusung tries to remember who they were. The classmate giggles with an amused, proud expression. Smiling gently, Yusung says, well, I'm sure they have their reasons, as a soft pink background frames his calm demeanor. Holding his English textbook, Yusung feels relieved that the delinquents won't be able to harass Tojo and Sakamoto anymore, just as the classroom door slides open and class begins. A close-up reveals a bright, warm smile from the teacher who has just entered the room. A beautiful young woman with light brown hair stands at the podium, smiling warmly at the class. Yusung's sweat drops as he reaches over to gently tap a sleeping Rika on the shoulder to wake her up. The screen introduces Mizuki Nanai, the new 24-year-old English teacher, who smiles brightly and announces, now, since today is the 24th. In chibi form, Sakamoto trembles with anxiety at his desk, fearing he will be called on, while chibi Yusung sits calmly beside him. The teacher asks for student number 24 to read next, causing Sakamoto to celebrate his narrow escape while Yusung reacts in complete shock. Accepting his fate, Yusung pushes back his chair and stands up to prepare for his reading. I'm James from England. I came to experience Japanese culture. Can you recommend a good place? The entire class is left completely speechless by his flawless English, with one student marveling at how amazing his pronunciation is. Teacher Mizuki looks at him with a nervous, surprised expression. Rubbing his chin, Yusung confidently continues, I personally recommend Osaka because it is a popular destination for foreigners and offers abundant tourism resources like Kyoto, Nara, and Kobe. Staring blankly at him with sweat trickling down her face, Teacher Mizuki reacts with utter silence, leaving a puzzled Yusung to wonder, what's with this reaction? The classroom erupts into enthusiastic applause while a sweat-dropping Yusung scratches his head in embarrassment and Rika laughs brightly next to him. Rika turns to him with a cheerful smile and praises, Ryu-chan, your English is so good, while Yusung sits in silent, awkward embarrassment. Staring down at her desk, Teacher Mizuki looks extremely flustered and nervous. Yusung looks back at the teacher with a quiet, observant expression. Teacher Mizuki suddenly turns around in surprise, her eyes wide with panic. A close-up of Yusung's face shows him thinking to himself, I knew it. Writing on the blackboard with chalk, Teacher Mizuki trembles slightly as Yusung watches her in silence. An intense burst of panic fills Yusung's mind as he wonders, is she scared of me? Walking down the hallway, Yusung notices his classmates trembling and gossiping about his terrifying rumors, from being handpicked by a boss to beating a biker gang 50-on-1. With a quiet sigh, Yusung notes to himself that while he knew there were ridiculous rumors floating around, this is the first time he has seen an adult look this terrified of him. Standing outside the staff room, Yusung resolves to act completely normal so he doesn't cause any more misunderstandings. Inside the room, hands type rapidly on a computer keyboard. Reviewing his student file on her computer, teacher Mizuki reads that Yusung is a top-of-the-class scholarship student and student council secretary, leaving her completely baffled as she thinks this makes no sense. Staring at the screen in disbelief, she wonders if Yusung is actually undergoing elite academic training as the heir of a Yakuza family? Teacher Mizuki freezes in terror as a dark shadow suddenly looms behind her. Bowing politely, Yusung greets her, but in her terrified imagination, he appears as a demonic, sweat-drenched monster asking, "Hello, teacher, my name is Kim Yusung." Jumping back in her chair with a panicked shout, teacher Mizuki frantically waves her hands, insisting she is not nervous and definitely wasn't digging into his background. As Yusung notes how incredibly obvious her terror is, teacher Mizuki internally weeps, fearing the Yakuza will take her away for reading his records. Trying to compose herself, teacher Mizuki coughs awkwardly and smiles. Regaining her composure, she asks him about his plans for the future, leaving a hesitant Yusung to stammer in response. Yusung explains that if he cannot decide on a path, he is thinking of taking over his family business, causing the teacher to gasp in terror at the words family business. In her wild imagination, she pictures Yusung as a blood-splattered Yakuza boss, crying out, "Is it really the Yakuza?" while chibi Yusung looks on in utter confusion. A transition bubble clarifies Yusung's thoughts. They run a small set-menu restaurant in Setagaya. Stunned, teacher Mizuki asks, "A set-menu restaurant?" To which a polite Yusung replies, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Beaming with immense relief, teacher Mizuki clasps her hands together and smiles brightly, glad that the terrifying misunderstanding has finally been cleared up. Standing before her, Yusung answers that his favorite subjects are math and science. Listening intently, teacher Mizuki smiles warmly as she listens to him speak. Looking up at him, her expression softens with genuine curiosity and understanding. With a gentle and sincere gaze, Yusung calmly explains, "I want to do what I actually enjoy." Yusung is terrified by the thought of his past life as an engineering student, thinking to himself that there is no way he can go back to engineering in this life too. Sitting across from him in the staff room, teacher Mizuki admits that she didn't always want to be a teacher, prompting Yusung to ask what she had wanted to be instead. Hoping to put her at ease, Yusung promises not to laugh as he encourages her to share her childhood dream. Teacher Mizuki looks at him with a soft, affectionate smile, ready to reveal her childhood dream. She recalls that back in middle school, she was absolutely obsessed with a character from a robot manga. Her eyes shined with pure excitement back then as she dreamed of her passion. However, her teacher dismissed her passion, advising her that she could always pursue hobbies later. The teacher pressured her to focus on finding a stable job instead, and at the time, she believed following his advice was the right thing to do. But her love for the industry never truly faded, as she found herself staring longingly at a poster for a voice actor event during her high school years. An intense wave of inspiration hit her in that moment, reigniting a spark deep within her heart. Returning to the present, Mizuki smiles warmly as she finishes sharing her story with a deeply attentive Yusung. Yusung listens to her with a serious and contemplative expression, appreciating her honesty. With a cheerful expression, Mizuki asks him if he understands what she means. Yusung politely thanks her for the valuable advice she has shared with him. As Mizuki works on her computer, a senior male teacher stands behind her, looking on with a stern expression. Mizuki turns around and explains something to the senior teacher with a cheerful, confident smile. With his meeting concluded, Yusung walks away, his broad shoulders and strong build cutting an imposing figure. The senior teacher scratches his head in embarrassment, agreeing that they shouldn't judge students by their appearance anymore. Mizuki closes her eyes and smiles with great satisfaction, glad to have cleared up the misunderstandings. On the first day of Golden Week, the vibrant and historic Sensoji Temple in Asakusa, Tokyo, is bustling with tourists under the bright sun. Arriving ahead of schedule, Yusung checks his phone and notes that he is actually a bit early for their meeting. Suddenly, he spots a girl in a beautiful purple dress from behind and calls out to her, addressing her as the president. She whips around with an angry shadow over her face, pointing aggressively and shouting that he is late, leaving a bewildered Yusung to stammer in confusion. The beautiful black-haired president glares at him with determination, her finger pointed directly at him as she scolds him. She loudly demands to know if he has any idea what time it is, leaving him completely flustered. Yusung looks down at his phone and points out that he is still 10 minutes early, causing the president to tremble in exasperated frustration. Frowning and looking away, the president huffs defensively while a sweat-dropping Yusung scratches his head in confusion. Quickly changing the subject to hide her embarrassment, she points decisively toward a nearby shopping area. Yusung stares blankly, utterly puzzled as to why she is reacting this way. Buying a matcha ice cream cone to appease her, Chibi Yusung sighs and thinks that at least this much is fine as the president happily holds her treat. The president eats her matcha ice cream with pure bliss, exclaiming how delicious it is, while Yusung smiles gently and says he's glad she likes it. Yusung points out that they seem to be walking aimlessly, asking where they should buy the gift for the exchange student, which causes the president to gasp in sudden panic. The president giggles nervously behind her red fan, insisting she didn't forget and telling him to just follow her, though Yusung is completely convinced she definitely forgot. A sudden radio static crackle in her earpiece interrupts her thoughts as a voice addresses her as Milady. The secret bodyguard over the earpiece informs her that there is a craft shop 2 blocks away and suggests she choose a gift there. The sharp-looking female bodyguard tells her not to forget to act natural, keeping a close eye on the situation. Parked nearby, the black sedan houses her secret protectors, Akagi Minami and Akagi Shinjiro, who are monitoring her every move. Inside the craft shop, they are greeted by an incredibly detailed and magnificent golden Buddha statue. The president excitedly suggests the massive Buddha statue as a home decor gift, leaving a horrified Yusung in shock while the delighted shopkeeper praises her exquisite taste. Yusung's face pales in absolute horror as he notices the astronomical price tag of 7 million yen for the statue. Her bodyguard quickly warns her through the earpiece that now is not the time for such a purchase, causing her to let out a startled squeak that confuses Yusung. Worried by her sudden reaction, Yusung asks if she is feeling sick, while she nervously laughs it off behind her fan. As the shopkeeper eagerly asks if Yusung wants to buy one too, the embarrassed president whispers frantically to herself while Yusung politely declines. From the car, the female bodyguard speaks urgently through the transmitter to guide the president out of the awkward situation. Yusung stands in the shop holding his phone, looking slightly confused by the rapid turn of events. The chibi president grumbles in frustration over her earpiece, reluctantly accepting the bodyguard's instructions. Before Yusung can react, the president suddenly grabs him by the sleeve, catching him completely off guard. The president frantically drags a bewildered Yusung out of the store, calling out that they are leaving, while the disappointed shopkeeper cries out about his beloved collection. Walking down the street, Yusung looks down and asks the president if she is doing all right. As Yusung reaches out and asks if something is wrong, the president turns around with wide, startled eyes, looking incredibly flustered by his close proximity. The president giggles nervously behind her red fan, sweat dropping as Yusung stares at her skeptically, thinking, sure, if you say so. The sharp female bodyguard's voice crackles over the earpiece, advising her to go to the traditional clothing shop and look at kimonos and yukatas since she already arranged things with the owner. The president quickly replies, got it, while Yusung looks on, sweat dropping in confusion. They arrive outside a traditional clothing shop displaying elegant kimonos and yukatas on mannequins under a sign that reads YIA. The shopkeeper, dressed in a traditional kimono, warmly smiles as she presents a high-quality dark blue garment to the customers. Yusung holds his chin in deep contemplation as he looks at the kimono, saying, "Oh, I think the exchange student would like this one. What do you think, President?" while she stands behind him, looking surprised. The president stares in wide-eyed shock as Yusung considers the choice, her bodyguard's words echoing in her mind. The shopkeeper lets out a sly giggle and happily says, "Hee, in that case," as a fiery aura of determined salesmanship erupts behind her. With a bright, dazzling sparkle, the shopkeeper showcases an exquisite, beautifully patterned pink kimono, proudly announcing it's priced at about 500,000 yen. The president maintains her high-class composure, thinking to herself, so this is the scale of a noble lady, while Chibi Yusung sweat drops in absolute disbelief behind her. Inside the traditional shop, a clock on the wall shows that time is ticking away as they continue their search. Yusung looks down at the options in a dilemma, saying, it's between this yukata and this kimono. They both look beautiful to me, while the shopkeeper giggles nervously in the background. Turning to the president with a cheerful smile, the shopkeeper suggests, since he can't decide, how about you try them on yourself, catching the president completely off guard as she stammers, huh? Me? Yusung turns to her and agrees, saying, don't you think trying it on would help you decide? With a bright, encouraging laugh, the shopkeeper gently guides the flustered president toward the dressing room, saying, come now, this way, while Yusung watches them go. Inside the dressing room, the shopkeeper suddenly pulls down her face mask, revealing a mischievous smirk as she whispers, "Milady." The president gasps in shock as the shopkeeper completely removes her mask to reveal her identity, joyfully shouting, "Welcome!" To which the stunned president cries, "Minami?" Minami strikes a dramatic ninja pose, proudly explaining that as a ninja of the Saionji family who has mastered every technique of the Koguryu, a distance like this is nothing, adding that the actual shop owner was more than happy to let her handle the rental. Minami laughs heartily as the flustered president frantically waves her hands, completely overwhelmed by her bodyguard's extreme dedication and dramatic entrance. Sitting outside the changing room, Yusung hears loud shouts and commotion from behind the sliding doors, sweat dropping as he wonders what on earth is going on in there. To pass the time, Yusung plays a fighting game on his phone, successfully achieving a 9-hit combo and securing a victorious win screen. Holding his phone, Yusung looks up in surprise as the sound of rustling fabric draws his attention. The scene shifts to a close-up of a beautiful rose hair ornament adorned with delicate gold beads pinned in the president's elegant black hair. Yusung freezes in absolute awe, a bright blush spreading across his cheeks as his jaw drops at the stunning sight before him. Standing gracefully in a dazzling black kimono decorated with intricate gold and floral patterns, the president looks at him with a soft, slightly expectant gaze. Yusung remains completely speechless, staring at her in stunned silence as she stands before him. Seeing his intense reaction, Yusung quickly turns his head away in embarrassment, his face turning bright red as the president looks on in surprise. The president blushes slightly, her eyes widening as she realizes just how deeply her appearance has affected him. With a soft, racing heart, she gazes at his shy profile, deeply moved by his genuine reaction. A close-up of Yusung's face reveals his nervous gulp and the visible sweat on his cheek as he struggles to find the right words. The president's eyes sparkle with immense joy and excitement, her cheeks flushed pink as she looks back at him. Yusung looks down shyly, rubbing his neck as he tries to compose himself in front of her. The president trembles slightly in nervous anticipation, waiting for him to say something. Waving her fan with a triumphant and haughty laugh, she proudly exclaims, "Oh, ho, ho, this is what happens when I get serious," while Chibi Yusung claps enthusiastically and praises her, saying, "That's impressive, President." Beaming with pure delight, she twirls around and declares, "Good, I'll go change into a yukata now, so wait right here," while Yusung sits back down with his phone, replying, "Take your time." The dressing room door shuts with a sharp click, leaving the president alone with her thoughts. The moment she is alone, the president clasps her face in her hands, her face burning red as she squeals silently in absolute embarrassment. She turns her back, burying her face in her hand as she tries to calm her pounding heart after seeing his reaction. Outside on the bustling street, a passerby turns her head in amazement, catching sight of the stunning couple. Yusung walks down the street beside the president, looking slightly exasperated as he notices the intense attention they are drawing, while she walks with absolute poise and grace. A transition bubble highlights Yusung's inner thoughts. The president already stands out enough with her looks, but getting out of a limousine with her? Everyone is staring at us. The president blushes slightly and looks around as she notices the whispers of the crowd, murmuring a soft, Trying to escape the crowd's gaze, the president looks at her phone and suggests, "I'll call for the car so we can head out," to which a relieved Yusung responds, "Are you sure that's okay? The scale of this is," while she casually replies, "Of course." Yusung's sweat drops as he looks around nervously, thinking, "We're drawing too much attention, we should move fast," when he suddenly hears the distinct sound of a camera shutter click. Startled, Yusung whips his head around, thinking, "Huh? Just now I felt something," while the president looks at her phone in confusion. Behind them, two people in suits are seen taking a selfie. Yusung lets out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Oh, it's just a couple taking a selfie. I thought they were taking a picture of us," as the two suited figures pose with a peace sign in the background. The president calls out, "Let's go," prompting a chibi Yusung to quickly follow, replying, "Ah, right, coming." Meanwhile, the two suited figures turn around, keeping a close eye on them. A close-up reveals one of the undercover bodyguards letting out a heavy, tense sigh of relief. Shinjiro wipes his brow in a panic, exclaiming, "That was close, we almost got caught," while Minami crosses her arms and scolds him, shouting, "I told you not to get too close." Shinjiro adjusts his sunglasses and tsk in annoyance, muttering, "Tch, that bastard Kim Yusung, he doesn't know how lucky he is," while Minami defends her actions, saying, "I need these to report to my lady later. I can't just take sloppy photos." Walking away through the crowded street, Minami warns him, "But you know you can't let it show in front of my lady, right?" To which Shinjiro replies, "I know that," before awkwardly asking, "By the way, is there a bathroom nearby?" Only for her to snap back, "We're on a mission, just hold it." A bell chimes softly as the sliding doors of the cozy restaurant open, accompanied by a warm and cheerful shout of welcome from inside.
Arriving at his favorite spot, Yusung turns to the president with a bright smile and announces, "Here we are, this is my regular ramen shop," while she looks around curiously and softly murmurs,
Yusung politely tells the president to go ahead and look at the menu while he runs to the bathroom real quick, prompting her to nod in agreement. Suddenly, a sharp gasp echoes as a hand clutches a stomach that is rumbling and churning violently with intense pain. In a panic, Minami notices her partner's distress and urgently asks, What's wrong?" as Shinjiro clutches his stomach in agony, groaning, My stomach suddenly. Sweating profusely, Shinjiro grimaces as his stomach rumbles again, explaining, "I think that ice cream I had at the shrine was bad," prompting an exasperated Minami to snap, "What? I told you not to eat so much. My lady is about to eat, so just go quietly then." Unable to hold it in any longer, Shinjiro desperately sprints away while crying out, I can't hold it anymore," leaving Minami behind to let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. The sound of rushing water echoes from inside the men's restroom as Shinjiro finally finds relief. Stepping out of the restroom, a completely revitalized Shinjiro lets out a blissful sigh of relief and happily says, "I'm saved." However, his relief is short-lived as his eyes widen in complete shock when he spots a familiar figure washing his hands nearby, prompting him to gasp, "Wait?" Shinjiro points a shaking finger in absolute disbelief and yells, Kim Yusung, prompting a startled Yusung to turn around and stammer, "Vice President, what are you doing here?" Back in the restaurant, the front door slides open with a sharp creak and the ringing of the entryway bell. Sitting at the counter, the president turns her head toward the entrance, looking curious about who just walked in. The president gasps in absolute shock as Yusung walks back in alongside Shinjiro and Minami, both of whom look incredibly awkward and embarrassed. With a cheerful smile, Yusung explains to the flustered president he said he's out in Nakano with Minami today, while the two undercover bodyguards sweat nervously behind him. A warm bubble highlights Yusung's thoughtful intentions. "Since they've helped me out so much, I brought them along to treat them to a meal." Forcing a nervous smile while sweating profusely, the president stammers, I see. What a coincidence. Please join us," while frantically thinking to herself, "Why are they together? This wasn't in the plan I was reported." Yusung happily welcomes them, saying, "I know, I didn't expect the student council to gather like this. Vice President, Minami, please come in." The four of them sit side by side at the ramen counter under a sign that reads, "Why Aya?" with Yusung looking cheerful, the president looking completely stunned, and the two bodyguards sitting in incredibly stiff, nervous silence. Leaning in close, a sweat-dropping Minami and the president whisper frantically to each other in a panic, trying to figure out how to handle this unexpected turn of events. A steaming, freshly prepared bowl of ramen is served, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that fills the air. Looking down at the steaming bowl in wide-eyed wonder, the president softly utters, "Oh," while Yusung looks at her in surprise, thinking, no way. Yusung turns to her with a skeptical look and asks, "Is this your first time having ramen?" To which she blushes slightly and replies, "I've seen it on TV many times, but..." As Yusung notes that commoner food must be a first for a noble lady, Minami gently guides her, saying, "My lady, usually you taste the broth first," while a protective Shinjiro angrily barks at Yusung, "Hey, that question was rude to my lady." Under the anxious gaze of Yusung and Minami, the president takes her very first bite, chewing elegantly as Yusung nervously asks, "Do you like it?" The president gasps softly, her eyes sparkling with immense delight and her cheeks flushing pink as the delicious flavors burst in her mouth. Humming with pure happiness, the president happily slurps her noodles, prompting a relieved Yusung to smile warmly and say, "I'm glad you like it." The scene shifts to the bright and colorful interior of a bustling game center, filled with flashing arcade cabinets and claw machines. Inside a claw machine, the metal claw slips off a buff, muscular teddy bear plush, prompting the president to cry out in disappointment, "Ah!" Pressing her hands against the glass, the president stares longingly at the muscular toy, prompting a supportive Minami to offer, "My lady, if you want it that badly, I'll get it for you." Meanwhile, a fighting game screen flashes a dramatic KO victory as Shinjiro's character defeats Yusung's, with Shinjiro laughing triumphantly. "Haha, how's that? I win, Kim Yusung." Sitting side by side at the arcade cabinet, a smug Shinjiro laughs heartily and boasts, "Haha, I guess the rumors about Koreans being good at games are just lies," while an irritated vein pops on a frustrated Yusung's head. Staring at the screen with an intense, menacing glare, Yusung ferves with rage, thinking, "Wait, the vice president is really crossing the line now. You dare mock a Korean at gaming? I'm going to crush you," while Shinjiro maintains his arrogant thoughts. A close-up of Shinjiro's smug face reveals his devious inner thoughts. "Receiving my lady's affection? I'll make you pay for that."
Cracking his knuckles, an angry Yusung demands there's still one round left, to which a highly confident Shinjiro replies with a grin, haha, bring it on. The fierce battle begins as the characters exchange rapid blows on screen, with Yusung's character launching a powerful counterattack. With a dramatic finish, Yusung's character lands a final strike to secure a flawless victory, leaving a stunned Shinjiro to stammer, "Wait, what?" Laughing mockingly as a shadow looms over his face, Yusung taunts, "What happened to all that talk about Koreans? Try a little harder, Vice Prez Ident," leaving a sweating Shinjiro to scream in absolute denial. "This can't be happening. There's no way I could lose." Glaring with intense determination, a sweating Shinjiro refuses to accept defeat. Yusung looks back at him with a sweat drop, feeling slightly baffled by his intense reaction as he asks, "Yes?" Pointing dramatically across the arcade, Shinjiro commands one more match, using that, catching Yusung completely off guard. Scratching his cheek in confusion, Yusung asks, "A punch machine?" To which Shinjiro passionately declares, "That's right, real men shouldn't settle things with games, but with their physical strength." With a dramatic gesture, Shinjiro begins unbuttoning his dress shirt, confidently declaring, "You probably didn't realize it until now, but the truth is..." A fiery explosion erupts behind a bold declaration, "I have a lean muscle physique." Stripping his shirt open, Shinjiro proudly showcases his incredibly ripped muscular torso amidst a blazing aura, leaving a completely speechless Yusung staring in absolute disbelief. Flexing his massive chest and abdominal muscles, a smug Shinjiro laughs, "Ha ha ha, scared, Kim Yusung?" While a sweating Yusung wonders in shock, "What? What is that? How is it even possible to hide muscles like that?" Looking utterly mortified, the president covers her face with her fan while a deeply embarrassed Manami facepalms, yelling, "You idiot! Opal, what are you even doing?" Standing bare-chested and striking a dramatic pose next to Yusung, Shinjiro continues to show off, while a sweat-dropping Yusung tries to find his words. Lowering his sunglasses slightly, Shinjiro looks down with a mocking smirk and asks, "What's this? Don't tell me, are you actually scared?" Staring down at Yusung with an intensely smug expression, Shinjiro finishes his taunt by saying, "If so, I'm disappointed in you, Kim Yusung." Staring down with intense concentration, Yusung sweats nervously against a fiery background as he prepares for the upcoming challenge. With a dramatic flair, Shinjiro throws off his sunglasses and unbuttons his shirt amidst a blazing aura of pure confidence. Shinjiro proudly displays his incredibly ripped, muscular torso, completely surrounded by a roaring fire of passion. Shinjiro taunts Yusung, asserting, "And here I thought you weren't the type of weakling who runs from a challenge." Smirking confidently, Shinjiro cracks his knuckles and challenges him, saying, "I never saw you as some weakling who runs from a challenge. So watch me closely, Kim Yusung." Shinjiro stretches his back and shoulders, confidently preparing his muscles as Yusung watches him in baffled silence. Striking a powerful pose, Shinjiro screams, "Hiya!" as he winds up for a devastating punch. With an explosive strike, Shinjiro unleashes a powerful punch directly onto the pad of the punch machine. The machine's digital screen flashes brightly as it registers an incredibly high score of 960 points. Pointing directly at his opponent, Shinjiro confidently declares, "Now it's your turn," while the crowd whispers in amazement. Encouraging him to go all out, the president thought to herself how curious she was to see what happens when Yusung gives it his all, before cheerfully shouting, "If the machine breaks, we'll pay for it, so go wild." Overwhelmed by the pressure and tears of frustration, Yusung sighs. "Sigh, fine, I get it," as the others enthusiastically cheer him on. Cracking his knuckles reluctantly, Yusung grumbles, "Damn it, how did it come to this?" while Shinjiro watches smugly behind him. Sweat dropping, Yusung nervously realizes, actually, the score isn't even the problem. The real problem is... Yusung recalls a critical truth. "My body has the muscle gag character buff from this manga." A close-up shows Yusung's massive shoulder and arm muscles bulging and glowing with incredible strength. Surrounded by an ominous blazing purple aura, Yusung stares at the machine, thinking, "A punch machine like this? I feel like I'll shatter it in a single hit." With flames igniting in his eyes, Yusung determines, "Forget it. It's all or nothing now. I can't guarantee I won't break it." Resolving to do it right, Yusung thinks, "If it's going to break anyway, I'll make sure it breaks cleanly." With a cold, focused glare, Yusung winds up his arm to unleash a devastating strike. Yusung delivers a colossal punch, unleashing a massive blue and purple energy wave that blasts through the machine. Shinjiro looks on with crossed arms, completely unfazed as he mutters, "What?" Shocked by the visual damage, Manami shouts, "Yusung, where were you aiming? He bent the machine's metal frame." The screen sounds a buzzer and displays 0 points, prompting the president to elegantly remark, "The score didn't even register. 0 points. He's in last place." Giving him a thumbs down, Manami sighs, "I had high hopes, but you clearly lacked focus," leaving a sweat-dropping Yusung in awkward silence. Believing he played it off as an accident, Yusung is suddenly startled by a loud metallic creak, wondering, why is that? With a sudden crash, the massive pad of the punch machine breaks off completely and slams onto the floor, leaving everyone speechless. Shinjiro stands bare-chested in stunned silence, staring at the destroyed machine while Yusung sweats profusely. Slowly lowering his sunglasses, Shinjiro lets out a tense, sweaty grunt, muttering, Striking a dramatic pose, Shinjiro pushes his sunglasses back up as they flash with a brilliant gleam. Pointing dramatically, Shinjiro yells, "Next time, I'll crush you," as Yusung awkwardly scratches his head and replies, sure, well, I guess that settles it." Moving on to their next destination, they head to a cozy sticker photo booth as Yusung reflects, "It was a bit chaotic, but..." Turning back to the group, Yusung suggests, "Since we're all here together, why don't we take some sticker photos to remember the day?" The president looks pleasantly surprised by the suggestion, while Manami excitedly clasps her hands together in agreement. Opening the curtain to the photo booth, Yusung says, "Come on, everyone inside," as Manami playfully ushers a blushing president inside, followed by Shinjiro. The camera flashes as the four of them squeeze together to take their very first cute, smiling photo. In their second photo, a chaotic Shinjiro playfully puts a struggling Manami in a headlock, prompting the others to laugh. For their third photo, they put on adorable animal headbands and flash bright, cheerful smiles at the camera. In their final photo, they all wear oversized, colorful sunglasses while making cute finger heart gestures. A printed four-cut photo strip showcases their wonderful, chaotic moments together. Holding the printed strip, Manami proudly shows it off, saying, "They turned out great, didn't they?" as Shinjiro fumes in jealousy behind them. A close-up highlights the funny photo of Shinjiro headlocking a protesting Manami while Yusung and the president look on happily. Holding the photos close, the president blushes and giggles with pure happiness, whispering, "Oh ho ho." Watching her cherish the memories, Yusung smiles warmly and looks at her with tender affection. Later at a karaoke room, Shinjiro sings passionately but terribly into the microphone, forcing Yusung and Manami to cover their ears in absolute agony. Standing gracefully with the microphone, the president blushes slightly as she prepares to take her turn. Closing her eyes, the president sings beautifully and elegantly, filling the room with sweet melodic notes. Thrilled by her wonderful performance, a chibi Yusung, Manami, and Shinjiro enthusiastically cheer and give her giant thumbs up. Sharing the spotlight, Yusung and the president sing a beautiful duet together, laughing and smiling as they enjoy the music. Singing his heart out, Yusung beams with a bright, radiant smile, perfectly wrapping up an unforgettable day with his friends. Over a modern city nightscape with illuminated buildings, a large speech bubble bids farewell, saying, "Well then, get home safely." Yusung waves goodbye with a bright smile from outside the car window, while inside, the president waves back as Manami and Shinjiro sit completely exhausted and dazed from the chaotic day. A dramatic bubble floating in a patterned purple background reads, "Man," setting up a deep reflection. Looking completely drained and sweat-dropping nervously, they think, "I really went all out today." Looking back with sincere concern, Manami and Shinjiro apologize, saying, "We're so sorry, my lady." Bowing their heads in deep regret, they add that we missed the chance to slip away. The president blinks in surprise, her wide eyes reflecting her quiet contemplation of the situation. Slowly, a soft blush colors the president's cheeks as a gentle, warm smile spreads across her face. Looking at her companions with a serene expression, the president reflects on how wonderful everything was today. She fondly remembers the sweet moments they shared, like laughing together while enjoying giant green tea ice cream cones under a warm, glowing sky. She recalls another precious memory where Yusung looked up at her in stunned silence, completely captivated by how beautiful she looked in her traditional kimono. Holding the printed photo strip tenderly in her hands, she smiles with pure affection, knowing this memory will stay with her for a long time. She thinks back to their childhood, remembering when Manami playfully crowned her with white flowers while Shinjiro proudly carried a massive bouquet behind them. With a soft, affectionate expression, the president gently calls out, "Shinjiro, Manami." She bows her head gracefully and thanks them from the bottom of her heart for making the day so special, leaving them deeply touched. Overwhelmed by her kindness, tears of pure emotion well up in Manami's eyes as Shinjiro stands deeply moved beside her. Bursting into comical tears, Manami clings tightly to the president's arm and emotionally declares, "I'll follow you for the rest of my life," while Shinjiro wails loudly in agreement.
Smiling brightly with playful expectation, the president asks, "You two will definitely help me next time, right?"
As the van speeds down the illuminated city streets, Manami and Shinjiro enthusiastically cheer from inside. "Next time, we'll make sure your date is a total success. Yeah!" In a quiet room, a steady scratching sound fills the air as a digital pen sketches out a manga scene on a tablet screen, detailing characters and silhouettes. With his hair tied back in a bun, the dedicated manga creator works late into the night at his desk, focused entirely on his digital canvas. Suddenly, a gentle knocking sound at the door breaks his concentration, prompting him to look back. Opening the door with a bright, playful grin, his cheerful daughter pops her head in and calls out, "Papa." Walking into his workspace, Rika eagerly asks, "You didn't forget that my friend is coming over tomorrow, right?" To which her father warmly chuckles, "I know, Rika, you've already told me a dozen times." Smiling gently as he holds his stylus, he reflects on the classmate his daughter has been constantly talking about, saying, "That friend you're always talking about?" With a look of calm, mature warmth, he smiles softly, anticipating the visit of the person who has brought so much joy to his daughter's life. Standing outside under the bright daylight, Yusung sweats nervously and lets out a hesitant as he prepares for his visit. Seeing Rika's father, Yusung bows deeply in respect and loudly greets him, "Kishimoto-sensei," while the artist warmly gestures for him to relax. Sweat dripping down his face in sheer nervousness, Yusung looks at the legendary creator with immense awe, thinking, "This is the man himself." Behind the creator's calm smile, Yusung visualizes the legendary high-stakes battle manga characters that have defined his incredible career. Genuinely amused by the young man's polite behavior, Kishimoto-sensei chuckles and says, "Well, shall we head inside first?" Welcoming them warmly, Rika's mother giggles elegantly behind her hand while a cheerful Rika stands in the background wearing an apron, excited for the feast. The dining table is filled with a sparkling, mouth-watering feast, featuring a perfectly grilled T-bone steak, fresh pizza, rich pasta, and a vibrant salad. As everyone sits together around the lavish spread, Kishimoto-sensei gestures warmly and welcomes Yusung, saying, "What an incredible meal. Please, help yourself." Yusung flinches nervously with wide eyes as the atmosphere suddenly shifts, feeling the father's sharp, inquisitive gaze lock onto him. Looking at him with a deep, knowing smile, Kishimoto-sensei delivers a heavy line. "I really wanted to meet you. This is the first time our daughter has been so close with a boy." Feeling the intense weight of the situation, a sweating Yusung panics inwardly, thinking, "This is so awkward. I have to make sure there's no misunderstanding." Waving his hands in a flustered panic, Yusung quickly explains, "We're just normal friends. She was lost on her first day of school, so I helped her out, and that's how we met." Blushing red in embarrassment, Chibi Rika puffs her cheeks and defensively shouts, "Ryu-chan isn't that kind of person." Flustered and mortified by her parents' teasing, Rika protests loudly, her face turning bright red. Suddenly, she stops mid-sentence, blinking in confusion as she notices something unexpected. Staring blankly at her friend, Rika asks in a quiet, puzzled tone, "Ryu?" while Yusung avoids eye contact, sweating in tense silence. Puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor, Rika asks, "Why are you looking at me like that?" prompting Yusung to quickly avert his gaze and stammer, "Oh, it's nothing." Her parents watch the adorable display with warm, happy smiles, lovingly remarking, "All grown up, honey. She even knows how to get embarrassed over boys now." To which her mother replies, "She looks just like you did when you were young." Looking at his daughter, a soft, nostalgic smile spreads across Kishimoto-sensei's face as he reflects on how fast time flies. He fondly recalls when Rika was just a tiny, cheerful little girl, running towards him with her favorite stuffed bunny while shouting, "Papa." He remembers kneeling down to catch her in his arms, cherishing those sweet, simple moments of her early childhood. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush of nostalgic memories, he covers his mouth as a wave of deep emotional warmth washes over him. Noticing her husband's sentimental reaction, Rika's mother giggles softly and looks at him with tender affection, sharing the beautiful moment. Watching the incredibly loving bond shared by Rika's family, Yusung's tense expression softens as a gentle, warm feeling fills his heart. Standing around the dining table after finishing their meal, Kishimoto-sensei offers a tour of his studio, which Yusung excitedly and gratefully accepts. A heavy sigh echoes through the room as the perspective shifts to the ceiling of a house. Clutching a bag containing his precious souvenir, a thrilled Yusung declares that having visited the artist's studio and received an autograph, he can die happy. Rika, smiling warmly, asks if he's really that happy, feeling glad that she invited him. As they walk down the hallway, Yusung enthusiastically explains that Kishimoto-sensei is the artist he respects most in the world, while Rika playfully brushes it off. Gesturing proudly with her hand, Rika welcomes Yusung to her bedroom, decorated in a soft pink theme with a large bookshelf. Looking around the room in absolute awe, Yusung marvels that the massive collection of volumes makes it look just like a manga library. Rika giggles, noting that everyone who visits is just as surprised as he is, while Yusung begins browsing the neatly arranged shelves. Peeking from behind the door, a cute chibi Rika points out to Yusung to wait a moment, and he cheerfully acknowledges her. Left alone in the room, Yusung sits on the floor and reflects on how strange and unfamiliar it feels to be inside a girl's bedroom for the first time. Staring at his glowing smartphone screen, Yusung tells himself to stop overthinking and calm his racing mind. Suddenly, Rika's mother, Maria, playfully pops her head into the room, startling Yusung and causing him to gasp. Entering the room with a cheerful wave and a bright smile, Maria greets the startled teenager. Kneeling nervously on the floor, Yusung asks Maria what brings her in, unaware of the orange photo album she is hiding behind her back. With a wink and a brilliant smile, Maria dramatically reveals the album, eager to show off some memorable photographs. Maria opens the album with an excited grin, while a nervous and sweating Yusung wonders if it is truly all right for him to look, despite his curiosity. Maria excitedly announces that she found the photos from when she took Rika to Comiket, prompting a deeply shocked reaction from Yusung. The photo reveals a younger Rika and Maria dressed up in matching cute witch costumes for the convention. Looking at the album, Maria recalls that cosplaying with her daughter was always a dream of hers, while Yusung silently muses that a dark past must be genetic for a manga artist's family. Maria quickly flips to another page, turning to Yusung with a mischievous smile as he panics, realizing there is more to come. The album displays a photo of a slightly older Rika posing dramatically in a gothic, dark, "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Returning to the present, Rika stands completely pale and mortified as she realizes her secret has been exposed. Trembling in pure shock, Rika frantically asks her smiling mother if she actually showed Yusung the embarrassing photos, and Maria happily confirms that she did. Feeling the intense awkwardness of the situation, Yusung breaks into a nervous sweat and despairs over how doomed things are. Desperate to save face, Rika grabs Yusung's jacket and violently shakes him, screaming that the cosplay was just a mistake from her rebellious phase of storm and stress and that she doesn't do it anymore. Giggling softly, Maria leaves the room clutching the photo album while Rika collapses onto her knees, fuming with comical rage in the background. An awkward, tense silence settles over the room as both Rika and Yusung sit on their knees, completely drained. Tearing up in embarrassment, Rika begs Yusung to keep her past a secret, and he quickly reassures her that he will, adding that he doesn't have anyone to tell anyway. Blushing furiously, Rika looks down with tears welling up in her eyes, while Yusung watches her in silence. Yusung gently tries to comfort her, telling her not to be so embarrassed about it. He explains that everyone goes through a chunibyo phase once in their life, but a pouting Rika counters that he probably never did anything like that. Scratching his cheek nervously, Yusung admits that he actually had a pretty severe case of chunibyo back in middle school, which instantly piques Rika's curiosity. When Yusung asks if she wants to see a photo of his past, an eager Rika immediately nods her head and begs to see it. Rika leans in close with high expectations as Yusung begins scrolling through his phone to find the photo. Showing his phone screen to Rika, Yusung says "here," causing her eyes to widen in utter shock as she gasps. Rika stares in disbelief at the glowing phone screen, struggling to process what she is seeing. The screen displays a middle school Yusung posing dramatically as a dark metalhead with a spiked collar, accompanied by chunibyo quotes about a howling black flame dragon. Looking at the photo with a look of quiet concern and pity, Rika makes Yusung wonder if his past self was really that problematic. Smiling warmly, Yusung explains that he felt too scrawny and weak back then, which motivated him to start working out and grow taller before entering high school. Sitting beside her, Yusung asks Rika if she doesn't like how he looks now, while she quietly thinks to herself that his past look was a bit of a waste to lose. Turning to him with a flushed face and wide eyes, Rika begins to confess how much she actually likes him, catching him completely off guard. Realizing what she was about to say, Rika suddenly covers her mouth in a flustered panic as her face turns bright red. Staring at her with a gentle, questioning look, Yusung softly calls out her name in concern. Rika clutches her hands together tightly, her face burning with embarrassment as she tries to contain her intense emotions. Under the warm glowing lights, Rika continues to blush furiously while Yusung looks at her with a mixture of confusion and nervousness. Sitting back against the closet, a flustered Yusung gently calls out her name once more, feeling the tension in the room. Blushing and stuttering, Rika opens her mouth to speak, struggling to find the right words. Yusung swallows hard in anticipation, a bead of sweat running down his cheek as the romantic tension peaks. Desperate to break the awkwardness, Rika starts shouting in a flustered state, prompting Yusung to smile nervously as he tries to defuse the situation. Sweating and blushing, Yusung tries to complete her sentence by describing their relationship as that of a good friend. Relieved yet slightly comically disappointed, Chibi Rika and Yusung both laugh nervously, agreeing that they are indeed just good friends. Yusung scratches his head in awkward silence as Rika looks sideways with a blush on her face. Turning her gaze back to him, Rika blushes even more as Yusung calls out her name, prompting her to reply nervously, "Yeah?" Smiling warmly, Yusung expresses his gratitude. "Thanks to you inviting me over, I got to meet Kishimoto-sensei and even get an autograph." Flustered and touched, Rika scratches her cheek with a shy smile, feeling incredibly happy that he enjoyed his visit. Yusung looks at her with a gentle, reassuring smile and tells her she is welcome anytime. The two share a heartwarming moment, sitting side by side on the floor and laughing together in the cozy room. As the sky turns into a beautiful, warm sunset, Rika softly remarks, "You could have stayed a bit longer." Standing outside her home, Yusung politely declines, holding his souvenir bag and saying, "I've been here long enough. I should head home for dinner." Rika beams with a bright, adorable smile and flashes a peace sign, fully recovering her cheerful energy. Smiling playfully, Yusung tells her, "I see. Have a good trip. Make sure to wear sunscreen," while a chibi Rika teasingly warns him not to cry because he misses her. Suddenly looking very serious, Yusung puts a hand on his chin and gently says, "Call me if anything happens. I'll come help." Sweating nervously, Yusung wonders if his athletic physique would actually make it possible for him to swim across the ocean to help her, visualizing a muscular swimmer in goggles. Laughing at his extreme dedication, Rika says, "Ooh, Ryu-chan, you're more sensible than I thought," as he replies that he would actually have to break into his savings to buy a plane ticket first. Raising his hand with a bright smile, Yusung says goodbye as Rika waves back happily from the doorstep. Looking back one last time, Yusung smiles warmly and bids her, "See you at school." Watching him go, Rika's expression softens as she gazes after him with a quiet, contemplative look. Biting her lip and clenching her hands to her chest, Rika's face turns completely red in a wave of overwhelming emotion. Under the glowing orange sky, Yusung begins walking down the street, leaving her house behind. Rika's mind drifts back to their past memories together, recalling the moment they first met at school when he offered her a helping hand. She fondly remembers sitting on a park bench together where Yusung shared some gimbap and thanked her for enjoying it, while she enthusiastically told him to let his mother know she loved it. Another memory flashes by of them standing close together in a library, sharing a quiet and slightly awkward moment while browsing through books. She remembers the sweet, heart-fluttering moments that made her blush intensely and left her breathless. She recalls a time when he wore a dark hoodie and gently pinned her against a wall to protect her from a crowded street. Lost in her thoughts, she remembers how safe she felt looking up at his protective gaze in that moment. She remembers him firmly grabbing her hand to guide her through the crowd, shouting, "We're gonna lose him!" Back in the present, Yusung walks away into the sunset with a peaceful, fond smile on his face. Looking at his retreating back, Rika clutches her shirt over her racing heart, her face flushing with deep affection. Standing alone in the warm twilight, she smiles beautifully, her heart completely filled with love for him. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny afternoon in the bustling city filled with towering skyscrapers. Heavy footsteps echo on the paved street as a young man walks briskly. Walking down the busy street while checking his phone, Yusung thinks to himself, "I've finished buying all the manga I needed. Should I grab a bite before I head out?" Suddenly, Yusung pauses and looks up, distracted by a sudden noise nearby. Hearing rapid footsteps approaching, he thinks, maybe I should just go to my regular ramen shop. A frantic girl with blue hair and a school uniform dashes forward, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Get out of the way!" Surprised by the sudden shout, Yusung turns around with a puzzled expression on his face. The blue-haired girl leaps high into the air, using a stone ledge to launch herself over the crowd. Flying straight over a shocked Yusung, the girl's sudden acrobatic maneuver catches him completely off guard. As she flies overhead, her skirt flutters upward, leaving a deeply stunned Yusung to stammer in shock. Why are there panties? Realizing her skirt has flown up, the girl quickly grabs it to pull it down in embarrassment. The sudden, unexpected view triggers a massive comical nosebleed for Yusung as the girl lands directly on top of him. Catching her in his arms, a flustered and bleeding Yusung comically rages, "Wait, that's not the point. Oh no." Looking quite annoyed as she adjusts her cap, the girl mutters, "I save you and I get a tch," while Yusung mutters back that she also gave him a nosebleed. Suddenly, several men in black suits run toward them as a voice shouts, "Mila," prompting a confused Yusung to ask, Hey, what exactly is... With no time to waste, Mila grabs Yusong's hand and drags him along, shouting, "No time to explain, just help me," while a startled Yusong yells, Wait! As they sprint away, Yusong quickly warns her, "Where are you going? That's a dead end," causing her to hesitate. Taking the initiative, Yusong grabs her hand instead and runs ahead, yelling, "Follow me, this way," to which she responds, Okay. They quickly head towards a nearby building with a wooden sign that reads, "Ramen Shop." Crouched down together inside the shop, they hide below the counter while the suited men sprint past the window, with one shouting in Russian, "Poidyam tuda." Peeking cautiously over the counter, Mila whispers nervously, "They're coming," as they watch their pursuers run past. Once the coast is clear, Mila lets out an exhausted sigh of relief while Yusong stands beside her, sweating and utterly bewildered by the chaotic situation. Mila smiles confidently as she admits she only got caught up in the chaos by accident before asking Yusong why he was being chased in the first place. Sitting down at a table inside the quiet ramen shop, Mila asks for his name, and Yusong politely replies, "Kim Yusong." When Mila asks if he is a tourist, Yusong clarifies that he is actually a second-generation Zainichi Korean. Angered by her evasiveness, Yusong urges her to stop changing the subject and tell him who those men were, to which Mila sweatily replies that it is a complicated situation that is hard to explain. Having no interest in getting dragged into unnecessary danger, Yusong bids her good luck with her escape and prepares to leave her behind. Mila protests that it's only common sense to help a beautiful girl without complaining when she asks for help, but Yusong dryly questions when that ever became common sense. Desperate to stop him, Mila pulls out a thick envelope of cash and tells him to look, causing a sweaty Yusong to stop in his tracks. Mila opens the envelope to reveal thick, sparkling stacks of 10,000 yen bills wrapped in bands. With a firm handshake, Yusong declares that their contract is officially established, while Mila sighs in disappointment, realizing he was only motivated by the money, as Yusong excitedly counts how many manga volumes he can buy. Mila sighs and reluctantly agrees to his terms, reaching up to adjust her plaid beret. Yusong watches her closely, sweating slightly as he lets out a confused, "Huh?" Mila takes off her plaid beret, letting her beautiful, long, light blue hair cascade down past her shoulders. Yusong stands completely frozen in shock as he recognizes her as Alec, one of the main heroines and a popular Russian character from the hit manga series Scramble Love. Walking out of a clothing boutique, a sparkling Mila proudly shows off her new casual outfit, consisting of a sports cap, a crop top, athletic shorts, and a varsity jacket. Yusung observes her new style and remarks that her outfit definitely looks much easier to run and move in. Mila asks if he is sure this disguise is enough, and Yusong confidently assures her that it is. When Yusong questions why she wants to go sightseeing while being pursued by kidnappers, Mila explains that crowded places are actually much better for hiding. Sweating slightly, Yusong looks at her and admits that her reasoning actually makes a lot of sense. Mila looks back over her shoulder at him, flashing a confident and beautiful smile. Yusung recalls that in the original manga, Alec was supposed to meet the protagonist, Sakamoto Ryuji, for her first appearance, but because she met him instead, he is now essentially the protagonist. He fondly remembers the frantic moment he grabbed her hand to help his escape from the pursuers. Yusung wonders why a main heroine is being chased in the first place, questioning whether it's wise for him to get so deeply involved in her story. He imagines how a typical righteous protagonist would react by proudly declaring, "Are you trying to buy me with money? Do you intend to insult me?" Back in reality, Yusong grits his teeth with a sweat drop, his expression completely serious and practical. He hilariously pictures a chibi Mila happily waving massive stacks of cash, admitting to himself that it's simply way too much money to turn down. Walking closely behind him, Mila snickers to herself with a mischievous hee-hee. Mila glances sideways with a devious, scheming look in her eyes, secretly plotting something. A flashback reveals Mila's inner thoughts when Yusong first carried her. She instantly recognized his immense strength and estimated he could easily hold off her pursuers for 6 hours. As they walk, Mila warns him that they will be found if they stay in one place for too long, but she is suddenly cut off by a loud shout, "Hey you, don't move!" Several men in black suits rush down the street toward them, prompting a shocked Yusung to wonder how they managed to track them down so quickly. Running side by side, Yusung asks if their pursuers are elite ex-KGB agents, but a clueless Mila asks if KGB is a brand of alcohol. A massive foot steps in front of Yusung as a voice commands them to stop. One of the suited men lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch straight at Yusung's face. To the attacker's utter shock, Yusung effortlessly catches the incoming fist in midair. The suited man grimaces in shock as Yusung firmly grabs him by the front of his shirt. Displaying his incredible physical power, Yusung lifts the large man completely over his head with a grunt. With immense force, Yusung slams the man face first into the paved street, shocking the other pursuers. Turning around with a sweat drop, Yusung is startled by another sudden development. Yusung tells Mila to stay back and hide as he prepares to face the rest of the attackers. He quickly shoves Mila inside a nearby red telephone booth to keep her safe. Putting a hand to his chin, Yusung analyzes the situation and notes that these men are definitely different from ordinary street thugs. A group of suited men surrounds him, confirming they are on a completely different level of combat training. Raising his fists, a determined Yusung tells himself that unfortunately for them, they are dealing with him. He confidently declares that in a rom-com, the character with the bigger muscles always wins as he blocks a heavy strike. An intense exchange of blows echoes through the alleyway as Yusung holds his own against the coordinated attacks. Yusung smiles, thinking he might actually win this fight, but is suddenly interrupted by a commanding voice ordering everyone to fall back. Before Yusung can react, a powerful blow catches him completely off guard. Screaming in pain, Yusung is sent reeling backward by the sheer force of the surprise attack. The suited men respectfully call out to their leader, Captain Boris, as a massive bearded man steps forward. Looking up from the ground, Yusung is stunned by the newcomer's towering muscular physique, realizing this surprise attack actually hurt. Yusung looks up nervously with a sweat drop, thinking to himself, I wonder if A muscular, bearded Captain Boris cracks his knuckles menacingly against a background of roaring flames as Yusung wonders, rom-com muscle correction will work on him too? Yusung remains silent and focused, while behind him, inside the telephone booth, a panicked Mila looks out at the impending confrontation. Pressing her hands against the glass, Mila worries frantically that no matter how strong Yusung is, he stands no chance. Mila thinks in despair that Yusung can never defeat Captain Boris, who stands calm and imposing. Facing his opponent, Yusung lets out a soft, confident sigh. With a sharp look in his eyes, Yusung resolves to finish this battle as quickly as possible. Planting his foot firmly on the pavement, Yusung charges forward with incredible speed. Captain Boris is caught completely off guard as Yusung's hand suddenly lunges straight toward his face. In a flash of motion, Yusung strikes Boris with immense force. Yusung firmly grips Captain Boris by the face, completely shutting down his defenses. Boris widens his eyes in shock as he is completely overwhelmed by Yusung's speed. With an aggressive pull, Yusung throws Boris off balance. With a powerful slam, Yusung sends the massive Captain Boris crashing onto the paved street. Looking down at his fallen opponent, Yusung grunts in pain and remarks, "That hurts." Suddenly, Captain Boris fights back, catching Yusung by surprise as Yusung mutters, "Wait, is this?" Boris wraps his limbs around Yusung, prompting a startled Yusung to realize in shock, an armbar? Boris flashes a smug, confident grin, believing he has secured his victory. Boris applies intense pressure to lock Yusung's body and restrict his movements. He climbs onto Yusung's back to lock him in a grueling hold, leaving Boris gasping in surprise as Yusung resists. Gritting his teeth with a fierce glare, Yusung notes, "This bastard, a joint lock?" as Boris suddenly feels a sharp pain in his hip joint. Boris grimaces in absolute agony as his hold is violently reversed. Yusung thinks to himself, "It's gonna get," as he prepares to completely overpower the massive captain. With terrifying physical strength, Yusung slams Boris headfirst into the street, knocking him out cold. Watching the unbelievable display of power from inside the phone booth, Mila is left completely speechless and wide-eyed in shock. The remaining suited henchmen stare in utter disbelief, horrified to see their captain defeated so easily. Yusung stands tall and thinks injury means muscle loss, before sternly asking, "Are you okay?" As Yusung looks back, Mila slowly pushes open the phone booth door, staring at him in complete awe. Mila is overwhelmed with awe, questioning how he can possibly be so incredibly strong. Standing behind his powerful silhouette, she can only think about how unbelievably strong he is. Inside a dark, abandoned warehouse, heavy footsteps echo through the empty space. A man wearing sunglasses and sporting a distinctive blue beard answers his ringing phone. Walking through the warehouse, the blue-bearded man speaks into his phone. "Yes, it's me." As a subordinate reports, "Tsar, Captain Boris has been defeated." The man listens to the report, a dark and intrigued smile forming on his face. The reporter on the phone describes the target, 190 centimeters tall, black hair, messy and unkempt, causing the blue-bearded man to halt in his tracks as he wonders, could it be? A deep purple bubble displays the legendary name, Black Yaksha. The blue-bearded man takes in the news with an intense, serious expression on his face. He wonders silently to himself, is it him? The question echoes in his mind, is it really him? Meanwhile, on a computer screen, an online forum post reads, "It's for real. He was spotted fighting in Akihabara just now. The rumor's already all over Tokyo." A hand clicks and scrolls through the online posts with a soft click. A woman with long dark hair tied in a high ponytail sits quietly in a room, illuminated by the bright glow of her computer screen. On screen, users comment, "If he was such a big deal, why'd he vanish without a word?" And they say he was the strongest contract killer in the underworld. The dark-haired woman stares intensely at the monitor, her sharp blue eyes reflecting the screen's light. She reads about the past. Back when Ivan, the god of destruction, wanted to find a worthy opponent, he held the first God of Fist tournament in 1999. The screen displays an image of the legendary blue-bearded Ivan standing in a surge of lightning as the legendary God of Fist. "That's when Fumakotaro appeared out of nowhere." Continues, "That's when Fumakotaro appeared out of nowhere," showing a hooded ninja. The screen displays the mysterious ninja Fumakotaro looking back with sharp, glowing purple eyes. The dark-haired woman rests her face in her hand, deep in thought as she processes the information. She stares forward with a serious and determined expression, pondering the return of the legendary fighter. Is it true that Fumakotaro has finally resurfaced? In her dark room, illuminated only by the blue glow of her computer screen, a dark-haired girl leans against her desk, processing the shocking rumor about the legendary fighter. Determined to uncover the truth, she quickly grabs her black jacket and throws it over her shoulders. With a swift motion, she turns the door handle and steps out of her room. She exits the building and looks around the quiet street, her mind focused on finding her target. Her sharp purple eyes narrow as she walks down the road, filled with resolve. "Father," she thinks, hoping to find the answer she's desperately searching for. Meanwhile, a stressed Yusung walks down the street with a hand on his forehead while a bubbly Mila walks happily beside him. Seeking a place to eat and lay low, the two step inside a colorful, brightly decorated maid cafe. Yusung's sweat drops as he looks at the overly cute pink menu covered in hearts, complaining that Mila is being way too carefree given their situation. "I'm not happy about this, but I already took the advance payment. I have no choice. I'm gonna order the omurice," Yusung grumbles to himself in chibi form. Looking at her phone, Mila notes, "By the way, something's weird. There's nothing on the internet about that fight in the street earlier." She explains that when EE combatants carry out a mission, they deploy an EMP first to disable nearby electronics, leaving a confused chibi Yusung to wonder, and what the hell is EE? Mila explains it's a massive Russian military-industrial corporation, prompting Yusung to ask, why would a place like that be trying to kidnap you? Before she can answer, a sweet voice interrupts them with a cheerful, "Master." A cute maid with cat ears winks and introduces herself. "Thank you for choosing me today, Nyan. I'm this cafe's main attraction, the cat maid Yan Noko Nyan." Hit with massive culture shock, Yusung freezes in sheer terror and bewilderment, while Mila squeals with excitement over the adorable cat maid. "Here is your omurice, Nyan," the maid chirps happily as she sets down the food, to Mila's absolute delight and Yusung's continued daze. Staring at the steaming hot omurice, Yusung is about to eat when the maid happily stops him to guide him through the next step. "There's a ritual you must perform before eating, Nyan. Now repeat after me, Nyan," she instructs, casting an ominous shadow of embarrassment over a sweating Yusung. She brings her hands together to form a heart, preparing to chant the magical spell. "Oishikunare," she chants cheerfully, surrounded by a bright pink, heart-filled aura. Yusung literally coughs up blood from the sheer secondhand embarrassment, muttering, "Damn it," while Mila happily copies the cute mo heart pose. Mila points at him and demands, "Hey, why aren't you doing it?" While a sweating, blushing Yusung waves his hands defensively, stammering, I don't really have to." Close up on Yusung's sweating and deeply blushing face as he grits his teeth, realizing there is absolutely no way out of this. Closing his eyes in pure humiliation, Yusung reluctantly forms a heart shape over his plate, while Chibi Mila laughs hysterically at his embarrassment, asking, "What the hell was that?" The maid bows and says, "Then please enjoy your meal, Nyan," leaving a deeply traumatized Yusung slumping in his seat while Mila wipes away tears of laughter. Sweating and blushing, Yusung quickly stuffs his face with the warm omurice, eager to get the meal over with. Smiling brightly, the cat maid returns to their table and asks, "Did you enjoy your meal, Nyan?" She suddenly pulls out a pair of fuzzy pink cat ears, catching Yusung completely off guard, while Mila looks on with sparkly eyes. Sweat running down his face, Yusung asks, "Wait, that headband, don't tell me," as the maid cheerfully confirms his suspicion. Yusung panics in chibi form at the thought of wearing the cat ears while Mila pumps her fists in absolute excitement. Desperate to avoid the humiliation, a sweating Yusung asks, Isn't there any other penalty? While Mila giggles mischievously beside him. Close-up of Yusung's eye twitching in irritation as he realizes he must win the next game to escape his fate. He silently resolves, fine, if that's how it's going to be. Clenching his cards with a sweat drop, a determined Yusung declares, I'll make sure I win this time, while Mila holds her cards smugly, giggling at his struggle. A close-up shows the pink cat ear headband perking up on Yusung's dark hair, signaling another massive loss. Wearing the cat ears, a blushing and sweating Yusung grits his teeth in silent agony, while Chibi Mila urges him, come on, you have to say something for it to be a penalty. Trembling with rage, Yusung sighs and mutters, let's play one more round, Nyan, causing Mila to burst into a massive fit of laughter, pointing out how much it doesn't suit him. Damn it, I'm definitely winning the next round, his thoughts scream as a pink-spiked speech bubble reflects his burning desire for revenge. The door chime rings as they finally exit the maid cafe after their long gaming session. Stretching happily in the evening light, Mila exclaims, that was fun, while a completely defeated Yusung sulks behind her, having failed to win even a single game. Mila looks back and says, it's almost 5 o'clock. You didn't get to do the sightseeing you wanted. You okay with that? They walk side by side along the street, their footsteps echoing in a sudden, quiet moment of reflection. Mila looks down and quietly confesses, actually, I have something to confess, prompting a surprise from Yusung. She reveals the shocking truth. You fought on the street earlier, they're bodyguards hired by my father. Yusung is completely flabbergasted, his eyes wide in utter shock as he yells, what? Mila looks down remorsefully, a drop of sweat showing her immense guilt as she prepares to explain herself. She explains that she snuck out of her hotel just to sightsee and never expected things to get so out of hand, concluding, so you can go home now. I'll contact the bodyguards and head back to the hotel myself. Just as she happily begins to say, thank you so much for she is suddenly drowned out by the loud chop-chop of a helicopter arriving directly above them. A dramatic, jagged white speech bubble flashes against a dark purple background, loudly proclaiming, ha 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 ha, found you at last. A close-up shows the blue-bearded man wearing yellow-tinted sunglasses, a wicked and satisfied grin spreading across his face as sunset light glints off his glasses. Looking up in sheer bewilderment, a sweating Yusung yells, what? As a helicopter hovers directly above him and Mila, kicking up wind and leaves. Inside the helicopter, a powerful hand with distinct scars slams down hard against the side, preparing to jump. With a dramatic landing, the mysterious blue-bearded man leaps from the helicopter and crashes onto the pavement, creating a massive shockwave as Mila and Yusung look on in shock. Staring intensely at Mila, the man remarks with a smirk, you've pulled quite a stunt, Sasha. The blue-bearded man chuckles darkly, telling her, thanks to that, I didn't have to look very hard, while Yusung stands nearby, tense and observant. Yusung sweats nervously as he processes the situation, thinking to himself, he just jumped from a helicopter? And who are you to address Sasha so casually? Looking extremely anxious, Mila raises her hands defensively and asks, how did you find us? A simple speech bubble floats against the beautiful pink and purple sunset sky, stating, I have personal business here. The tall, blue-bearded man stands tall and proud, wearing his flashy leopard print coat and sunglasses, smiling confidently. A close-up on his legs reveals his stylish dark pants and shoes as his voice continues, my daughter. The imposing man approaches the two of them, repeating his purpose. I have personal business here, my daughter. Standing protectively in front of Mila, Yusung listens as she nervously explains she was about to go back, but her father dismisses it, saying, that doesn't matter anymore. Close up on Yusung's eye, which is wide with utter disbelief as he realizes, Papa? Then that man is Sasha's father? Looking deadpan, Yusung's sweat drops as he wonders, but why is this Russian father and daughter speaking Japanese, before humorously rationalizing that manga worlds are just convenient? Mila looks completely baffled as the man mentions, I happen to hear news that the Black Nightcrawler appeared in Tokyo, prompting her to ask, the Black Nightcrawler? Why bring that up all of a sudden? A bewildered Yusung points a finger at himself, asking, huh? Me? As question marks float around his head in confusion. The blue-bearded man smiles knowingly, pointing toward him as he begins to speak of the legendary contract killer. An ominous flashback shows the mysterious silhouette of a ninja with glowing purple eyes beneath a hood, radiating a powerful dark aura. Pointing directly at Yusung, the man dramatically announces him as the Black Nightcrawler, Fuma Kotaro, leaving a sweating Yusung to think, what the hell is he talking about? The blue-bearded man shouts with absolute excitement and fury, declaring, "Now, Black Nightcrawler, today we finally settled the score from 18 years ago." Pointing at Yusung's face, the man suddenly squints in confusion and asks, Looking closer, who are you?" Prompting Yusung to answer, "I was going to ask you the same thing. My name is Kim Yusung." Staring intently at Yusung's face from a close distance, the man asks, "Do you happen to know a man named Fuma Kotaro?" To which Yusung flatly replies, "No, I've never heard that name before today." A heavy, awkward silence fills the air as the three of them stand in a tense standoff on the street. Relieved, Yusung waves goodbye and says, well, since your father is here, I'll be going. Sasha, get home safe." While Mila replies, "Oh, yeah." Yusung happily walks away, whistling a tune and thinking, "I don't know who Fuma Kotaro is, but he must look like me," before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Looking back over his shoulder at the intimidating man, Yusung asks, "Boris?" Sweat running down his face, Yusung sheepishly rubs his cheek and asks, "Oh, do you mean that big guy I fought earlier? Could you tell him I'm sorry?" Close up on the father's face as his purple glasses gleam under the sunset, listening to Yusung apologize. "I really thought he was a kidnapper, so I didn't hold back when I hit him." A close-up shows the father's shoe stepping forward firmly onto the concrete pavement with a sharp tap. Instantly, the blue-bearded man lunges forward with incredible velocity, raising his glowing fist to strike. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yusung's eyes widen as he barely manages to duck under the devastating punch. A massive shockwave of blue energy explodes outward, destroying everything in the attack's path. Mila watches the sudden outbreak of violence in absolute terror, screaming, "Kin Yusung!" The immense wind pressure from the punch tears open Yusung's backpack, sending papers fluttering and showing his damaged manga books inside. A startled exclamation bubble reads, "What is the meaning of this?" Yusung clutches his torn backpack, his face pale with shock and sweating profusely as he tries to understand why he was suddenly attacked. Looking deeply impressed, the blue-bearded man chuckles and says, "You blocked that? Interesting. Show me your strength as well." Throwing his hands out in despair, Yusung watches his torn backpack fly through the air, screaming, "Damn it, the manga I bought today!" Tears of pure rage and humiliation stream down Yusung's face as he clenches his teeth, roaring, "How dare you mess with my manga? I won't forgive you!" The blue-bearded man moves like a blur, rushing back in to resume his assault against Yusung. Yusung raises his arms to block a barrage of lightning-fast blows, shockwaves and sparks exploding around him. A flurry of fists and defensive blocks collide with rapid-fire speed, leaving trails of light in the air. Gritting his teeth, Yusung struggles to maintain his guard as the relentless assault continues to batter his arms. The smiling father steps into his stance, preparing to unleash an even more powerful strike. With a fierce swing, he throws a punch wrapped in a violent surge of blue energy. Yusung is pushed backward, his feet sliding across the concrete pavement as he groans in pain. "Ah!" Brushing off his shoulder with a confident smirk, the father remarks, "Amusing," while a chibi-sized, furious Yusung yells back, "Oh, I'm sure it's a blast." Rushing back in with a desperate swipe, Yusung screams in frustration, "Why are you even doing this?" as the relentless blue-bearded man continues his attack. With a sweating, irritated expression, Yusung yells back, "What are you talking about? If I'm a genius, why are you hitting me?" While a speech bubble above him declares, "Because you are an incredible genius." Charging forward with a powerful punch, the blue-bearded father questions how an ordinary high school student with no combat training could have defeated Boris, the captain of his guards, with his bare hands. The blue-bearded man slams a devastating blow directly against Yusung's guard, unleashing a brilliant flash of blue energy while thinking that such a feat is absolutely impossible. An imposing speech bubble appears against a dark vertical stripe background, emphasizing, "You're a genius, a once-in-a-century talent." Sweating nervously under the intense pressure, Yusung clenches his teeth in shock as he tries to make sense of his opponent's bizarre claims. Exuding an ominous blue aura, the father tightly clenches his muscular fist as the wind whips around him. Staring directly ahead with a confident, wide smile behind his purple sunglasses, the blue-bearded man commands, "Come work for me." Unleashing another powerful, sweeping punch, the father promises, "I'll help you realize your full potential." A sudden realization hits Yusung as he looks down in disbelief, thinking to himself that he finally understands the nature of this world, scramble love. Looking completely dejected, a sweat-dropping Yusung stares blankly ahead as the gravity of his situation begins to sink in. Reflecting on the father's recruiting offer, Yusung realizes that the line sounded exactly like something straight out of a shonen battle manga. He recalls how his life in this world originally started as a typical high school rom-com, filled with embarrassing misunderstandings, comedic accidents, and school drama. Yusung remembers how he has spent every single day without rest, lifting heavy weights, building his muscles to survive in this unpredictable world. Because of his absurd strength, he constantly found himself dragged into street fights with various thugs and gangsters. Shrouded in a dark, powerful aura, Yusung concludes that his absurd physical strength, enough to mistake him for a muscle gag character, leads to one undeniable truth. Looking at a manga cover of Scramble Love, he notes that the series has completely changed its course, shifting from a typical romantic comedy to a full-blown shonen battle series. With sweat rolling down his cheek, a determined Yusung declares that he is absolutely certain of this shift because the manga is serialized and jumping. A dramatic shoujo page shows a tearful high school girl confessing her feelings, highlighting the romance genre they've left far behind. A close-up of Yusung's eye reflects his deep anxiety as he ponders the dangerous consequences of this genre shift. He humorously imagines the flashy father as a horned devil coaxing him to become a subordinate, realizing that his life will constantly be at risk if he is surrounded by such dangerous people. Pointing a fist toward Yusung, the father continues his pitch, asking what he thinks about becoming a scholarship student for his company. Grinning widely, the father promises to provide tuition, college fees, a house, and a car, while Yusung barely manages to block a massive punch wrapped in a violent surge of blue energy. Gritting his teeth, Yusung suddenly smirks confidently as he firmly holds off the father's massive fist. A close-up shows the father looking utterly flabbergasted, sweat dripping down his face behind his purple sunglasses in complete shock. Looking straight at his opponent with a fearless grin, Yusung boldly declares, "I refuse." Yusung calculates that if this truly is a jumping-style battle series, then no matter how powerful and intimidating this old man looks, there's a specific rule that applies. A comedic, chibi-style illustration shows the blonde protagonist Sakamoto triumphantly standing with his foot on the bruised, defeated father's head. Yusung happily puts his arm around a sweating and nervous Sakamoto, concluding that staying close to the main protagonist is the ultimate unwritten rule of shonen manga to stay safe. The imposing father stands tall with his hands on his hips, casting a long shadow over Yusung as they face off on the street. Enraged by the refusal, the blue-bearded man lunges forward with a deadly fist, shouting, "Then just die." Shocked by the sudden escalation, a sweating Yusung screams, "Why are you so extreme?" The father's lightning-fast punch strikes hard, forcing a painful "gah" from Yusung as the impact sends shockwaves through the air. Blood splatters from Yusung's mouth as he struggles to endure the heavy blow, realizing with dread that the man is actually trying to kill him. Charging in with a terrifying grin, the father relentlessly pursues his target, while Yusung realizes he can no longer take it easy on him just because he is Sasha's father. A dramatic close-up of Yusung's sharp eye captures his intense focus as he searches for a counterattack. Spotting an opening, Yusung swings a swift, blinding counter-chop that strikes the side of the father's neck. The powerful chop hits its mark, causing the formidable father to stagger backward as his balance is momentarily broken. The father stands quietly, his back turned to Yusung as the golden sunset light bathes his silhouette in a tense silence. Turning his head back slowly, the father reveals a bruised cheek and glowing, lifeless white eyes, radiating a terrifying and murderous intent. Realizing he has just unleashed a monster, Yusung's face pales in sheer panic as he gasps, "Oh no!" Moving like a complete blur, the father swings his arm forward with devastating speed and precision. A massive, scarred hand slams violently onto Yusung's face, crushing him downward as he groans in agony. Holding Yusung helplessly by the face, the imposing father lifts him slightly and ominously says, "Let me give you some advice, boy." A close-up of the father's muscular, vein-popping forearm shows him tightening his grip as he prepares a final blow. Shrouded in a violent, bright blue aura, the father commands that whenever you strike an opponent, you must do so with the absolute resolve to kill. Peeking through the gaps of the father's crushing hand, Yusung's wide, trembling eye reflects his absolute terror as the final strike approaches. A massive, glowing fist slams downward, unleashing a devastating explosion of energy that completely shatters the pavement. Debris, dust, and shattered concrete fly violently through the air as the shockwave rips through the battlefield. Standing proudly amidst the floating debris and rising dust, the blue-bearded father looks down, his fist still glowing with residual purple energy. Crouched on his knees and panting heavily, a battered and sweating Yusung catches his breath on the ground, completely exhausted from the overwhelming display of power. Yusung catches his breath, sweat dripping down his face as he thinks to himself, "That was close. I barely managed to shake off his grip." Puzzled by his opponent's bizarre strength, Yusung wonders what on earth that incredible move just now was. The blue-bearded father grins widely with absolute confidence. Yusung is stunned as the father reveals that his technique is none other than the legendary Romanov Imperial Secret Martial Arts. Enveloped in a powerful blue aura, the father proudly takes a formidable combat stance. With chains rattling in the background, he explains that his technique represents the Emperor's double-headed eagle. The father lunges forward with a devastating strike, unleashing powerful shockwaves as his fist collides with Yusung's defense. Struggling under the relentless speed of the Imperial Secret Martial Arts, Yusung realizes that his kinetic vision alone is not enough to keep up with the strikes. Sasha suddenly rushes into the scene, terrified and screaming for her father to stop the violence. Grounded in his absolute resolve, the father roars back at Sasha to stay out of it, declaring that he must take Yusung with him. Battered and bruised, Yusung raises his guard once more, struggling to remain standing. The formidable father commands Yusung to join him if he wants to survive, promising to teach him every secret martial arts technique he knows. He praises Yusung as a born fighter, noting that even his elite guards couldn't withstand the powerful attacks Yusung easily blocked. He boldly declares that the weak must submit to natural strength, offering to grant Yusung ultimate power. Yusung wipes the dirt from his face and smirks, thinking to himself that the absolute definition of a chunibyo is standing right in front of him. Looking down with a determined expression, Yusung mutters quietly that in this place he has met many unforgettable people. He reflects on all the colorful, eccentric, and dramatic characters he has met in this rom-com world so far. But instead of giving up, Yusung suddenly springs forward with an aggressive counterpunch, refusing to surrender. He screams that he won't let a single one of them control his destiny, telling the old man to give up quietly, while the father looks on with a hint of respect. As Yusung unleashes a powerful punch, the father calmly prepares his defense, acknowledging his opponent's spirit. With wide eyes, Sasha gasps in absolute terror as her father prepares to completely crush Yusung's spirit. The father's devastating fist strikes hard, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy directly against Yusung. The impact of the heavy blow rattles Yusung, sending him stumbling back as his guard is completely shattered. Gasping for air and sweating profusely, Yusung struggles to catch his breath. Seeing an opening, the relentless father rushes back in to deliver another decisive strike. Another brutal strike lands with full force, sending powerful shockwaves vibrating through the air. The father maintains his intense, glowing gaze, focused entirely on finishing the fight. With a terrifying display of power, he pulls his fist back, ready to unleash a final crushing blow. Yusung's eyes widen in sheer panic as the father tightly grabs him by the collar, leaving him completely defenseless. The father delivers a devastating point-blank strike that explodes with violent blue energy. Spitting out blood, Yusung realizes with absolute dread that this man is on a completely different level than Boris, the captain of the guards he fought earlier. Standing proudly over the defeated student, the father looks down in absolute dominance. Yusung concludes in despair that Sasha's father is literally the strongest opponent he has ever faced. Terrified for Yusung's life, Sasha desperately screams for the violence to end. Sasha stands bravely in front of Yusung, questioning why her father is going this far when Yusung only protected her for half a day, but the father coldly commands her to step aside. Sasha boldly refuses to back down, threatening to take action if her father doesn't stop, which only irritates him further. With blinding speed, the father strikes Sasha on the back of her neck to silence her. As Sasha collapses to the ground, Yusung screams her name in absolute horror at the father's cold-blooded action. Gritting his teeth in disbelief, an enraged Yusung questions how a father could be so ruthless as to not even spare his own daughter. Despite his severe injuries, Yusung stands defiantly in front of Sasha, trembling but refusing to let her be harmed. The father's voice grows cold as he declares that Yusung talks too much, stating it is time to end the fight. Staring with cold, unyielding eyes, the father prepares to deliver the final blow. He unleashes a devastating, aura-infused punch aimed directly at the exhausted high school student. Yusung looks on helplessly as the terrifyingly powerful fist closes in on his face. The father's eyes suddenly widen in surprise as he senses an unexpected presence or attack. A barrage of sharp kunai flies through the air, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The weapons slam violently into the concrete pavement directly between the two fighters, forcing them to halt. Looking down at the weapons, the father instantly recognizes them as the black yaksha shuriken. A thin, razor-sharp wire grazes the father's cheek, leaving a small scratch and catching him completely off guard. A mysterious purple-haired assassin lunges from above with a knife, ready to ambush the formidable father. Fuma Yukika, a purple-haired assassin, quickly leaps forward with a kunai to stand between the battered, sweating Yusung and the imposing blue-bearded father, catching everyone off guard. Looking at her back, a bruised and sweaty Kim Yusung struggles to speak, weakly uttering, "You are." Stepping up confidently with two kunai in hand, she reveals herself to be Fuma Yukika, the 17th acting clan leader of the Fuma Ninja clan, leaving a stunned Yusung to gasp, "Senior Fuma?" Battered and bruised, Yusung stares at Yukika in disbelief as the golden sunset light glows around them. The blue-bearded father stands tall, his stern gaze fixed intensely on the mysterious new arrival. With a serious expression, Yukika reveals that the legendary Black Yaksha is actually her father, whom they lost contact with 10 years ago when he left the village. Staring back coldly, the father calmly responds that he has indeed heard of this before. Keeping his gaze locked on the young ninja, the father acknowledges that the Black Yaksha indeed had a daughter. Turning back slightly, Yukika hands a glowing golden pill to Yusung and commands him to take it, while a confused Yusung asks what it is. As the small golden sphere glows warmly in Yusung's hand, Yukika explains that it is a legendary pill passed down through her ninja clan. Radiating a terrifying purple and blue aura, the father warns them that if they think he will just stand by and watch them scheme, they are greatly mistaken. Shouting for Yusung to take the pill quickly, Yukika rushes forward to buy him time by holding off the formidable opponent. Desperate to survive, Yusung quickly swallows the glowing golden pill, hoping it won't kill him as his throat burns. Instantly, Yusung's eyes widen in absolute shock as a sudden overwhelming surge of power begins to react violently within his body. Blazing orange flames explode from Yusung as he screams in agony, feeling an intense burning sensation throughout his entire body. Enveloped in raging fire, Yusung gasps in pain while Sasha looks on in absolute horror, desperately calling out his name. Writhing in the intense heat, Yusung lets out a massive, pain-filled roar as the power of the clan's secret pill courses through his veins. Unleashing an earth-shattering scream, Yusung's eyes glow with bright energy as massive waves of fire violently erupt from his body. Seeing the sudden transformation, the formidable father is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. As Yusung's clothes partially rip from the explosive force, Yukika and Sasha watch in awe as he stands shrouded in a towering pillar of fire. Feeling the raw power surging through him, Yusung realizes that his body is undergoing an incredible change. Clenching his glowing fist, Yusung opens his glowing eyes and feels an immense sensation of freedom, as if all his physical limits have been shattered. Clenching his own fist as his blue aura flares, the father gazes at Yusung, realizing that his opponent's kinetic vision has reached a state where it is as if he has gained a third eye. Standing face to face, Yusung and the father face off, with Yusung realizing he can feel a massive, mysterious flow of energy. The overwhelming presence and power clash violently as energy radiates from both Yusung and the formidable father. Tensely watching from the side, a sweating Yukika observes Yusung as his body radiates a powerful, hot red aura. Looking on with absolute focus, Yukika notes that the explosive power from the pill will only last for a brief 5 minutes. Sweating from the pressure, Yukika wonders if Yusung can defeat the monster in front of him in time, while the father grins, finding this mystery of the East highly amusing. Raising his hand to tell the girls to stand back, Yusung tells the father that although he doesn't know why the man took an interest in him, one thing is certain. Pointing a determined finger, Yusung boldly declares that the father is nothing but a hopeless villain who would ruthlessly strike down his own daughter. Amused by the student's boldness, the formidable father bursts into a loud, mocking laugh while Yusung stands tall, shrouded in a red aura. The father quickly stops laughing and points his finger back, coldly commanding Yusung to listen to him very carefully. As Yukika and Sasha watch anxiously, the father declares that it is the natural law of the world for the strong to strip the weak of their rights and freedom. Standing firm in a powerful combat stance, a determined Yusung commands the father to defeat him right here and now. A massive, roaring white tiger made of lightning flares behind the blue-bearded father as he confidently accepts the challenge. Clasping his hands together, the father mockingly remarks that Yusung can only win if he is actually capable of doing so. Moving like a complete blur, the father lunges forward with a devastating lightning-fast punch. The father unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy punches, forcing Yusung to defend as he realizes just how incredibly powerful his opponent is. Grinning widely, the father maintains a terrifying smile as he continues to press the attack with overwhelming speed. Guarding against the fast strikes, Yusung's eyes narrow in focus as he realizes that he can actually track his opponent's movements now. The blue-bearded father moves like a speed-of-light blur, but Yusung's enhanced senses allow him to predict the attacks. Shrouded in blue light, the father thrusts a powerful punch, but Yusung remains completely calm, seeing every movement clearly. Spotting a perfect opening in the father's stance, Yusung focuses his gaze, preparing to strike. With swift precision, Yusung slips underneath the incoming punch, dodging the blow completely. Moving with spectacular agility, Yusung maneuvers himself past the father's guard in a flash. Capitalizing on the opening, Yusung throws a powerful, aura-infused counterpunch that strikes the father directly in the face. The sheer force of Yusung's counterattack rattles the father, forcing his feet to slide backward across the pavement. Looking completely stunned, the father grits his teeth in disbelief, shocked that he is actually being pushed back by a mere high schooler. Springing upward, Yusung unleashes a devastating punch downward, forcing the father to block the heavy strike. The father struggles to withstand the massive blow, gritting his teeth in frustration as he realizes that the boy's speed and movements have improved noticeably. "I am ready. Please provide the text you'd like me to read. I, the one called the world's strongest, cannot lose to a mere Japanese gamer." High schooler. Drawing upon his ultimate power, the formidable father summons his legendary beast, the Emperor's Griffin. He roars with a terrifying battle cry as the blue aura of the Emperor's Griffin flares up around him. Aiming to finish the battle once and for all, the father unleashes a devastating strike, shouting, "Die!" Gritting his teeth, Yusung braces himself, realizing the final clash has arrived. The powerful fist collides violently, sending shockwaves through the air as Yusung attempts to block it. The father bursts into a mocking laugh, yelling, "Wahahaha, you idiot! This isn't an attack you can block!" Gripping Yusung's arms tightly, the father sneers, "I'll rip your hands right off with the griffin's claws." Despite the immense pressure, Yusung's eyes narrow with absolute focus, showing no signs of panic. Smiling calmly through the pain, Yusung whispers, "Yeah." Shrouded in blazing flames, Yusung grips the father's hands back and boldly commands, "Keep a tight grip on it." Moving with incredible swiftness, Yusung spins around to deliver a powerful, momentum-fueled strike. Sensing the sudden danger, the father's eyes widen in absolute terror and shock. Yusung unleashes an explosive, flame-infused kick that lands a direct, shattering blow on the formidable opponent. Enveloped in raging fire, the father grits his teeth in sheer agony from the devastating force of the kick. Landing gracefully on the pavement, Yusung stands tall as his fiery aura radiates around him. The father is sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the hard concrete pavement. Trembling and defeated, the father groans in pain, uttering a weak, "Urgh." Battered and bruised, the father looks up in disbelief, muttering, "I, who is called the world's strongest." Gritting his teeth, he continues in despair, lost to a mere Japanese high schooler. Slowly losing consciousness, the father whispers, "Makes no," before fading out completely. Standing defiantly over the defeated opponent, Yusung stares down in heavy, exhausted silence. Clutching his fist tightly against his chest, Yusung prepares to correct his opponent's final mistake. Looking down at the fallen giant, Yusung proudly declares, "I am Korean, you idiot." Watching the unthinkable outcome of the battle, Yukika stands completely frozen in absolute shock. Sasha looks on in utter disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment at Yusung's victory. Standing proudly against the glowing sunset, Yusung realizes that the impossible battle is finally over. The legendary god of destruction, champion of the tournament, and head of Easter Egg Company lies completely unconscious on the ground. Yukika stares at the scene, unable to believe that Kim Yusung actually managed to defeat such a monster. She marvels at his strategy, noting that he won by targeting a perfect opening, but she never expected him to possess such incredible strength. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Yusung wipes his sweat as Sasha desperately calls out his name. Running up to him with deep concern, Sasha asks, "Kim Yusung, are you okay?" Feeling awkward, Yusung scratches his neck and apologizes. "I'm sorry, Sasha. Even though he's your father, he suddenly picked a fight with me, so don't worry about it." He looks away with a sweaty, nervous smile, hoping Sasha won't be too upset about her father's defeat. Sasha looks back at him with soft, relieved eyes, deeply grateful that he survived the brutal clash. Suddenly, the explosive power of the secret pill wears off, and Yusung's legs give out as he collapses to the ground in sheer exhaustion. Yukika quickly rushes over to support him, realizing they need to leave before a crowd of curious onlookers gathers. Closing his eyes with a peaceful smile, Yusung finally lets his guard down and rests. Hearing the murmurs of approaching bystanders, Sasha looks around nervously as people begin to gather and ask what is happening. Yukika carries the completely exhausted Yusung over her shoulder, quickly walking away as onlookers whisper in confusion. Sasha crouches down next to her unconscious father, watching Yusung's retreating figure with a complex expression. The scene transitions to the majestic building of the school under a bright, clear morning sky. Clutching his neck and groaning in pain, Yusung struggles with his severe muscle aches from the previous day's fight. Covered in bandages and walking with a painful slouch, Yusung makes his way down the school hallway as other students chat in the background. Entering his classroom, Yusung weakly waves to a classmate who casually asks, "Yo, did you have a good break?" Yusung sighs tiredly as the teacher walks in and commands the noisy classroom, "Okay, quiet down." The teacher announces the arrival of a new transfer student from Russia, prompting Yusung's eyes to widen as he thinks, "Could it be?" The classroom door slowly slides open with a gentle sound as a cheerful voice calls out, "Hello." A stunningly beautiful girl with long, flowing light blue hair steps into the classroom, instantly captivating everyone in the room. Yusung is left in stunned silence as he gazes at the classroom entrance, his face still covered in bandages from yesterday's intense battle. Stepping into the classroom with a bright, friendly smile, the beautiful transfer student introduces herself as Alexandra Ivanovna Romanova. Looking completely shocked and sweating, Yusung is paralyzed with disbelief as his classmates whisper in excitement about the gorgeous new Russian student. Alexandra cheerfully continues her introduction, sharing that her hobbies include shooting, horseback riding, watching anime, and reading, before building up to what she has recently come to like. In a sudden dramatic motion, a hand points directly forward, catching everyone off guard. Pointing her finger right at Yusung, Alexandra boldly declares to the entire classroom that the person she likes is standing right there. Thunder strikes dramatically in the background as Yusung's eyes widen to blank white circles of absolute shock, muttering, "What?" A blonde classmate rests his chin on his hand, grinning playfully as he asks, "What's with the sudden confession?" Sweating profusely as his world turns upside down, Yusung despairs, wondering if his peaceful life as an extra side character is already completely ruined. Gripped by sheer frustration, Yusung's inner voice screams out in desperation, "Damn it!" The classroom erupts into chatter as the other students eagerly bombard Alexandra with questions, asking if she is really Russian and how she learned to speak Japanese so well. Surrounded by a crowd of curious classmates, Alexandra sits gracefully at her desk as they excitedly ask about her parents and her life. Yusung flinches as a classmate turns to Alexandra to ask if it's true that she likes Kim Yusung. Alexandra turns around with a bright, blushing smile, her eyes sparkling with affection as she prepares to answer the question. Rumors immediately begin to spread like wildfire as students whisper about Yusung's connections with Kishimoto, Tojo, and even the student council president, wondering if he fought a monster stronger than his father. Sitting at his desk with dark sunglasses and a grumpy face, Yusung desperately wishes for the rumors to stop as they pile up around him. Sitting next to him, a bored Rika rests her chin on her hand, looking completely unbothered by the chaos in the classroom. Rika casually remarks that she only went on a short trip and Yusung already managed to get a foreign girlfriend, prompting a sweating Yusung to wave his hand in defense, pleading that it is all a misunderstanding. Shivering with embarrassment, a chibi Rika sweat drops and cringes, complaining that Yusung's explanation sounded like a total rom-com protagonist excuse. Yusung is left sweat-dropping with blank white eyes, unable to even argue with Rika's sharp critique. Watching the lively scene, Yusung realizes that since Sasha is one of the original heroines, it is incredibly strange for her to confess to him when that attention should normally go to Sakamoto, the protagonist. He begins to wonder if his actions are unintentionally causing a massive change in the story's original plot. Yusung compares his dream of an unremarkable, peaceful, and ordinary extra life with the exhausting reality of a protagonist who is constantly dragged into trouble. Terrified of the unfolding situation, he worries that at this rate, his ordinary extra life is going to be completely ruined. Suddenly, Rika calls out to her friend as she spots someone approaching them from behind. Bursting with energy, a red-haired girl named Karen pops into the classroom in her track jacket, excitedly announcing that she is here to hang out. Karen happily clings to Yusung from behind, giving him a tight hug as she cheerfully remarks that it has been a while Yusung looks completely exhausted. Spotting the physical contact, Alexandra glares intensely at Karen, her eyes glowing with a sharp, jealous blue aura. Stepping forward, Alexandra points a demanding finger and coldly asks Karen if she could step away from Yusung, leaving both Karen and Yusung bewildered. Karen's eyebrows twitch with irritation as she glares back, angrily asking who Alexandra thinks she is to start bossing her around when they just met. Grabbing Yusung's shoulder and pulling him close, Alexandra proudly declares that she is the one who will become Kim Yusung's girlfriend, leaving Yusung and Karen completely stunned. Blushing slightly but determined not to back down, Karen narrows her eyes and declares that Yusung is actually... Karen confidently points a thumb at herself and proudly shouts that Yusung is Rika's boyfriend, causing a completely shocked Rika in the background to grab her face and scream in disbelief. Alexandra and Karen begin aggressively pulling Yusung by his arms as they bicker, while a sweating Yusung tries to intervene in the confusion. Staring forward with a dead, shadowed expression, a sweating Yusung wonders how on earth he somehow ended up being labeled as Rika's boyfriend. Rika desperately grabs Karen's shoulders and screams in panic, trying to correct the massive misunderstanding by explaining that she and Yusung are just friends. Spotting her chance, Alexandra wears a triumphant, mischievous smile and clings to Yusung's arm, teasingly repeating her words. Alexandra happily snuggles against Yusung's arm, while Karen yells in irritation, telling Alexandra not to jump ahead and steal him away while she is still talking. As Chibi Karen and Alexandra continue to bicker loudly, a quiet classmate with glasses named Ayase approaches Yusung's desk. Pushing up her glasses, Ayase softly calls out to Yusung, who greets her warmly and asks what is up. While Karen and Alexandra stop their bickering to look on in surprise, Yusung politely tells Ayase to wait just a second. Yusung reaches down and hands an orange notebook to Ayase, telling her, "Here you go." Ayase bows politely, hugging the notebook tightly to her chest, and asks Yusung to return it to her when he is finished with his studies. Rika watches Ayase walk away and notes that she is incredibly smart, ranking in the top 10 of their entire grade. Karen teases Yusung, calling him a meathead who only knows sports, prompting an annoyed Yusung to snap back that he's actually pretty good at studying. Alexandra, Karen, and Rika tilt their heads in unison, curiously asking what his actual rank was, while Yusung wonders if they really think he is stupid. After Yusung reveals his ranking, the three girls gasp in absolute shock, screaming, "What?" as lightning crashes dramatically behind them. A brown-haired classmate pops up with a wide grin, teasingly agreeing that Yusung definitely looks like he'd be bad at studying, causing an irritated Yusung to tell him to shut up. Laughing heartily, the classmate plays with Yusung and playfully pats him on his shoulder, further fueling his irritation. The male classmate continues to laugh and joke with Rika, Karen, and Alexandra, who observe Yusung with curious and amused expressions. Karen and Sasha both nod in agreement, with Karen happily adding that Yusung is actually super kind once you get to know him. Feeling completely overwhelmed, Yusung sweat drops and tells his classmate that he is going to the restroom as he quickly walks out of the classroom. His classmates laugh behind his back, teasingly asking if he's embarrassed, while Yusung walks away with a grumpy expression and dark glasses. Still covered in bandages and sore from his previous battles, Yusung slouched down the school hallway as other students chat in the background. Sitting at a cafeteria table, Yusung looks incredibly gloomy and shadowed as Sasha smiles warmly beside him, while Rika looks on with an irritated expression. Gripped by frustration, Yusung panics inwardly, realizing that despite his best efforts to keep his distance, he's somehow ended up right back in the middle of trouble. He laments how the others dragged him along, and before he even realized what was happening, he was caught up in their pace. Sasha cheerfully hugs Yusung's arm, telling him he should show his girlfriend around the school, prompting a blushing Yusung to protest while Rika and Karen angrily tell her to back off. Yusung grows increasingly anxious, sweating as he realizes that this chaotic situation is only going to create more useless misunderstandings. Sasha playfully tries to feed Yusung a bite of food, causing Karen to glare in annoyance and Rika to shout in protest, while Yusung sits frozen with a dead, shadowed expression. Suddenly, a light bulb pops up above Yusung's head as a brilliant idea strikes him to escape this chaotic mess. Wearing a sly grin, Yusung casually brings up that the midterm exam is coming up soon and asks how their studying is going, catching all three girls completely off guard. The sudden mention of the upcoming exams instantly crushes the girls' lively spirits, leaving Karen crying comically while Sasha and Rika emit dark, depressed auras. A heavy, dark cloud of despair hangs over the cafeteria table as the three girls slump over their lunch trays in absolute misery, much to Yusung's nervous amusement. Karen holds her chopsticks with a dejected, pouty face, utterly defeated by the thought of the upcoming exams. Watching their miserable reactions, Yusung smirks triumphantly to himself, realizing that this is the perfect opportunity to execute his plan. Yusung suggests that since they are all struggling, they should start a study group to help each other out, prompting the girls to instantly light up and praise his genius. Chibi Sasha pouts with a skeptical expression, muttering that although she doesn't really like the idea, she will cooperate for the time being. With an incredibly creepy, wide-grinned face of pure evil joy, Yusung bids them good luck, ecstatic that his plan worked and he is finally free until the weekend. He happily celebrates his cleverness, excited to finally focus on his own personal plans for the rest of the week. Under a bright morning sun, sparrows chirp peacefully outside Yusung's house, setting a calm and relaxing atmosphere. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yusung sighs with immense relief, glad to finally have some peaceful time to himself. Posing dramatically in a tight black t-shirt, Yusung excitedly declares that his dream home gym is finally complete. Gazing at his newly assembled workout equipment, Yusung's cheeks blush as he admires the beautiful sight of his personal sanctuary. Eager to test it out, Yusung grips the bench press barbell tightly, determined to put his new home gym to good use. Laughing hysterically with pure delight, Yusung rapidly pumps out bench press reps, thoroughly enjoying his workout. His workout is suddenly interrupted when his phone on the nearby desk begins to ring loudly, making him wonder who could be calling this early. Sweating from his workout, Yusung picks up the phone and casually answers with a simple hello. Sliding open his window with a puzzled look, Yusung asks the caller what they mean by looking out the window and what they're supposed to be ready for. Yusung looks down in shock as Karen stands on the street below, waving energetically and shouting for him to come down. Smiling brightly, Karen waves her hand and holds her phone, calling for Yusung to hurry up and join her, completely ignoring the crowd of intimidating men standing behind her. Yusung's face pales in absolute horror as he stares at the bizarre and terrifying sight outside his window. He screams in panic, desperately wondering what is going on and who those scary-looking men are. The camera pans over the stern, scarred, and menacing faces of the muscular bodyguards standing in the street. Still frozen at his window, a sweating Yusung mutters in disbelief, completely lost for words. Karen happily gestures toward an open car door, introducing the imposing men behind her as Sasha's bodyguards and urging Yusung to get in. Yusung gasps in shock as he looks at the driver's seat and recognizes the massive bearded man with a bandage on his head. A memory flashes back of Yusung brutally throwing that same man over his shoulder as Karen cheerfully introduces him as Boris, Sasha's uncle. As they ride in the car, Karen smiles and remarks that despite Boris's intimidating appearance, he is actually very kind. Sitting awkwardly in the back seat, Sasha whispers to a sweating Yusung, explaining that Boris is her bodyguard and she isn't allowed to go out on weekends without him. Yusung closes his eyes and sweats profusely, feeling incredibly uncomfortable sitting right next to the massive bodyguard he beat up just a few days ago. Upon arriving at their destination, a large, friendly man with red hair and a gold chain warmly welcomes them inside alongside Rika. Yusung nervously remembers previously meeting Karen's father, who had a much more menacing and scarred appearance. Trying to remain polite, Yusung bows deeply and formally introduces himself to Karen's smiling father. Karen's father stares intensely at Yusung with a blushing, warm smile, expressing his gratitude that such a reliable talent is close with his daughter. Karen's father proudly folds his arms, imagining Yusung as his future son-in-law, while Karen looks at him with a sweat drop of pure embarrassment. Karen's father and Boris share a silent, respectful nod, acknowledging each other's strength as fellow fighters. Confused by the interaction, Sasha, Karen, and Yusung look on in surprise, wondering if their guardians already know each other. Boris rubs his head bandage in deep thought, looking suspicious as he tries to recall where he has seen Yusung before. A hand points directly forward, highlighting a moment of sudden realization and accusation. Pointing accusingly at Yusung, the bandaged bodyguard screams that Kim Yusung was the one who beat him up, leaving a panicked Yusung to wonder what on earth he is talking about. In absolute shock, Alexandra yells in disbelief, demanding to know what the bodyguard is talking about. Karen's father and glasses-wearing associate gasp in horror as they learn that Yusung also defeated Ivan, the legendary god of destruction. Sweating profusely, a terrified Yusung panics, realizing he might get kicked out of the school before he even has a chance to study. Suddenly running a happiness circuit in his mind, Chibi Yusung realizes that getting kicked out might actually be a win, since he would finally be free to work out in his dream home gym all day. Yusung's eyes widen in confusion as a voice suddenly praises him, calling his achievement incredible. Karen's father laughs heartily and gives a big thumbs up, proudly declaring Yusung to be his prime son-in-law candidate, causing both Yusung and Karen to scream in shock. Karen's face flushes bright red as she tearfully yells at her father in embarrassment, while Sasha can't help but apologize for her own guardian's antics. Sitting alone in a beautifully decorated traditional room, a sweat-dropping Yusung sighs with immense relief. Sasha waves her hand with a sheepish smile, explaining that Boris was only joking around, while a blushing Karen apologizes for her father's weird humor. Sitting around a low table with their notebooks open, Yusung gets everyone's attention, telling them there's something they need to address before they begin studying. Raising her hand high, Alexandra advises Yusung that since he is weak in STEM subjects, he can easily score average marks simply by memorizing the formulas. Yusung looks on with a slightly startled expression as she instructs him that his goal is to memorize every formula within the exam scope. A hand passes a document across the table with a note explaining that she organized all the key formulas for him at home. Sasha warns him that she will be giving him a pop quiz later, leaving the three girls comically slumped and groaning in dark misery while Yusung looks on. Yusung calls out to Karen next, prompting a startled and nervous "yeah" from her. Looking over her worksheets, Yusung notes that while her grades are average, she lacks any standout subjects and is particularly weak at memorization. Sasha suggests that Karen should change her study habits and create her own mnemonic association methods, motivating a determined Karen to pump her fist. Turning to Yusung with a warm, blushing smile, Sasha eagerly asks what she should do to improve her own scores. Reaching into his bag, Yusung pulls out a notebook and explains that since classical literature is difficult to grasp quickly, her best bet is to solve as many practice problems as possible. Yusung hands his personal study guide to a delighted Sasha, suggesting they work through the practice problems together. In chibi form, the four classmates sit around the table working together with intense focus and determination. Before long, the study group loses its focus as chibi Sasha distractedly taps on her phone, Karen plays with stationery, and Alexandra falls fast asleep. Stretching his arms, Yusung announces that they should take a break after working so hard, prompting the girls to cheer in delight. A polite Yusung asks Karen if he can use her kitchen during their break, catching her by surprise. Yusung looks back over his shoulder with a warm, dazzling smile. The three girls watch in curiosity as Yusung returns from the kitchen, wondering what he has prepared. He presents a stunning spread of colorful and mouth-watering bingsu-shaved ice desserts, eliciting a loud "whoa" from the girls. Blushing and drooling slightly, the three girls stare at the glistening, sweet desserts in absolute awe. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yusung warmly invites them to pick whichever one they like, while Sasha and Karen immediately pull out their phones to take pictures. Sasha calls out Yusung's name with a sweet, mischievous smile, giving him an immediate bad premonition. Sasha happily holds up a spoonful of bingsu to chibi Yusung's mouth, playfully telling him to say "ah." Sweating nervously, Yusung tries to politely decline, stammering that he is perfectly fine. With heart-shaped eyes, Sasha continues to smile sweet-temperedly, whining that her arm is getting tired. Giving in to her persistence, Yusung's sweat drops and takes the bite, while Karen and Alexandra glare in the background with furious vein-popping chibi expressions. Clenching her teeth with a dark aura, Karen fumes that Sasha is taking things way too far. Spotting their chance, both Karen and Alexandra eagerly lunge forward with their own spoonfuls of bingsu, yelling at Yusung to try theirs next. The bickering girls aggressively push their spoonfuls toward Yusung's face, leaving him sweating in sheer panic. Karen's eyes widen in sudden realization as a memory flashes back, making her face flush completely red. Karen remembers screaming in panic that she and Yusung are just friends, which made Sasha realize she was misunderstanding their relationship the entire time. Karen recalls the heartwarming moment when Yusung gently adjusted her hoodie under the streetlights, admitting his attraction to her. Back in the present, Alexandra aggressively tries to feed a sweating Yusung, tease playing on the word dating. Staring intensely with a blushing, fiery face of determination, Karen refuses to be left behind. With a bright, glittering background, Karen resolutely holds out her bowl of bingsu to feed Yusung. Karen beams with a closed-eye, angelic smile, feeling overjoyed. Karen proudly holds up her midterm exam paper, showing off a perfect score covered in red circles. Walking down the school hallway, Yusung praises Karen for her hard work, while a blushing Karen happily credits his special training for her success. To celebrate the end of their midterms, Karen excitedly suggests they all go to karaoke, and a smiling Yusung readily agrees. Behind them, their brown-haired classmate slumps in absolute misery over how difficult his own exams were, while chibi Yusung playfully suggests he should have studied beforehand. The classmate suddenly turns to Yusung with a serious face, asking if he has heard the bad new rumor that has just started circulating about him. They say you fought 20 Russian mobsters all by yourself. The brown-haired classmate bursts into laughter while teasing Yusung about the ridiculous rumor, leaving Yusung sweating profusely in sheer exasperation. "Well, is it really just a rumor?" Sasha whispers slyly, sending a shiver of panic down Yusung's spine. "Sasha!" Karen yells, as Sasha cheerfully strikes a cute pose and flashes a peace sign. "Shout out fireworks!" Sasha proudly declares, as her classmates ask what song she plans to sing at the karaoke bar. A scenic view of the bustling streets of Shibuya, where the students have arrived for their celebration. "Karaoke! So excited!" Karen and Sasha happily sing in unison as the group excitedly walks down the street. Suddenly, Yusung, Karen, and their classmates stop in their tracks, looking extremely startled as something catches their attention. "Go to the craft burger place just ahead," the classmate suggests with a warm smile. "Yeah!" Karen screams in shock as a green motorcycle suddenly speeds past, knocking her off balance. Watch where you're going, idiot, the red-haired biker yells back while Karen cries out, "What? You're the one who suddenly—" "Rika, are you okay?" Yusong asks in concern, but Karen gasps in horror. "Ah, my wallet is gone. That guy from earlier must have stolen it." "Wait here for a second," Yusong says, dropping his bag as a bewildered Karen calls out, "Ryu-chan?" Yusong dashes forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he sprints at unbelievable speed to catch the thief. "Ryu-chan?" Karen calls out, staring in complete disbelief at how fast Yusong ran off. "I'll be right back, so go inside the restaurant," Yusong shouts over his shoulder as he disappears into the distance. Down a quiet side alley, the bright afternoon sun shines over a brick pavement. "Ooh, this is a nice stash of cash," the red-haired thief laughs, counting the stolen 10,000 yen bills alongside his bandaged accomplice. "Huh? What's that sound?" the biker mutters as his partner gasps in terror. That guy." "Ah, what the hell is that?" the thieves scream as a terrifyingly aura-clad Yusong charges down the alley, roaring, "Stop right there, you bastards! Give back that wallet!" Hey, just hit the gas!" the panicked accomplice screams as the biker tries to speed away. "Ha, try and catch us, dumbass!" the biker mocks, accelerating down the street as Yusong relentlessly pursues them on foot. What? The biker's eyes widen in absolute shock as Yusong instantly catches up and grabs hold of the speeding motorcycle's tail. "Arr! Monster! How can a human run this fast?" the biker screeches in horror as Yusong commands with glowing eyes, "Give back the wallet!" With monstrous strength, Yusong grips the back of the motorcycle, his fingers sinking directly into the seat structure with a terrifying crush. Biker's left utterly speechless as Yusong completely lifts the back wheel of the moving motorcycle off the ground, stopping it dead in its tracks. "Hi, I'm sorry, please forgive me," the terrified thief wails, tears streaming down his face as he faces Yusong's wrath. "Get off," Yusong commands with a dark, threatening glare, prompting a frantic, "Yes, sir," from the biker. "The wallet," Yusong demands, as the weeping biker kneels down and offers Karen's pink wallet with both hands, stammering, "Yes, here." Then I'll get going now," the biker cries as he speeds away, while Yusong warns him, "Don't ever do this kind of stuff again." Yusong grunts, looking irritated as he holds the retrieved wallet in his hand. Yusong holds up the cute pink wallet decorated with a gold bow, glad to have recovered it safely. "Since Rika promised to treat us, now I can enjoy free karaoke," Yusong thinks to himself with a satisfied grin, imagining Karen's cheerful offer. Hum-singing a tune, a happy Yusong walks back to join his friends, completely unaware of a muscular man in a black jacket watching him from behind a concrete pillar. The mysterious man stares intently at Yusong, his face hidden in shadow as he observes the boy's incredible power. "Bye! I had fun today. See you at school," the girls shout as their fun day together finally comes to an end under a beautiful sunset sky. "Yeah, it was pretty fun," Yusong thinks to himself with a warm, content smile as he walks home in the evening glow. Yusong smiles softly to himself, but his peaceful walk is suddenly interrupted by a loud voice crying out, "Big brother!" "Big brother?" Yusong thinks in confusion as he stops and turns around, seeing the massive shadow of a muscular man standing right behind him. "I followed you because there's something I really want to tell you," the large man shouts with intense, fiery determination. "Who are you?" a sweat-dropping Yusong asks nervously, taken aback by the imposing stranger. With a thunderous slam, the massive, pompadour sporting man suddenly drops to his knees in a dramatic prostration, leaving Yusong completely stunned. "Please take me as your disciple," the man begs desperately, leaving a bewildered Yusong to gasp, "Huh? What's going on? Isn't that the son of the Korean restaurant owner?" Nearby onlookers gossip, as a panicked Yusong yells, "What on earth are you talking about all of a sudden? Who are you?" "Ah, okay, I get it, so just stand up first," Yusong pleads in embarrassment, desperately trying to pull the giant up while whispering, "Don't do this in my neighborhood. Just call me Kazuya." The giant introduces himself as Yusong drags him into an alleyway, grumbling, "I said I get it, so come on." A tram rolls quietly down the tracks at dusk as Yusong asks, "By the way, how old are you?" "I'm 17 this year, big brother," Kazuya states proudly, leaving a sweat-dropping Yusong to wonder, why does he look so old? "Actually, I am the leader of the biker gang Hyaki Yagyo," Kazuya reveals with an incredibly serious and hardened expression. "I'm terribly sorry, but the punks who stole the wallet earlier are actually members of my gang," Kazuya apologetically explains, bowing his head in shame. "Ah, wasn't that already settled earlier? Why'd you follow me all the way here?" "What nonsense is he talking about now?" Yusong thinks to himself as Kazuya looks at him with a serious expression. When I was young, despite my large build, I had a timid personality, and I was bullied because of it. I was severely bullied, both in and out of school. A group of school delinquents aggressively kick and bully a defenseless Kazuya as he cowers on the ground near the riverbank. I thought that if I became a truly strong man, no one would be able to torment me anymore. So to match my size, I started copying tough-looking behaviors, including styling his hair, punching bags, and riding a motorcycle while wearing sunglasses, and eventually became the leader of a biker gang to look strong. But it was all just an act. I, who suffered from bullying just for being timid, ended up running with guys who bully the weak? It felt so empty. But when I saw you, I realized something. That is what the strength of a true man is, a speed faster than any motorcycle without relying on one. And using your power just to find a friend's wallet, not for showing off. A true man is someone exactly like you, big brother, Kazuya declares with burning eyes, while Yusung sweat drops and thinks, I was just trying to go to a free karaoke though. So please take me as your disciple, Kazuya pleads, as Yusung sweat drops and asks, what on earth do you even want to learn from me? I'm not that kind of person. Seriously, why do annoying things keep happening to me? How do I shake them off? Yusung grumbles in his mind, while Kazuya desperately begs, please, brother. A light bulb suddenly flashes above Yusung's head as a clever plan comes to mind. Fine, I'll take you as my disciple, Yusung suddenly agrees, prompting an ecstatic, really? From Kazuya. But on one condition, Yusung adds with a serious gaze. 3 days! Yusung declares dramatically. Spend 3 days with me, and if you can keep up with my routine, I'll accept you as my official disciple, Yusung declares, pointing at him while thinking, just you wait. To make sure you can't disrupt my daily life, I'll run you ragged with everything I've got and make you give up on. Your own. Yusung plots in his mind with a terrifying expression. Early the next morning, the park clock tower shows just past 5 a.m. as loud panting breaks the silence. Hyungnim, wait for me! Kazuya gasps, desperately struggling to keep up with Yusung's effortless jogging pace. So I plan to push him hard with a morning workout, Yusung thinks to himself as he glides ahead. But this is pathetic. How disappointing, Yusung thinks, looking back at a completely exhausted Kazuya. This actually makes it easier to get him to give up on being my disciple, Yusung realizes. All right, Yusung says, suddenly stopping in his tracks. Next is the pull-up bar. Give it a try. Kazuya steps forward and firmly grips the cold metal bar. Arg! Kazuya roars with sudden fiery determination, catching Yusung off guard. Arg! Kazuya shakes violently as he struggles to lift himself up. Gasp! Kazuya instantly collapses flat on his back on the ground, completely spent after just one attempt, leaving Yusung standing in stunned silence. Oh boy! Kazuya groans in pain, while Yusung sweats in exasperation, thinking, just one? What is this guy? He's not muscular, he's just out of shape. This isn't working. With your level of stamina and strength, there's no way you can— Please, no! Hyungnim, 3 days! You said you would watch me for 3 days! Kazuya cries out, grabbing Yusung's leg, while Yusung sweat drops and asks, but if you can't even do a basic pull-up, how are you going to survive the rest of the training? I know that. I was so focused on bulking up that my actual stamina is terrible, Kazuya admits with tears streaming down his face. But if you look at it another way, if I were already strong, I wouldn't need to become your disciple, Hyungnim, Kazuya reasons, leaving Yusung to sigh in defeat. Kazuya rubs his hands together, begging desperately until Yusung sighs, fine, we still have plenty of time before school starts. For the next 2 hours, you're going to follow my lead on the pull-up bar, Yusung commands, prompting Kazuya to cry with joy and yell, yes, Hyungnim! Jump. Hold, Yusung demonstrates effortlessly, while Kazuya watches in absolute awe with wide, sparkling eyes. Hold on, Yusung barks as Kazuya desperately shakes and struggles to hold himself up on the bar. Later that morning, Yusung walks calmly through the bustling schoolyard, carrying his bag over his shoulder. Yusung looks thoughtful as he walks down the corridor, reflecting on the morning's event. Kazuya's strained, determined face as he struggled on the bar flashes in Yusung's mind. But seeing his grit actually motivated me to take this seriously. This is bad. He seems like a decent guy, but a biker gang member is still a biker gang member. If he actually passes this 3-day test, Yusung worries. Yusung takes firm steps down the hallway, realized that Kazuya's unexpected resolve might actually make this training test a dangerous success. Satoru! Yusung's classmate Satoru calls out happily as he catches up with him on the street. Satoru excitedly shares the news. She's absolutely amazing and she's coming back to school soon. 3 great beauties? Never heard of them. Yusung replies blankly, prompting Satoru to yell, "You don't know Ichijo Academy's 3 great beauties? Are you even a guy?" Satoru begins his passionate explanation. "Isn't that obvious?" he says, presenting the first beauty, an elegant girl holding a traditional red fan. As Satoru describes the second beauty, a skilled martial artist carrying a sword, Yusung thinks to himself, "I know both of them." Satoru proudly presents the third beauty, the hottest rising actress, Minato Nao. Minato Nao? Isn't she a super famous celebrity? She goes to our school? Yusung asks in astonishment. Is finally coming back to school soon. Satoru weeps tears of joy, while a deadpan Yusung asks, "That's it? That's the rumor? How do you even get this news so fast?" "What do you mean, that's it? As a VIP member of Minato Nao's fan club, I won't let that slide." Satoru snaps angrily, while Yusung sighs, "No wonder." "I'm heading ahead, man. I'm too busy working out to care about stuff like that," Yusung says, leaving Satoru behind. Inside the brightly lit gym, several weight benches and exercise machines stand ready for training. "Hello, head coach Nikiyama," Yusung greets the trainer, who smiles and asks, "Is that your friend behind you, Kim-kun? He's got quite a build." Kazuya bows deeply, shouting, "Hello, sir, I am Goto Kazuya," while Yusung explains, "He said he wanted to work out with me, so I brought him along. Could he try it out for about 3 days first? He already has such a great build." Coach Nakayama laughs warmly, admiring Kazuya's size. As they walk into the workout area, Yusung sweats nervously, thinking, "This is bad." Suddenly, a thunderous and painful scream of "Arg!" shakes the entire room. "Hyungnim, save me! This is too fast!" Kazuya wails as his feet stomp loudly on the treadmill, while Yusung jogs effortlessly beside him, thinking, "We're barely even jogging." "Press the stop button," Yusung calmly directs, to which Kazuya desperately panics. "Yes, sir." With an "ah!" Kazuya flies off the machine and faceplants hard on the floor, leaving the coach sweat-dropping in disbelief. Compared to his muscle strength, his coordination and cardiorespiratory endurance are terrible. He's just someone who only built up his size, the coach evaluates, as Yusung asks, "Is there anything we can do?" "He might find it tough," the head coach sighs, making Yusung wonder, even the head coach is giving up? Is this karma at work? As Kazuya slumps on his knees. 3 days! Please just give me 3 more days. I'll make sure to build up my stamina, Kazuya begs, while the coach ponders, "Please, just let me work out with Hyungnim," Kazuya cries out, grabbing the coach's legs while the coach yells, "Hey, why are you getting down on your knees?" And Yusung sighs, "Here he goes again." "All right, I get it, so just stand up," the coach surrenders, prompting Kazuya to weep. "Thank you so much. Head coach, I'll do my absolute best," while Yusung stands exhausted. "I'll head out now," Yusung says as they prepare to leave after finishing their training. Walking home at dusk, Yusung looks back at Kazuya, who is completely pale and groaning, "Ugh," and asks, "Are you okay?" Trembling violently with sweat dripping from his face, Kazuya clenches his fists in painful but stubborn determination. Looking at Kazuya's sheer grit, Yusung makes up his mind. "I can't keep putting this off. He's working so hard. If I don't tell him now," Yusung contemplates silently. "Actually, before it's too late, there's a promise I need from you," Yusung says, stopping near the railroad tracks. "If you really want to be my disciple and become a real man," Yusung continues seriously as Kazuya gulps. "As of today, quit the biker gang," Yusung demands with a sharp, uncompromising look. Kazuya gasps, completely frozen in absolute shock at the sudden condition. "If you can't do that, then there will be no training, and I won't accept you as my disciple," Yusung declares with cold, absolute finality.